at the bottom of his torso, and his face is pale, but the body's very orange. And this is very consistent with the rubber suit. Like he just puts it on. And then I found this on eBay. And now, because of my research, eBay is constantly trying to market these things to me, and so is Amazon, like these suits. The elastic neck. When you buy these bodysuits and they're hyper realistic, you can't tell they're not real. And what are you going to do? Grope somebody to know if it's real or fake? You can't tell. They have hair, they have everything. The elastic neck part gets trimmed to a custom length, but I've noticed and I've seen videos on it, many of them do, like Keanu Reeves, for example, wore one of these in that Bill and Ted movie. And he had a big beard on, and they said it was to cover up the neck seam. Realistic looking blood vessels, veins. So, I mean, the level of detail that's possible is actually kind of gross. You're like, okay, that's too much detail. This was one, it was advertised on Amazon, Show Your Manpower. Basically, you go to the club and you're wearing a muscle suit, which I think was kind of started, first, was it Batman? He was doing that before anybody. Going through some comments. Lickety Split says, the Washington governor says the word individualism is a racist white man word. Well, look, what's under attack here is the Western concept of individualism and property rights, individual liberty and freedom. Yeah, these things are all definitely under attack, and they're using the scapegoat. Okay, the left scapegoats the white man, the right, far right scapegoats Jews. These are just narratives they use to control the population, to get them to take sides so they can piper them around, or panpipe them around is what I should say. I don't know if you caught that live stream earlier. I had to delete it because it's my save channel. But the panpipe thing is something we could probably talk about here. Basically, the word syringe comes from a Greek word syrinx, which means pan flute or panpipe. Pan, associated with panic, and of course, pandemic or panicdemic. Everybody was so scared they locked themselves in their homes. That's a that to me is a demonstration of a panic. They induced a panic. And it's very significant that the syringe is such a key symbol in this entire story. And the reason why this even came up is we were talking about the One World Trade Tower and how it looks like a big syringe. And not only does it look like a syringe or a pan flute, and it's therefore would be associated, of course, with the One World Trade Tower, I think is associated with the One World Unity, but you can see the obvious association. But as it was being built, it functioned as a flute. The wind blowing through the structure created some kind of a noise, and apparently it actually scared people. So there you have that panic, that fear aspect again. And they said it was, some believed it was the ghosts of the 9/11 victims or something. Which is like, no, I'm pretty sure most of those crisis actors are still alive. But my point is, interesting story connecting the pan flute, and then the final thing here is this would explain the role of the dancing nurses. What pan represents is that exaggerated um, masculine or exaggerated male fertility god with the horns and all that stuff. And he's chasing the nymphs through the woods, and the nymphs, of course, are the female counterpart. These are just old archetypes, and I'm suggesting here that the dancing nurses, the twerking nurses on the IV poles in the hospitals and all that, yeah, that might have been the other side to this. The celebrations of Pan and the nymphs are what scared the travelers. That's where the word panic came from. I mean, that's, I think, a pretty likely explanation for all of this. It's either that or the hospitals just left the pharmacies open. And I guess another thing we can add into this, of course, is Aleister Crowley and Pan, and of course the Jack Parsons connection. Too many tangents. I don't want to go down any tangents. We're not following any white rabbits here. I want to stay focused on Trump's superhero announcement tomorrow. Who's the superhero? That's one. I mean, I could do a poll. Does anybody here think it's going to be JFK or JFK Jr.? All right, let us continue. Let me play this clip. This is a friend of Klaus Schwab saying that humans are hackable animals There is no God, and Jesus is fake news. And these are the people who are going to bring out Gaia, the global AI alliance, this whole idea of unifying the world with some kind of higher intelligence. It's just going to be another, this is the Wizard of Oz, basically. If you know the story, it's a big, scary looking visage, a lot of smoke and mirrors, but it's just a bunch of old men behind this curtain pulling the levers. But they've pulled the curtain back, and here's what they really think.
I mean, all this story about Jesus rising from the dead and being the Son of God, this is fake news. Humans are now hackable animals. You know, the whole idea that humans have, they have this soul or spirit and they have free will and nobody knows what's happening inside me. So whatever I choose, whether in the election or whether in the supermarket, this is my free will, that's over.
According to...
Okay, no free will. That's over. A little psychopathic to deny you any kind of agency. I'm going to play this short clip here. It's from some award show, I believe.
And the Oscar goes to...
So my name's Robbie Parker.
All right, whoever posted that in Discord, appreciate it. 10th anniversary, very timely. Moving on, Sierra Space Life Habitat completes second ultimate pressure burst test. Yeah, they blew up a space station for some reason. Here on the ground, some kind of a test. Don't know of any significance to it other than they're preparing to replace the ISS. I have a couple pictures here I wanted to show you. Again, just to kind of affirm something here. I'm suggesting that the scandals about this recent scandal about the steroid use of the Liver King, I'm suggesting it's a fake scandal to hide the fact that all kinds of celebrities use these suits. And I think that that's why Joe Rogan immediately came out and started saying that The Rock is using steroids. I think that's a cover story. Think about it. It's too consistent. The Rock or / The Rubber, Liver King, yep, both fake. Now, we didn't get too much into it, but Roger Stone says there's a demonic portal above the White House. He's still saying that. Okay, here we go. Behind the scenes. I have a video here that goes deep into the deepfake technology, and I'm going to have to do an entire course on this for the IPS Institute. In fact, one of the things that I'm really focused on is that, and that's what I'm spending the mornings developing with the metascripts and the mind mapping. And any kind of support that you give to the channel goes into the Institute. We are building this Institute to put all this information into cohesive formats, have a curriculum. And the deep faking thing is a course in and of itself. And I have so many videos on this topic. It's going to have to deserve its own separate live stream. But I'm just showing you here. Kiana's long fake beard was used to hide the neck seam. Like even the best special effects artists still have to find workarounds for where their system isn't perfect. On the back, they have zippers, and they had to CGI those out. Luckily for the politicians, they're all wearing suits. Lickety Split says Roger Stone for VP. You know, I'm surprised Roger Stone wasn't arrested for the 1/6 thing. It's looking pretty bad, especially for MTG. It's looking pretty bad all around, almost like it was scripted for them all to take a fall on behalf of the last vestiges of American nationalism. Alright, so let me go ahead and play a clip from this video. It's called How Body Suits Are Designed to Look Realistic. And, I suspected this stuff. When I first did a course on deepfaking for one of our IPS Sunday schools a couple years ago, I had posited that there'd be some kind of silicone pasting on the face where they could make small differences to your jawline or your cheek, like minute things, but very nuanced. And here, yes, you can literally do anything. And some parts of this video I had to turn away. I couldn't watch. I can't even put it on the screen. They're using the needle and they're putting hair into these rubber suits. And it's painful to watch because it looks like they're doing surgery, but it's just a piece of rubber getting stabbed again and again. But let me play a clip here.
Special effects legend Kevin Yeager.
Okay, this is about Kevin Yeager. And here he has Keanu Reeves and his the other actor, the co-star of the movie, which I couldn't get through all of it, the Bill and Ted's Second Adventure. I couldn't get through all of it. Although it did have a very conspicuous use of the number 113. To save the world, they had to play a song with 113 beats a minute and get everybody to sing it or some nonsense. Anyway, let me play this clip where you can see how they're adding veins and subtle details to these bodysuits.
Veins to mastering a jiggly stomach. A lot of effort goes into making the bodysuits actors wear look realistic. Warning, some spoilers ahead for Bill and Ted Face the Music.
Anyway, it's a great clip. Like I said, I have many examples of this, but it's to the point where it's 100% foolproof. You know, these are deep fakes, and this has been in use longer than digital deep fakes. And all the talk about the digital deep faking of reality, you know what? It's nothing compared to what they've already been doing. And someone pointed this out. High Impact Flicks is 50 years old, and he has this video, or this, yeah, I guess it's a video, or a vlog, where he's posing shirtless in his backyard. And, you know, it's not unbelievable that at 50 you could be that fit. No. However, and it's just a hypothetical, I'm not saying this. Hypothetically, if this guy is some kind of CIA agent, as somebody in the comments said, then he would probably have access to their CIA costume department. And maybe he took home for himself, in order to boost his YouTube ratings, a muscle suit. Because this looks like a muscle suit. Joined here by Clockwork 113. Benton, thank you for joining. Yeah, hey, the objective here is a quota of 3 hours of recorded content a day. I prefer the second half, or the evenings, to be caller driven and definitely chat driven. That's where my focus is. The research and everything else will be in the mornings, but I'm also leaving it open so I can be outdoors and I can do interviews. Like, I'm actually trying to I'm expanding what we're doing, especially for in 2023. It's crawl, walk, run. I'm still walking, but we'll be running in a couple of weeks. Diana South posts a vomit emoji. Yeah, I was looking at this thing, and it kind of looks like he has a pouch there. Like he could keep his credit cards there where the belly button should be. But I'm saying this is a rubber suit, and maybe the long hair is hiding the seam. It's kind of a blurry picture. Shout out to Exalt for posting that. I don't have any shirtless pictures of High Impact Flicks on my phone. Okay, a few points that we made yesterday. David Hogg's a terrorist. The Rock is a deepfake in a rubber suit. They're hiding this with the narrative that they're using steroids. Here's another quote from Elon Musk from May. This is from last May. Quote, "Unless it's stopped, the woke mind virus will destroy civilization and humanity. We'll never reach Mars." I thought AI was going to destroy us. Musk was saying AI is going to destroy us all. Actually, it was meteors. Meteors going to destroy us all. Help me finance basically get me to Mars. He's got these government contracts and he's going to get us to Mars. And he's like, I will save you because of meteors. Then it's AI is going to destroy us. And now it's woke mind virus. Like, which is it? Is it AI? Is it woke mind virus? Is it asteroids? I remember he specifically said it was Apophis. Was it 99942? That's the actual name or the designation of the space rock that's going to kill us. Apophis is named, unsurprisingly, for the god of chaos. Yeah, it's 99942 Apophis, near Earth asteroid, hazardous with a diameter of 1,200 feet. But there was a point where, and there's a lot of videos about this, that this was said to be the most dangerous asteroid and it would collide with us in 2029. I think they even said on a Friday the 13th, April of 2029. They actually had a date, and Musk would hype this up, so we were worried about this big space rock.
Astronomers Roy Tucker, David Tholen, and Fabrizio Bernardi discovered a 340-meter asteroid while operating the Kitt Peak National Observatory in Arizona. The object was named Apophis, after Ra's serpent-like rival in Egyptian mythology.
Right, because everything with outer space has to be attached to some kind of esoteric storyline within Egyptian mythology. Osiris Rex and Bennu, the very first phoenix, the Bennu bird. This is all very just par for the course nonsense. But people believe it because they see it on a screen. They think this is evidence that this thing actually exists. This is religion. This is the new mythology. And they've created a priesthood that has already served as your savior because if you remember, there was a rock that was going to kill us a few months ago and they deflected it. They sent the dart out there and they deflected it from hitting us. And coincidentally, at this time, and this is just coincidence, there was news out there that what we were already experiencing Armageddon because Putin was going to nuke us all. So in other words, while NASA was deflecting a space rock, here on Earth, the word Armageddon is being put out there in all the headlines. And I'm thinking, the movie Armageddon is about a space rock that's about to kill us. And then at this same time, the star of the movie Armageddon, Bruce Willis, is suddenly in the headlines because he's got some kind of, um, I guess it's a cognitive disorder. And they were saying that he was going to allow his image to be deep faked into new movies. And I'm like, interesting. He's kind of like transcending, but his face is out there, Armageddon's out there. I'm just saying it was a very concerted show this summer. And what they were conveying to us is that your scientists saved you. It was underwhelming, and maybe you didn't notice because NASA's movies aren't as good as the Hollywood movies or Netflix. Diana South, still talking about High Impact Flicks, says the torso looks like he swallowed a cinder block. Right. Well, the torso looks exactly like the kind that you can buy. Referring back to the picture, every time I look at it, I can't unsee it. I can't. And look, I've seen a lot of shirtless pictures of people, as you have as well, and this is not a normal looking torso. It looks like he's wearing a fanny pack on the inside of his stomach somehow. Like I could see what you mean by cinder block. I was trying not to be hypercritical, but yeah, that looks more like the rubber suit that eBay's trying to get me to buy. Let's try to move past that. But look, I thought that The Rock was using synthol. I'm like, how much Crisco are they pumping into that guy? Who cares about the measurements of his biceps? But no, it's obviously it's a rubber suit and it's healthier. Think about it. If you're a movie star of his caliber, an actor of his caliber, worth as much as he's worth, do you want him to die trying to maintain an impossible physique into old age using drugs that could destroy your heart? No, no way. At some point, they said, hey, you want to keep this going? We got this CIA technology only available to YouTube CIA assets, agents in the field, and movie stars. But you got to sign this and Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, good evening. Wanted to bring up something. The last couple of podcasts or live streams you did, you brought up Justine, what's her name?
Musk, yes.
And the book that she wrote. Okay, so I looked at that, and I looked at when they were married, and she wrote that book the same year that they got divorced. So, yeah, it occurred to me that, all right, Lord of Bones, Fact or Fiction, what you described, that book is about a lot of the things that we've been talking about lately. And it seems to me like, I don't know, it's possible that, things go sour quite a while before people separate. And it's possible that maybe, is it fact or fiction? How much of it is fact? Yeah, and the whole book of Enoch that Lynn brought up too has to do with these fallen angels that inhabit bodies.
Right,
So,
and look, the storyline that she put for people who haven't heard Justine Musk, her book Lord of Bones, it contains this idea of clones and fallen angels needing a body to inhabit. So it contains the idea of possession, which is very similar to AI getting into a piece of hardware, but you're talking about like a spirit or something moving into a physical body. And they had to create vessels. And the interesting thing about it is it had to do with these underground tunnels or something. But my connection to this was that in the context of Thelemic or black magic, whatever you want to call it, what the New Agers around Crowley were practicing, a big part of it was the idea of the moon child, meaning you could summon something into the womb of a baby that's not born yet, and then it would somehow merge with it. And this whole idea is kind of part of that book. And I thought that's probably not a coincidence because if you look at JPL, Jack Parsons, and L. Ron Hubbard, and those rituals they were doing to summon a moonchild, it may have resulted in something because the priestess
Well,
in the right said she was the first to report a UFO.
dude, well, if you look at when things really started to go south, and you know, there's a lot of stuff that's probably been going on. You know, the church, I mean, they've been doing this stuff for a long time. But the 40s is when the nuclear bomb, they set off, you know, they figured out how to do that kind of fusion stuff
Right.
with hydrogen. And so that totally would point to some sort of welcoming of some kind of whatever dark forces that were giving human beings information that was going to speed things up on a certain level,
Ooh, good
namely
point.
self-destruction.
Okay,
Yeah. So
that's a strong point there because you're right. It was July 16th, 1945. And that's a very interesting date there because look, 716, that's the beginning of the nuclear age. And I kind of associate that date as the beginning of the real space age or man going to the moon because that's when the moon trip started, 716. And this is the date of course, the the Trinity Manhattan thing. And I'm thinking about it and it's like, yeah, it does seem like the timing of it, the new age, nuclear age, space age.
yeah, and by the time she wrote her book, um, 2008, there would be between 45 and that. There was plenty of time for whoever to build these massive underground structures that, you know, there were quite a few really straight laced high ranking military guys that would go on Art Bell. They seemed, you know, they had very detailed accounts of things that they saw that were so mind blowing. It's like, okay, are these guys making this up? A lot of them, you know, they were military guys and they sounded, you know, like squares, like straight up, you know, yes, sir, kind of guys that aren't going to make shit up like that. I guess if they're maybe, you know, if they're CIA plants or something, whatever. But there were quite a few, and you know, a lot of them went through a lot of shit because they had stories like that. You know, they were dragged through the mud and blackballed and lost jobs and stuff like that.
Sure.
So, I mean, there are accounts, and dude, some of those accounts that I've heard on Art Bell, they were freaking amazing. Yeah.
Well, what's pretty undeniable to me here is that you've got a pretty clear connection between what she was writing and what seems to be hypothetically insinuated to be going on, or at least possible, especially with all this talk about AI. Because what we're talking about is um, non-corporeal or non-biological entities finding a vessel to reside in. And maybe she got inspired by him, but you're right about the timing of it. And, you know, interestingly enough, during the time of the Moonchild rituals that were going on with Parsons and Hubbard and Cameron, that was the time during which Donald Trump was still in the womb, which is why the Twitter channel Donald Darkened is convinced that Donald Trump is the Antichrist. And by the way, do you have any opinion or guess about who his superhero is that he's going to reveal tomorrow?
Trump.
Yeah.
He said he's going to reveal his. So is this somebody we know, do you think? His superhero? I don't know. Superman. That's the first thing that comes to mind.
It's enigma. It's kind of a mystery. It was trending all day. Major announcement, all caps. He said, "Major announcement. The world needs a superhero." And then it said Thursday, December
Oh, he's going to make
15th.
something up, I'll bet. I'll bet you he makes something up. Maybe it's him with a Q on his chest.
You know, funnily enough, on the trailer that where he announced it, he comes out with his shirt open and it's a big T on his chest.
Oh, T for Trump. Okay. Oh, it's him. Yeah, see, there you go. I mean, yes, he is his own superhero. Absolutely. I mean, that makes sense, right?
Well, it's supposed to be a major announcement, and I kind of don't know. His caption says, "America needs a superhero. I will be making a major announcement." But you called it. He definitely does the laser eyes and Superman costume thing. No idea what it's about.
The world needs a superhero.
And not to
I
get
don't.
all hyper analytical about this commercial, but I do see a triangle and a pretty Masonic square and compass kind of built into it, but it's probably nothing.
Maybe it's Jesus with a T on his chest.
Yeah, well, we'll put that on the list here. Jesus, yay,
Yes,
JFK, and The Rock. Those are the guesses so far.
excellent.
I'm guessing it's gonna be a VP announcement, but we'll see. We'll know tomorrow. He's teasing it out there on purpose, obviously. Meanwhile, the J6 committee acts like they're going to arrest him at any moment.
Oh, yeah, all right. Yeah, they're dragging it out. Whatever. They've got a million fires going. Like you said, 48 hours and 24. That's the game right now. So,
Yeah, someone pointed
um,
out that today. I think it was Nicotromus pointed this out that on the Drudge Report today, and normally the main headline changes every few minutes, but the whole day was focused on Putin's big nuke and how at any minute it's
oh God.
like they've been dangling that out there for like what 6 months now.
Well, and yeah, and it was the North Korean before that. What's he going to do with his
Good,
missile?
good
Same
point.
thing, right?
Good
Yeah.
point. And I used to point this out too. I'd say, hey, look, if the whole agenda here is Psywar and fear-based mind control, all you would need to do is have your quote bad guys display this, and it would work. And it's just another obelisk that everybody cowers to, or bows to, submits to. It's another symbol of the cult. Not a coincidence, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't know. Um,
Well, look,
oh, all right.
it's
So,
actually the whole thing with obelisks and sun worship is very actually prevalent in North Korea. Specifically, if you look at their it looks like they adapted Easter, their day of the sun, and even the name of their initial founder. It's all sun worship, and the idea that their deity is personified in the leader.
wow, interesting. Yeah, I guess if you don't have Jesus or Muhammad, you've got something else, right?
Uh-huh. And then they even have a Mary. It's the mother of the revolution. It's the grandmother or the mother of the present dictator, who I think they said she was born on Christmas, or that's when they celebrate her. They celebrate her date. I'm like, so they
Now,
have
that doesn't make sense. What's up with that?
they've got Christmas, they got Easter when the
they were
founder of the country
they
was
were
born.
Jesus instead.
Look, they even I think he was born in a manger on a mountain, and a new star appeared in the sky. The dictator, the dead dictator who is still worshipped.
Oh,
So you have the Father in the heavens who's still reigning over the place, and then you have the representatives on earth. And yeah, there's just obelisks all over the place. I looked into it, very heavily encoded, specifically their counterpart to Easter, also a 3-day celebration that does involve this idea that he has become the sun.
okay. Well, yeah, that just goes along with all the
And
ancient
one
stuff.
and one more thing, 2019, Kim Jong Un, they thought he died, and it was during the
Right.
Holy Week, and they said he went into a quote vegetative state. Well, Osiris is a vegetation deity, and I was just saying, um, we're looking at this Easter Holy Week death resurrection theme, and they played it out even with him.
Yeah, what do you think about it seems like the big events like the psyop type or these sacrifices are on the equinoxes. What about the solstices? I mean, is it just do things just get quiet? What have we seen in the past during the solstice? Because
Well,
it's coming up.
good point. In 2019, on that solstice, there were a few things that really stood out to me. A lot of stuff in the big picture that really drew my attention to the phoenix, but it was on the 2019 solstice that there was a phoenix in the Aurora Borealis spotted above a abandoned or closed down Russian power plant. And I had correlated that with a few things because at that same time, Joaquin Phoenix was in the news. And we're looking at like this at the bigger picture, but there was the X-Men Dark Phoenix was out at that same time. And this is right after Nipsey Hussle had died. And you had the this track by Freddie Mercury called Time Waits for No One that had been shelved for 33 years that emerged. But anyway, my point is there was a summer solstice that was just heavily encoded with all kinds of references, mainly to the Phoenix, but the dead celebrity worship on that day was also very prevalent. Like I have noticed a lot of these types of things that do kind of correlate, but um, yeah.
Well, that makes sense.
And
That
then
makes sense.
one other
You
point is
know.
like on the winter solstice, which is like a week away. the sun dies on the Southern Cross for 3 days, kind of freezes in place. Well, on the summer solstice, on that side of things, that's when you have the sun going into Cancer, the crab, and it moves sideways for 3 days. Or it's kind of a similar thing.
Right, right. Yeah, yeah. And then we're getting close to the dog days. That's kind of preempts that.
Correct. Yeah. Okay.
Because that's intense. I guess there's, yeah, I guess we have New Year's coming up, but other than that, nothing till spring
Well,
as
of
far as the
course, yeah,
ritual stuff.
winter solstice next week, and then of course New Year's. The whole world will be gathered around a representation of the dog star, and they will be counting down, not knowing for the most part that this correlates to the dog star reaching its highest point at midnight
When did all that Kaepernick stuff happen, where they said he was dead?
last
Was that in the
January.
winter?
Last January,
Okay,
when
all right, okay.
Chesley Christ jumped off the Orion building, which is
All right,
Osiris to the
so
Egyptians, and
okay.
that was
Okay,
when.
so yeah, it's well, you know what? This totally makes sense. You know, the darkest time is when everybody just kind of hides and doesn't do anything. And so, and I'm recalling now the past several Januaries that a lot of shit seems to go down in January. So it's coming up.
Well, I'm looking at this repeated theme out there that you got these dangerous ideas or hateful ideas that have been let loose, that Musk has let open the floodgates to hate. And then you see the leftist celebrities that were the first ones to say, I'm quarantining, I'm masking up, I'm social distancing. Now they're virtue signaling by leaving publicly. And it's a big show, but I'm saying it's a parallel agenda. And I think they're going to make the justification that uh, we can't all just be idea super spreaders anymore because there are people with weak mental immune systems who can carry bad mind viruses to bad extremes. And they'll point to examples that they've created: QAnon, Club Q shooter, Buffalo supermarket shooter, all down the line.
Well, yeah, yeah, this is where it's been going for quite a while now. So, just chalk another one up. That's just, they just keep trying. And I can just hope that they're not successful because that would suck. So I guess we're going to see how far they can go without, creating some kind of mass problem, triggering the masses in a way that they don't really want to.
Yeah, that's one of the things they're dealing with. This potential of going too far, jumping the
Well, yeah.
shark,
Well,
and
and see, yeah, because you've been talking about it too. There's two sides of this. There's the fearful people that are going along with it and saying, oh, we have to get rid of, AKs and we have to, close shit down and not let people say certain things and all these stupid sex things that, you got to know what to call somebody. Um, but I lost my train of thought. Shit. Oh, so yeah, go ahead.
well,
I'm
yeah,
speaking.
well, for the most part, this I'm just thinking that if they can get the celebrities to say, "Hey, we all just need to lock down until it's safe out there," and the people who don't lock down, look, it's the same dynamic. The people who resisted lockdowns were on the right, and they resisted
Right,
lockdowns. They said it's an
right.
acceptable loss. We have to deal with it because my freedom, and that created a split. And I think they're going to create a split again along
Oh
the
wow,
same party
yeah,
line.
the Kraken and cracks. Yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
what I was going to say though is the other side to the fearful, cowering people are the ones that are real. I mean, I think we're noticing that there's a lot more people stepping up and saying, "Hey, wait a minute. Oh, that doesn't look real. Oh, what is this really about?" Or second guessing and questioning a little bit more. So we're seeing a rising on that side. Um, and so it's these
Well, look,
juxtapositions of this
I do
stuff going
see it.
on.
I do see a lot of skepticism in a lot of places that I never saw before, where people are right most of the time. But the other side of it is the other side of the aisle goes further into the dark. They further entrench themselves. And I feel like the people who are, quote, waking up or breaking free are counterbalanced by those that are doubling down. And it's kind of this, to me, it's almost mutually assured perpetual contention, perpetual warfare, maybe not destruction, but
Well, and I don't know. I see it as a tug of war, and what I see is that the dark, or the tyrannical forces have been slowly losing numbers in their grip. And when that happens, they pull out all the stops, and they get serious about what they're doing, and they've got limitless funds, so they can dump everything they've got into, because I think number one agenda is to keep control of the masses, and to dumb everybody down, and to lock down the information. This is the big thorn in their side, and that's why you can't get more than 1,000 subs, probably anywhere at this point.
Well,
Because
Rofkin, by the way, if anyone hasn't joined me there, Rofkin Infinite Plane Radio, I think we just crossed 1770. And
woo,
yeah, exactly.
yeah.
And then something else I added, Odyssey is one of the places where I uploaded the archives, and the RSS feed gets put out there to different places. Like before, they were able to pull the plug on the source and eliminate 25 podcasts. Well, now my source is unassailable. It's
Oh,
Odyssey.
this is awesome.
Yep.
Okay, so wow, so you've got a freaking audience at Rockfin. That's great.
Yep.
Good job.
Well, look, it
Good
tells you
job.
something too. Look, it tells you this. Rofkin, it's a platform few people have
Oh,
heard
it's
of.
Rockfin. It's funny,
Dude,
dude.
I have 1,800 subscribers on a platform nobody heard about. I can't get to 100 on YouTube without their army of snowflakes coming to see if I'm offending anybody potentially. It's amazing.
Yeah, well, yeah, YouTube is super gate kept at this point. There are still people getting out and saying, I think, I don't know who it was, maybe Rabbit in Discord posted this "The Truth Is" guy. And, I don't know if he ever goes live. Maybe that's one of the reasons he's kind of safe. He doesn't have a live chat, and maybe he doesn't go live. They're all just recorded and put up. He says basically the same things you do. He was careful not to say certain words, but otherwise it's a good data dump. Of course, they're shorter. And, I think you pegged it a while ago, Tim. You realize that it's your live chat and your calls that is the big target at this
The
point.
target is the think tank. It's the
Exchange
interaction.
of ideas. Yep.
Yeah, it's this
Exactly.
different structure that they don't want this to be the norm, I don't think, because if you look at how they control information, they want to bottleneck and manage everything. And what we're doing here is we're just letting everything out there and we're crowdsourcing
Yeah.
intel. And
Yeah.
I'm not an agent. I don't have parameters. And when I read some comment, nobody's here to tap me on the shoulder and say, "Oh, you can't read that one or delete that one." Nobody's trying that. And there's actually they used to. I mean, for people who don't know, deep inside the rabbit hole, Dearth, my first year live streaming, he used to call me after live streams and ask me not to say certain things. Don't say Alex Jones is Bill Hicks. Don't say nobody died on 9/11. He would tell me all kinds of things not to say, and I'm like, why are people trying
Teaching
to?
you to be a gatekeeper. Yeah, what's wrong with you? You're not doing your gatekeeper job.
I had another person calling me saying, "Oh, my friend so and so is going to be listening. She's very religious. Please don't criticize religion." And I'm like, "Who are these
Oh my
anonymous
God.
people calling me?" Look, this was a yeah, and it was
Like,
because at the time I had 400 or 500 people at every live stream, and it just seemed like all these questionable Fed type people are trying to steer it.
well, obviously missing the entire point of what you do, not to mention. And yeah, the whole freaking 2020 lockdown was all about, yeah, I remember you talking about, hey, oh, don't talk to your neighbor, don't make eye contact. Dude, what does that say? It's like the freezing of the freedom of exchanging ideas between human beings naturally.
They did say that. They did say don't make eye contact, and the idea was that don't initiate communication that might inadvertently get an exchange of germs or viruses or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm like interesting. Now it's spread through eye contact. But yeah, the whole idea was, I think, mostly spread through coercion of fashion, and the fear of not fitting in is a very powerful fear to tap into. And if you're the only person not masked in a room full of strangers, there's this subtle intimidation factor, and that's the power of fashion. And that's where fashion, I think, fits into the bigger picture of the hypermediation and propagandizing, and of course, communication.
Well, look at it. People are always following suit. I mean, God, dude, I went out of my way to dress differently than everybody. I never wanted to look like everybody else in high school. And that's all they did. As soon as a cool kid wore a certain thing, then everybody had it on within a couple of weeks. And that's just like, to me, that's like, I don't know, kind of base, base
Yes.
mental behavior.
Well, outside of high school, where you're a captive audience and you basically you have no escape. Have you ever seen examples of that real time where people base everything off of averaging themselves off with the crowd, mimicking
All
like,
the time, constantly. That's what everybody does. Yeah, it sucks. Yeah, certain, especially women with their fashion shit. That's interesting because women,
well,
women
I
are
think
powerful.
men do too. I see the same clone. Like I think I just saw that guy with the big truck, the neck beard, and the Trump flag. I saw him
Oh,
again. I saw him
right.
again. I saw him again. It's like no, it's a different one each time. Um,
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. That's a good point.
the
That's a
rolling
good point.
coal. Like if you're not a pedestrian here, you may not know about that, but these big truck types, I think it's just how they show their dominance over a biped. When they're driving by, they blast out black clouds on you, and they speed off before you
That
can get their
sucks.
license plate.
It's awful.
Yep. Yeah, I come home looking like I cleaned a chimney. No, not
Is
really,
it
but
that?
it's pretty.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
noxious though.
Well, yeah, it's that. I'm not going to use the word. We all know about people, certain guys that drive, excessively large trucks.
Yeah, they have big trucks because they have small truck energy. No, it. But the cloning thing, the mimicking, that's a huge part of this control system. It's
It is.
um,
It
and
is. It's monkeys.
that's why they
They're
need
monkeys.
yeah,
Yeah.
precisely, and this is why they need celebrities to lead the way.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and uh, I don't know. I've been seeing it for a long time, and I have no doubt that these people are completely controlled. They're under the thumb of whoever it is, the execs somewhere. And so, yeah, the execs, they jump, and the celebrities say, "What do you want?" They're just easily used.
You
And
know,
they,
uh,
and they're feeding off of that fame. I mean, they love attention. They're total egomaniacs. They want everybody to look at them. And so they're not going to say no, most of them, because they're addicted to that fame and getting the energy from all eyes looking at them. And so they don't want to go against that. They don't want to lose the eyes on them.
that's a good point because they call it the attention economy, and it doesn't really differentiate between positive and negative attention. You just get the attention, and that's why instead of singing songs that captivate our attention, Madonna's drinking out of a dog bowl on TikTok today because that's what gets you clicks. And I'm almost convinced that she pays Page Six and TMZ to pay attention to her acting badly because
Why not?
it's
She's got the
precisely.
money. Yeah. Yeah, good point. Yeah, they just pay off. Just look at me. I'm going to do this on a certain day. Come with your cameras. Yeah, not a problem.
Okay, commenter says some of us can't afford a new catalytic converter. Don't hate on rolling coal. LMAO, don't hate on rolling coal. LMAO. On a side note here, I have a link on it. It's now considered to be hate speech.
Hateful. Of course it is. Because,
This one is
of
unbelievable. I
course.
think it's learn
Oh my
more
God.
anti-Semitism online is what they're saying it means. It just made the news
Yes.
today. You can't LMAO anymore. You just hate speech.
On what? Where's that banned? Oh, it's just in general.
Yeah, just in general, like I think the crying laughing face is considered to be hate, and then the AOK symbol is hateful, and
Yeah, I got a nice big middle finger for that.
yeah, yeah, exactly. No, that's the right attitude, and the whole thing about free speech and all this stuff is separate, because free speech is really about government intervention and government controls. We're talking
This
about
is the bottom line.
to
This
me,
is the bottom line, Tim.
uh-huh.
You're right on, dude. This is what they're doing.
It's
Yeah.
culture war,
So
and this is because they don't want bottom-up culture. They want to be the ones to dictate with their celebrity idols that everybody emulates from the bottom. They don't want organic, and if they do, they go after it. It's all weaponized anthropology, crowd control through culture
yeah,
control, manipulation of, well, perception management. PR.
Yeah. Oh God, to the nth degree. Speaking of which, you bring this up frequently. How the Netflix co-founder is the descendant of Freud and Bernays, and that just kind of brought up the idea again of the bloodlines. You have a bloodline of controllers, and so there's no reason why that can't run. And like you said, those angels that came down, and they each had an evil thing that they taught the humans. Well, this could, and that it was the 22, right? The bloodlines and the what they specialize in. Each one something different. So
You know
I
what?
thought was interesting.
That's crossed my mind here. I've entertained this as a hypothetical for some time, but if you did have what they say, and this is the Transformers movie made me think about this. Do you remember I was talking about the West World focused on Hoover Dam,
The
and
dam,
the
yeah,
next day the dam blew up, and then or Transformer blew up. Well, the
yep.
Transformer movie was about these non-biological entities that needed a place to exist in this world, and they manifested essentially as like intelligent or AI. They look like, basically the same thing. What they were correlating here, though, is the Transformers with the fallen angels. And if you look at the iconography, the symbol of the black cube, it's kind of this idea that, yeah, you have these free roaming sentient beings without bodies that are just waiting to be able to somehow gain control of this place. And that's the idea of the origin of evil being, of course, these angels tampering with man's plans here.
Well, yeah, and if this and that the bloodlines is saying kind of the same thing, only in an organic way. They come into human bodies through incarnation, and those bloodlines are those groups that have come down through time and have been doing the same thing for a very long time. Ever since, peaceful agrarian, egalitarian societies were corrupted or taken over by the hordes that were violent, and it was the survival of the fittest rather than a peaceful art-based creative communities where the feminine and masculine were at peace with each other and living, cohabitating in a way that they didn't have weapons, basically.
Oh,
So they were
it's
easy
clear that they
toe to
put us
toe.
at war in so many ways, and it it kind of fits to me if you look at this storyline anyway, that you do have this recycled, reoccurring or serial reincarnating elite. And this would explain the bloodline thing. And it is kind of
I
just too
think
much.
so.
It's like, you tell me that Freud and Edward Bernays are related to the Netflix guy. And when you look at the big picture stepping back, I'm like, okay, those are a lot of connections, a lot of coincidences there.
Absolutely. Yeah, with the specialty that they have. And I'll bet if we applied this to other, let's look, maybe we can look back at Elon. Now, see, in this woman's book, this whole thing that kind of triggered this idea, um, he's obviously a blue blood. He's at the top. And so where are his relations and what's that going on? And all the, we can see the blue bloods. Maybe we can look for some more. But actually the Bernays thing and Freud and Netflix, wow, ways to control the human population and steer it. And so I think those are the ones that maybe would be more worth focus as, okay, maybe the bank bloodlines and
Well,
stuff like that.
this is interesting too that the television is essentially a black cube and it's being used to synchronize everybody. And I look at it as like the slate that everybody's on. We're all on the same sheet, and it's the blue ball in the black cube that has the masses now synchronized on. Now we're all seeing the face of the world. We're all in agreement. This is the shared worldview. It was,
Hell yeah.
I think we're all shown the face of God. Of course, it's fake, but that's the idol. And of course, the fact that it was emanating from this black cube, it has these occult connotations. But the idea that we are um, in bondage with matter, because that's what the black cube represents, and that we are
It
like,
is, and it perpetuates seeing through a glass darkly. And we've been talking a lot about mirrors God, I came across something like the next reset type things were fire and smoke, and I thought of smoke and mirrors, and we've been seeing, and then the whole Wonderland thing. Um, yeah, yeah, the way the obelisk is in our hands. I know, you brought up the ball in the black cube, and I was going to say that would be cool if you did a series. I know you made one picture like that. If you made a series, dude, I'd be interested in buying some of those art cards. That was a cool idea.
Yeah, it's to me it's a work of spellcraft in a way. It's an illusion, and that's one of the topics I like to delve into is illusion, because we're talking about propaganda and where psychological operations fit into everything. Because I think what we're looking at could be classified as stage magic on the world stage, and people are, they're spellbound by the
The whole
visuals.
thing is, yeah, the whole thing is, yes. That's why NASA, Hollywood, sci-fi writers, they all kind of tie in together. With yeah, NASA. Wow, what an enigma that whole thing is.
You
And I know
know,
you've been bringing up, yeah, the esoteric and the exoteric, and there's these both sides, and of course that seems kind of obvious, really. There are two sides to it.
and Pete Shea had made this comment about how all of these, these science fiction authors are all credited as being prophets because everything they write about comes true. Isaac Asimov, Jules Verne. And Jules Verne was the first to really conceptualize this idea of man going to the moon, and who fulfilled that. He was making this connection between science fiction and then people realizing these things. So you have Jules Verne, Werner von Braun, and now Elon Musk, who comes out of a book called Mars: A Technical Tale that von Braun, a friend of Walt Disney, von Braun
Mm.
wrote this book. I mean, some of these things are these connections are pretty intriguing. It suggests here that we're being told a story over multiple generations, and that's one other point too. And Lynn brought this up last night about the receivers of the propaganda are softened up for it. That the and I think visually we've been dumbed down specifically over the few generations that we've had TV. And interestingly enough, though, it's like H.G. Wells, War of the Worlds. Some of these stories they've been telling us in science fiction, they've been telling us for generations. It's like obviously
Hmm.
that's a I think it's a buildup.
Getting ready, yeah, yeah, and like, yeah, absolutely, and getting people ready to accept something without being too shocked or um, violently triggered. They want it to be, subdued and fearful rather than fight and flight kind of trigger type stuff.
Yeah, precisely. I think so. I think that that's the nature of psychological warfare. I mean, the idea of psyops are in military manuals. It's a force multiplier, and I don't think so. I think it's to the point where it's a replacement for actual force. It's more effective. It's just amazing to me that they had people cowering around their black box just at the drop of a. They just press a button and everybody goes home. It's like that movie Dark City. I mean, you mentioned that people are waking up, and I think uh, I think there's a potential
Well,
there. I think we're definitely
yeah,
maybe we're at a crossroads.
I would say so. Yeah. And what were you just saying? Shit, I was going to say
Well,
something.
about Dark
Sorry.
City, about how they push a button and everybody just goes lockstep, and how
Oh, right.
remarkable it is.
Yeah.
Just
So, yeah, to me, I don't know, when you say, this is instead of actual force, just getting people to do things without having to use force, to me, that's actually probably a good thing rather than have them actually bring out the freaking, troops, just having to show it on TV and get people to react. I don't know. You know, um,
yes, that's a white
maybe
pill.
maybe so many times. I mean, how many times can they do that before people look out their window and say, "Hey, wait a minute, they said something was going to happen and it didn't." But I know that they do have their smoke and mirrors and can make things look like they're happening too. So it's what the masses are gullible and willing to believe. I mean, yeah,
Well,
yeah,
there's
you've been saying that for a
a
while.
white pill is what JLB called it, which it's essentially good news. And the reason why this matters to me is, and I find articles about this, believing this stuff to be real in advance is not only logically fallacious and it's an inversion of how you're supposed to process information, but it can
Right.
actually do psychological harm. Psychology Today put out this article, Doom Scrolling and the Manipulation of Anxiety. And I'm
Mm.
thinking, why would you need anxiety unless you really believe these things were real and these people were dying in these ways? Once you figure out how much is theater, it removes that anxiety. That's one
Yeah.
reason alone why I think it makes more sense to take a more impartial view and not get emotionally entangled into every single headline.
Yeah, yeah, and we can hope that people, if people get to a certain point where, like my brother, I mean, he's like a chronic worrier, and he was watching the news, and then he'd be always depressed and complaining about it, and strung out and flipped out, and I finally convinced him to stop watching the news, and he still thanks me for it. He's like, I'm so much happier now that I don't look at that stuff anymore. So I could only hope that people get to a certain point where they realize, I don't know, that their own peace of mind is actually more important than thinking they need to stay up on things because something might happen that they're afraid. There is
Sure.
a point.
Or you change the premise where it doesn't mean you have to turn it off. It just means you don't react to it immediately. You take time to process the information.
Well,
And
that you need an analytical person for that, Tim. And I'm sorry to say, I don't think the majority are very analytical.
well, the thing is, they haven't been taught to be. They're selectively analytical. Like
That's
there
good.
are
That's
people
true.
who can do, there are surgeons out there, people, the sharpest minds, steadiest hands, most practiced surgeons out there who believe all the fake BS. And it's not that there's anything wrong with them. It's just a matter of, I think they have accepted a few faulty starting points for how they process information in the modern world, and it's by design. We're born into a matrix, and people can't see it because they were born into it. And this is why I use the phrase off world stage media. Until you step off the world stage, you can't see it for what it is, objectively, and look at the actual patterning and the storytelling.
Absolutely. No, it's totally true. You have to take a step back to look at the whole picture without being triggered. So that's key.
Yep.
You have to be objective, look at it, and look at, like, I was just thinking about, because I have a couple of people I talk to, and they poo-poo, stuff like the flat Earth stuff, and it's just like, wait, all right, so tell me why people can say the craziest, wild stuff on YouTube, but somebody mentions the words, quote, flat Earth in the title of their video, and you have to have a Wikipedia thing tacked to the top of it saying how ridiculous flat Earth is. It's like, all right, wait a minute. So you got people talking about, green aliens and their bacon walked off their plate and came alive one day or crazy shit like that. And I noticed too that the Truth Is podcast, he had the word Illuminati in his title of what he, one of his posts, and they had a Wikipedia thing tacked to the top of it to explain to you what Illuminati means.
I mean, look, to me, that's why we have conspiracy theorists. Everything they do looks like damage control. Oh, we got a leak.
Yeah.
Put a patch on it. All I see are patches over leaks. It's like, okay, they're not putting warning labels on Bigfoot or green aliens for a reason. They want you to overdose on that. They don't want you to have this. And the reason why flat Earth is a disruptor is it it involves entertaining a hypothetical. And that's a
Yep.
dangerous step. I mean, you don't even, I mean, imagine like you would never entertain certain hypotheticals that would cause you to question everything that you thought you knew about a loved one. It's a painful
Well,
thing.
not only that, but you've got a point is that there actually is something that they're hiding. There's something going on here that we don't know.
True.
And it probably has something to do with the space program, too.
You know what? That's one thing we can all agree on. Flat, round, oblate, spheroid. They're hiding something because what they've shown us is cartoon and CGI. Like that much is obvious to anybody paying attention. And I'm more interested not in proving that they're lying to their believers, but in finding out what's behind those lies. What are they covering up for? That's where my interest is.
Yep. Yep.
All right. Well,
Awesome.
hey, thank you for calling. It's
Okay.
been about 42 minutes. Appreciate the call as
Hey,
always.
That was a nice discussion. I enjoyed that.
Awesome, me too, and I think all the callers as well. Appreciate it as always. Have a great night.
Yeah, you too, Tim. Good night.
All right, I think I have a voicemail to address here. Let me go ahead and play this.
Hey, just piggybacking off of great conversation last night with Lynn. I wanted to reflect on the conversation she had really quickly with the 20-year-old bartender or 21-year-old bartender who, as an example, that the younger generations will typically believe this, that the psyop was a psyop. So I'm wondering if it's proximity, if you can reflect really quickly on the proximity to the psyop. For instance, military personnel or people in the neighborhood of Watertown, Massachusetts, with the Boston bombing and stuff like that. They will typically believe, the psyop better, right? Whereas someone who was born, in comparison, someone born, after 9/11, looking back, they'll, see, oh yeah, how could you not see that that was like a psyop, So something to reflect on. My generation, in our late 30s, it's what's also similar is, thinking starting World War II maybe, might be, a psyop,
Okay, great points here. And one thing, yes, there are generational psyops, and they're all interrelated. But the new duck and cover is the mass shooting thing. But what he's mentioning here, of course, is how people who are closer to the scenes tend to be more emotionally attached to it or invested in it. And this is something that I pointed out before. No blood, no tears. You're like, oh, this is a massacre. Where's the blood? Where's the actual tears? But then the next day, what do you have? Candlelight vigils, lots of tears. Red Cross taking donations of blood for the victims. So there you have them. They're sucking up blood and getting tears out of the event. But for the most part, let me go ahead and continue here for a moment to the rest of his message.
back in the day, how we talk about, Pearl Harbor and stuff like that, how, there, if we dig deep, there's some, psyopy stuff there too. So I won't go into details, but I think you have the, perspective that I think you can elaborate a little bit. What is, the perspective of, I guess now I'm digressing a little bit, but
The next psyop. The next major psyop, in my view, is the one that they're going to use to justify internet lockdowns, internet quarantine. They've been building up to this, and I made a prediction about this in 2020 as to specifically what I think it's going to be. I'm not going to say it now, other than to say I think it's going to be some kind of okay, think about this. We're talking about memes. Look at the meme of Derek Western chauvinism on the neck of George Floyd. How powerful that image was and what it catalyzed. That's the power. This is why they're engaged in meme control. Just like one person with a bowl of bat soup can infect the whole world, one person with an internet connection and a meme can infect the whole world. They're applying the pandemic model to the meme-demic, which they are saying is threatening civilization. And I happen to think it ties in very strongly to the trifecta of free speech absolutism, Trump, Musk, Ye. And I think what's happening is Musk is being set up to be perceived as some kind of a villain, letting this thing loose, opening the floodgates. Ye is out there openly fetishizing Hitler. Rolling Stones just did a hit piece on him saying he's been in love with Hitler for 20 years. 20 years he's been pushing Hitler, and he built his career on Hitler's marketing tactics and techniques. That's what Rolling Stone just put out. I mean, just looking at these characters together, Trump, Ye, Musk. Well, look what happened on Twitter. You have the Twitter exodus. The leftists are leaving because of anti-Semitism, because of hate speech, etc. And now, last month you had the Club Q shooting, blamed on the far right, blamed on the QAnoners. You see, it's all building up very fast here to where something's going to happen, and it's going to be blamed on free speech, Musk, Ye, Trump. Something along those lines. Free speech is going to be the target. So when I look at these psyops and I evaluate them, I ask myself, what is the purpose? Why would they be faking this mass trampling, this mass shooting? And I'm saying the reason why they're doing this, it fits the pattern for 2020. I think there's going to be a psyop, and the reason is going to be censorship. And that was one of the cited reasons for the Buffalo shooting and the Club Q shooting. Censorship wasn't put in place, and hate speech leaked. A hate virus got into the mind of the shooter who went and killed a bunch of people. Let me play a few more seconds of the voicemail. Tony Driscoll says language is the true virus. Now, didn't William Burroughs, was it William Burroughs, say language is a virus? Someone had actually, if it wasn't Burroughs, it was, I'll see if I can find it. Not 100% relevant, but I think there might be something to it because, again, it was Richard Brody, creator of Microsoft Word, who put out the book Virus of the Mind. Yeah, William S. Burroughs actually said, quote, language is a virus from outer space. Okay, that's even stranger. I thought it was just language is a virus. Language is a virus from outer space. Let me play a clip here, the rest of this message.
Can you elaborate on the proximity to, what a psyop is and how we can, bravely walk through, how like the next psyop will be, whether we predict it or not. All right. Thanks, Dan. Bye.
Yes, great points here. And look, there is a methodology here. I woke up at 3 a.m. My auto hoax senses were tingling. I looked up on Twitter and it's like, wow, there was a mass shooting at Club Q. Here's how I know it's a hoax. And I was immediately able to figure out the narrative behind it, who would be scapegoated. So here's the thing you look for. Look for who gains, who's the scapegoat, and then look at the protocol. And this is where the Institute's going to provide a lot of these, the frameworks for analyzing these things, because there has to be a methodology here. It's not random. It's not a question of real or fake necessarily. It's what are they presenting? And then, of course, from there, how is it faked? What's the purpose behind the fakery? And one of the key things is, for example, eyewitnesses. If there's a mass shooting, do you know for a fact that there's only one shooter? How do you know there's not a second one? It seems like the media are always very confident running right up to the scene of the massacre and reporting on it, even though the shooter may not have been caught yet. They might still be in a dangerous area. How do they know? Then you have children running up to the camera to talk about the school shooting. It's like, these minors would have to have waivers from their parents to even address the camera, and it's not even advisable to put yourself on TV as a witness to a crime. Like, there are all kinds of things we can point out that would just give you reasonable doubt as to what you're being told as being real or fake. And for people who really started looking at fake news at the space program, they might find this easier because once you realize one rocket launch is fake, the next one is fake, the next moon landing is fake. You're not saying, is the next time they go up to the moon going to be real? Is the next CubeSat launch real? No, it's pretty much fake all the way down. Where is this? Oh yes, I rated my Twitter app, and I'm not going to pay $8 for a blue check. Although I thought it would be fun to blue check as somebody else, but I don't think you can do that anymore. Anyway, I rated it 5 stars, and I put Elon fakes space. It's one thing that's not going to get out there. Yay with his NASA shirt, his NASA swag. I don't think he's going to call space fake. I don't have my hopes up for that. All right, listen to this. Portland officials say statewide attacks on electrical substations were deliberate. 7 plants across America sabotage. Suspicion is it's a right-wing protest over drag events. This storyline is something I've already talked about. I said the white nationalists called the base. And again, Al-Qaeda actually translates to the base. But there was a group of white nationalists called the base that were in Portland plotting to attack. Look at this, February 23rd, 2022. 3 men plead guilty to conspiring to provide material support. Here we go. White supremacist ideology. They wanted to attack power grids in the United States. Now, again, this is from February. 10 months ago, the exact thing that just happened was being planned, supposedly. And I'm looking at the storyline. The group is called the Base. Again, Al Qaeda means the base. I predicted this, that this is going to happen, but now we're seeing another element to it. They're doing this in response to drag shows. This brings in the Taliban MAGA ban element here. It's over different standards of morality. It's like morality policing. And remember, Nick Fuentes, who's up there with Ye, he would be in support of this. And, the idea of drag queens in front of children is a huge provocation. And I don't know if anybody really would, I don't understand it. I mean, honestly, I'm not against protesting any of this. What I'm saying is this seems like a big setup to make it look like you got some new um, ultra Christian nationalist morality squad taking it into their own hands. And it fits. Nick Fuentes, for example, believes that women should not be allowed to vote. That what are they doing out of the kitchen? He literally believes that. He believes dating is, he doesn't say the word sinful. This is the America First, Jesus First thing that Ye's about, but that dating is wrong, that you shouldn't be doing anything unless you're having babies in marriage and it's got to be sanctified by the church. I mean, that's their whole thing. It's MAGA ban, is what I'm saying. Totally invented. All right, this has been great. I want to say, yes, We says, I remember you bringing up that exact storyline of grid sabotage. That's one of the reasons why I do the 24/7 live stream. I go back through the archives because I think we need to look at, like the QAnoners talk about, the past proves the future. I'm just saying, predictive programming is a predictive model for seeing what's coming, and we've been very accurate about this. Diana South says, Amish terrorists knocking out the electrical power. Well, it's an unbelievable story. I didn't see this twist coming, but now with the Club Q, and one more thing, Club Q was basically a repeat of Orlando, Portland, the Pulse nightclub shooting. Well, remember, the Pulse nightclub shooting was done by a Taliban guy, a Taliban influenced shooter. So now you have the introduction of the American Taliban. Like I said, everything is switched from the external Islamic terrorist threat radicalized by the Quran to the domestic violent extremist threat radicalized by QAnon. They just transplanted the whole story perfectly and it's worked. Let me play this clip here. Shocking new info on the $100 bill. This is from Prideless Chicks.
Missiles right here. Here's a contrail of a missile coming in, exploding. Coming in from this side right here, exploding. The reason I'm showing it to you on this is because once you put it in a higher resolution, it's difficult to see. But with the naked eye, here again is the contrail coming in, missile exploding. This is going to be New York City, and you're going to see the water coming through now after this. Here are the buildings.
Okay, this individual has taken a $100 bill, which we've pointed out. The $20 bill predicts 9/11 in a myriad of ways, even the Pentagon, Twin Towers. The $100 bill shows a nuke above the Space Needle. The $50 bill's got the Hoover Dam breaking. But here he is found. The $100 bill also seems to show New York, some of Putin's missiles likely coming down, and causing some kind of a flood. But he adjusts the contrasts or picks the resolution several times, and it creates an animation of missiles coming in and hitting New York.
All of this is going to turn to waves coming in from those nukes that went down, and they're going to be destroying the city. Watch. Here it goes. There it is. See it? See how it changed? See how it gets all fluffy? Boom. There it is. Buildings being wiped out. There it is. See the water?
Now, one thing, these aren't coincidences, but one thing this also tells you is that the meta scripting is in the currency. And think about the significance of currency this morning, and I'll get into this again soon. I was talking about the pyramid on the back of the dollar bill, the 1776, what it represents, America as the Tower of Babel. The currency cannot be understated as a repository of predictive programming and symbolism. And the fact that it would be integrated with the biggest psyops, yeah, it makes perfect sense. Makes perfect sense. Again, Podcast Addict is now hosting Infinite Plane Radio, and it's also carrying our videos. It's all being sourced from Odyssey. But if you don't want to miss anything, or if you came in mid live stream and you want to get the archives, go to ips.monster and get on the newsletter. And if you sign up now, you get 50% off if you sign up and become a full-fledged member of the IPS, which gives you access to everything we do, cutting edge research, and everything in the server is pretty much open source. You can add, you can steal our memes. You pay to come in, but the memes are free. We won't go hunting you down for those memes like the mind vaxxers if you stop paying the fees. And all of it goes to support the growth of what this actually is. And you know what this truly represents is a breakaway civilization. The off-world stage media has room for many, many more people. And the bigger it gets, the more effective it gets. And that would explain the resistance that we've consistently faced. And that's one of the reasons why they try to limit its growth. But we've worked around it. Anyway, this has been great. This is Dinosaurs in Space, Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms. I'm going back to the 24/7 stream. I'll put a link to Chief Crow's Spotify in the chat below.
On an infinite plane, they telling me different things. That's the pills be pulling strings, but I know they playing the games. Since I found out today, I live on it.
All right, I'm cutting off that previous live stream. We're starting about 3 minutes early. Phones are going to be open here momentarily. It's 833-311-1984. The first thing I want to do is go through voicemails. And if you're looking at the screen, the sign is now on. We are open. And the number on the screen is there, 833-311-1984. The big news of the day, which is something of a letdown, I guess, well, we'll see, is that the big announcement that Donald Trump was preparing the world for, this announcement that the world needed a superhero, and he was going to present it. Well, it turns out that he is that superhero, and it was in reference to some NFTs that he's released. Donald Trump NFTs.
Hello, everyone. This is Donald Trump. Hopefully your favorite president of all time, better than Lincoln, better than Washington, with an important announcement to make. I'm doing my first official Donald J. Trump NFT collection right here and right now. They're called Trump Digital Trading Cards. These cards feature some of the really incredible art.
So there he is in an astronaut suit, the number 45 behind him, a composer. And I noticed the proportions on a lot of this is God-like. He looks like some Greek god.
Exciting. You can collect your Trump digital cards just like a baseball card or other collectibles. Here's one of the best parts. Each card comes with an automatic chance to win.
You know, he ought to do some cameos on these pillow commercials for his friend Michael Lindell. But they're $99 a piece, and it's right on time for Christmas, and you can own as many as you want. And if you buy 45, there's a chance you might get into a Zoom conference or a dinner meeting with Donald Trump himself.
But it's what we have. Or golf with you and a group of your friends at one of my beautiful golf courses, and they are beautiful. I'm also doing Zoom calls, a one-on-one meeting, autographing memorabilia, and so much more. We're doing a lot. My official Trump digital trading cards are $99, which doesn't sound like very much for what you're getting. Buy one and you will join a very exclusive community. It's my community, and I think it's something you're going to...
Okay, well, that was the big announcement. I was hoping, I had some hopium. I thought maybe this is a prank, a deep fake, and there's nothing else. There's no aliens, there's no JFK, The Rock's not going to be his running mate. None of the things that we had hopes up for are going to come true. And you got to pay to be a part of this. So it's really not something I'm all that interested in. ESL says, wow, the mighty have fallen. Well, the night before, the channel Donnie Darkened, who's convinced that Donald Trump is the Antichrist, said it's all going along according to the plan. He felt very vindicated. Like he was letting us know that tomorrow's the day, and this is it. But it's been like a month of nothing burgers. I'm not surprised at all. If you recall, it was the Biden laptop, Twitter files, none of that panned out. I'm just not really all that let down because, well, I've been let down incrementally, I guess, over time. But there are people who have their hopes up, and I did find some QAnon interpretation here, which could give you some hopium, or some hope. It's a little bit of a tenuous thread here. In fact, this is very weak, but I think some people might take this as a sign. It's from Mike Rothschild, of all people. He's the one who wrote the book Q the Coming Storm. He said there are 3 phases of QAnon hearing that Trump's major announcement was about NFTs. 1, anger. They're pissed off. They think it's a joke. 2, denial. There must be something more. It has to be 12D chess. And number 3, hopium. It's been 1,700 days since Q made a drop about a, quote, Trump card. So it's comms. Comms meaning secret communication between Q and the believers. So it's been 1,700 days since the last Q drop pertaining to a Trump card. Fascinating. Now, how many Q drops reference Trump cards? Let's say there's 20 or 30. You would have to include that and say, well, it's one of 30 references. I mean, I don't think this idea of retroactively applying Q drops in the past to the future, I don't think that's legit. It's kind of on par with reading your daily horoscope, and if you don't like it, you just read the next one over. I might be a Libra, but I'm going to go ahead and read Scorpio. Theirs is a little more attractive. Like, that's not how it works. ESL says it's the 3 stages of grief. Right. Trust the NFT, says Zin Velis. It was very infomercially. It really was. Like, this has got to be some punishment, some kind of a joke. Very infomercially. Is this the guy that almost overthrew the government? Like, that's the thing. I don't see it as like lending credence to what J6 is trying to convict him of. But along these lines, we have a couple of other things here, a couple of notes here. One, Musk has been stoking the QAnon, what do you call that? Cult. I mean, he's been feeding them little drops, but this one here, this is a little bit of truth or chicken feed. Follow the white rabbit. Like, that's classic QAnon stuff. Doesn't explain it. It's enigmatic, but it says what it says, which basically refers to, I believe, adrenochrome, and follow that whole rabbit trail. It leads straight to like Pizzagate, more or less. Waynell says Trump will be on late night selling knives and pillows. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You know, about a month ago, we put out a 3-minute cartoon, and it was Candace Owen and Kanye, or Ye, and they were meeting with the Pillow Man, and they had a deal. He had a lot of leftover pillowcases that were unsold because none of the box stores carry him anymore because of censorship. Ye and Owens had a plan to kind of fill in for where Adidas left off, and basically the plan was, let's take your pillows and make them into Klan hoods and sell them with the White Lives Matter label. Anyway, I thought it was a great idea. I'm actually surprised they haven't tried that, but I mean, a merger of some kind. But no, that cartoon was taken off of TikTok in like 5 minutes. Like, the censorship thing is real, and I'm really kind of tired of it. And today I took some meaningful action on that. You know how YouTube has been handing over copyrights to this channel to another person Because this person bought a domain, they bought timosmond.com, and they wrote YouTube's legal department and they said that they are me, referring to me. And since then, YouTube has not recognized my copyrights. In fact, if I file a copyright claim, they will delete my channel, saying that I'm abusing their system. And if this person flags my channel for copyright violations, I lose it. So you want to know how we lost 150 channels? Well, this is how. But now, if you're looking at the screen, it's change.org. You can find this at any of my sites right now, and I mailed this out. Stop YouTube LLC from suppressing the Infinite Plane Radio podcast. And what I published here on a petition is a very succinct one-page explanation for how YouTube unwittingly handed over the copyrights of this podcast to another YouTuber who was impersonating me, and how I have evidence that actually, in fact, nails him as, well, he brags about it. But this is the perp. And YouTube is also a perpetrator in this, whether they intend it to be or not. My point being, on a petition, I included this, a criminal complaint, and I'm asking that YouTube gives back my copyrights, and I'm hoping to get as many people as I can to back this petition, because it's really an underdog thing if you think about it. This rich guy, Goldfinch, millions, hundreds of millions possibly, is squatting, cyber squatting, stealing the content year after year, and YouTube gives him benefit of the doubt. I have hundreds of examples of false copyright strikes that he has filed. Each one being another instance of perjury. I mean, this is a big mess. And I'm just saying that there's the best way, in my opinion, to get attention to this thing and to drag Goldfinch out into the light eventually, but also to make YouTube pay, because they owe me. They really owe this channel for what they've done here, is to draw attention to it. And if I can get 100 signatures, like in the first 24 hours on change.org, it's far more likely it'll be a featured petition in their recommendations. 33 have signed so far. I appreciate it. Everyone here who's signed. I got a message from Anthony, says, YouTube, please fix this. Yeah, you can sign it and leave a message. But if you want to sign it, just go over to infiniteplane.media or ips.monster, or just check your email, because I sent it. It's on all my social media. But the point is, we want to get 100 signatures tonight. The chat bot will also be sharing it, so just wanted to kind of bring that up really quick here. ESL says, how can somebody take ownership of your voice? Here's how. And this is just an excerpt, because he bragged about it. And this is in 2018. He's been doing this for years. He said, and this is going to, here we go, Dear YouTube, to trademark at support.youtube.com, I am the legal owner of the name Tim Osmond and Infinite Plane Society. These are two of my brand names. That is me in the video speaking. The email addresses he sent from, info@infiniteplanesociety.org, which I don't own, info@timosmond.com, which I don't own. He's been squatting on many domains, stealing traffic, and using these domain email addresses to pose as me and claim my content. He's done this for years. That's how we got pulled off of these other, we were pulled off of 25 platforms last month. That's why I have dug back into this. I've been doing a lot of research into the matter, a lot of legal research, and this is a winning strategy. I need to get thousands of signatures to make this work, but the evidence speaks for itself. He stole my voice. He's able to claim it. YouTube does not take my side in this. Not only that, but there's a few flaws in how they handle this type of situation in the first place. If I were to file a copyright notice to YouTube, they would reject it and say, well, you have to have an account and then use our web form. If you do that and they don't accept your claim, they delete your channel. They've been doing this to me for years. But my point being, they've been rejecting valid copyright takedown notices for years and giving the benefit of the doubt to a bad actor who admits that he stole it. Plus, he's a stalker. I mean, there are so many elements to this. But for some reason, they've taken side. And therefore, I'm accurate in saying that YouTube has been suppressing the Infinite Plane Radio podcast. Those of you who were listening here, like 2019, know that we had more than 10,000 subscribers. This has been a repeated theme. Most of you here know it. But this person is claiming that he is the person speaking right now. And his claim is so strong that he used to shut us down during live streams when he wasn't busy working at the White House communication office. Waynell says, do those pillows come with eye holes? Right. Well, they're just about there. Ye has actually come out and, well, I mean, he's already admitted that he loves Hitler. And this isn't just a trolling talking point. His history with Hitler goes back 20 years. And I believe that, who was it that hung out with Elon Musk one night? There's some model who spent the night at Elon Musk's house. And I don't know what she was expecting, but I know that she was claiming that he was on LSD, was tweeting all night, and had a copy of Mein Kampf by his bed. I think Grimes was out. It was Azealia Banks. The Billionaire House Hostage Saga of Azealia Banks, Elon Musk, and Grimes. The story, as I understand it, Grimes left Azealia under the care of Musk, and he was tripping on acid, tweeting incessantly, and at the peak of this thing, I think this is when he called that submarine rescue situation guy a pedo. I mean, the whole thing was insane. But she did say that he had a copy of Mein Kampf at his bedside. Yep, here we go. Azealia Banks exposing Elon Musk for tweeting while on acid while she was waiting for Grimes at her home. August 2018. Now anyway, she said, quote, I waited around all weekend while Grimes coddled her boyfriend for being too stupid to know not to go on Twitter on acid, Banks wrote, concluding, it was probably some weird threesome sex shit to begin with. This reference to Musk tweeting on acid referred to a thread where he announced his intention to take Tesla private at $420. Most of you already remember all of this. There's nothing new. I mean, he's been this designated troll for some time. But the Hitler thing, anyway, has just kind of resurfaced because Musk, maybe, Kanye, certainly. I mean, not only has Kanye claimed, or it's said that he's been into Hitler for 20 years, but I think the album Ye was going to be called Hitler. I mean, it sounds like a joke. All right, going through some comments. Now, I'm going to be sending out text message alerts very soon. We're just filling up the tank here. That's just how things go. But the good news is, I'm back on TuneIn. Infinite Plane Radio's TuneIn account was shut down back in October after I talked to Fakeologist, who just got kicked off of Discord again and has moved to Gilded. Yeah, that guy's misinformation is so toxic, apparently. But it was October 27th. I talked to Fakeologist, and everything was just deleted. And someone complained. They said my TuneIn app hasn't updated in a month. And I went over to TuneIn, and I synced it up with a new source, and now it's going to be uninterrupted. So we're back on TuneIn, Podbean, iHeartRadio, and Spotify will be picking us up again as well. And look, we lost out 4,000 subs. There's 24 people watching. We should have 500. And the reason why they want to keep the numbers low on live streams is because of what we do here. It's illegal thinking. Well, it's not illegal, but it's considered to be a form of I don't know, hate speech. Everything's hate speech these days. Even LMAO is hate speech. Now it stands for learn more anti. I don't know. There's some kind of everything's hate speech. All right. Oh yeah. Someone asked Elon Musk if he was into Q, and his response was LOL, which makes me think that's accelerant on the fire because it's kind of a QAnon type of thing to respond with. It's meme-ish. Like, why wouldn't you openly disavow something like that if you weren't associated with it? Like, no, I do not believe this stuff. And if anybody needs to disavow any kind of a connection to Q, it's got to be Musk because he's one of their main characters. The QAnon narrative happens to involve Elon Musk saving the world with this global electronic broadcast sent from his 42,000 CubeSats. Stuff they actually believe. And you can mock QAnoners, but what they believe isn't any stranger than what religious fundamentalists of any of the mainstream denominations believe. It's just newer. It's just a new iteration of it. I mean, the Christian nationalism today is really a step deeper than I think it's ever been. Like now they literally worship their would-be president as some kind of Christ stand-in. Oh, good point. ESL. Nobody has said this yet. Kanye, spelled C-O-N, yay. Yeah, I've been using the word like Charles Ye Manson or O Ye Simpson. Yeah, Kanye wore the mask to hide his duper's delight on Alex Jones. Now, I think it's all symbolic, this mask and what it represents, but in a way, could be. Although, I don't know, I've seen him say equally insane things on other platforms without a mask on. I find it strange that he's hanging out with Nick Fuentes, who endorses not only racially pure governments and white nationalism, which is like, how does Ye fit in that picture long term? I don't quite get it. But Fuentes also believes that dating is evil and women shouldn't vote. What are they doing out of the kitchens? Like, that's the level of individuals that you're looking at with those two. It's a total clown show. ESL asks, was Trump intentionally embarrassing? You know, I would like to think so, but I think there's a point where if you're only surrounded by yes men and yes women, you might not get the kind of insight to know if you're jumping the shark, if you're embarrassing, if you're contradicting any of the image, anything that you've built up in the past with regard to your reputation. Like I said, you're telling me the guy that almost overthrew the U.S. government is now selling $90 NFT collectibles out of the trunk of his car? Like, it's ridiculous. It could also be something more simple, though, because what was he actually selling? Or, yeah, I mean, he's selling. He's selling NFTs, and these are memes. And if there's anything that we could say about this entire PSYOP entertainment complex, it's really about whoever memes the most wins. I think that's the bottom line. Scientology understands that pretty well. Jehovah's Witnesses understand that very well. And what is he doing but disseminating memes? Memes as himself, with himself represented as a comic book hero. And he said he's better than Lincoln and better than Washington. You have an image of him holding and I'm not trying to dig too deep into the symbolism here, but he is holding the Statue of Liberty's torch, and the Statue of Liberty, of course, is, it depends on who you ask. But I've seen some pretty convincing evidence that you're looking at Lucifer in drag, and happens to have a book right in time for, right, and perfect for story time. But there's Trump holding the torch of Lucifer. Cool image, though. Great art. And I think maybe this is just about building up his image again. Like, if you remember the 2016 election, it was pretty much nothing but Trump memes. God, Emperor, Trump, King, Trump on a tank with Rambo muscles and a bazooka and an American flag and an eagle on his shoulder. Like, this is just, to me, this is recycling 2016. ESL asks, who but Kanye could keep a straight face that long on other platforms? I think he's been saying this stuff for some time. I've watched the other platforms. He says the stuff straight-facedly, and I believe I think he does believe it. Mainly because of the supposed propaganda prowess of Hitler and his supposed persuasiveness. Like, there's this kind of myth that Hitler was just very convincing and a great orator and convincing speaker. I don't know if that's true. The same was said of Charles Manson. Like, he had hypnotic mind control, and in fact, Danny Trejo, the actor, was in jail with Manson and claimed that Manson could hypnotize you into feeling like you were high on drugs. Absurdities. The guy wasn't charismatic. He was if it was real, if anything would explain his control, he was picking up runaways. He's in his 30s. They're teenagers. I mean, He's giving them drugs. I don't think you're looking at a some kind of a diabolical genius there. But on the Charles Manson case, I'm very much inclined to think the entire thing was a movie, probably directed by Roman Polanski, whose wife was the star. You know, the one who got her guts ripped out and the baby ripped out. And of course, he was later implicated in something having to do with Quaaludes and an underage girl at a party, eyes wide shut type stuff. Then he films Ninth Gate with Johnny Depp, friend of Marilyn Manson. Ninth Gate, all about Satanism. But anyway, he directed Rosemary's Baby, about the devil's baby. All kinds of interesting connections between Hollywood movie magic and Satanism. And speaking of which, and when I say Hollywood movie magic, I'm talking about psyops. But this is an interesting connection here. I was listening to a Jordan Maxwell lecture the other day, and he was talking about druids and how the word druid means knower of the oak. And someone pointed out that the word Elon means oak. And the significance here is that the druidic orders supposedly use the holy wood. Their wand comes from the holly tree, the Hollywood tree. And Hollywood is movie magic central. And I just think that's kind of interesting that you have Elon Musk. Now think about this, who came out of the imagination of von Braun, Werner von Braun, friend of Walt Disney. Mars, a technical tale about the Elon who colonizes Mars. He's a construct. Outer space is Hollywood magic. SpaceX is Hollywood magic. Druidic magic, you could say. In fact, when I was talking to Jordan Maxwell about this, he's like, it's not the Jews that control Hollywood, it's the Druze, the Druids. And I think this is accurate because, of course, his name, Oak, it's too perfect. Lily Bell says, this must be a replay. Mick Dirtywork says, Jordan, rest in peace. Let's continue. Yes, oak tree. Very interesting connection there, I'm saying. You know, recently I've been listening to a lot of liberal podcasts, and they all talk about influencers on the right. Conspiracy theorist influencers. Every time I hear influencer in this term, it makes me think of influenza. Influenza spreaders. And I don't think that's a coincidence. If you just look at the way they use words in general, conspiracist, well, it makes perfect sense. You're spreading memes they don't like. And it made me think of that 2017 Economist magazine cover where it said, Sharp Power, the new shape of Chinese influence. And that's where I first made this connection between influence and influenza, because this is the novel Chinese flu. And on the cover is the ball earth looking like a COVID, but it's only painted red where China is, because it hasn't gone pandemic yet. Like, this is a perfect illustration of the pre-pandemic world. And the new shape, I mean, this is, again, predictive programming. Worth pointing out here that this use of influencer, though, is being used synonymously with influenza and the spreading of memes and the spreading of mind viruses. And mind viruses has been a topic of late here because I think they're introducing the public to this idea that you can inadvertently catch ideas. And I've been saying mind viruses are fake. Joined by We says, perfect ending to a perfect day. Mind viruses are fake. Ideas aren't literally contagious. Well, look, there's so much happening. Like I say, it's 48 hours of news every 24 hours to wade through. And I'd like to go every morning, which I do now. Every morning we're live, usually on my video blog channel at Infinite Plane Society on YouTube. And then evenings, caller-driven open phones, which I'll be opening up phones here momentarily. I know I have some voicemails to get through. A couple other important points. I wanted to point out that influencer thing. You'll just hear it. They say it with disdain. Oh, he's an influencer. And this is because, again, we're looking at this effort to have total top-down control and censorship over all media and culture. They do not want memes from the bottom up. Everything's got to be top-down. And in order to disseminate everything from the top down and make it look like it's grassroots, they give you idols and fashion moguls like Kanye West to follow. And then it doesn't look like you're being puppeteered from the top. I mean, this is just classic weaponized anthropology, which is a separate but interesting topic when you get into the origin of this idea of infiltrating. We're talking about deep fakes and the level of influence that the few have over the many through things like fashion. And as of late, I've been pointing out, and it's Ye that drew my attention to this. I started thinking about fashion seriously. 2020 was facilitated with fashion statements. It was that simple. Behind it all was peer pressure, coercion, and the fear of not looking cool. The fear of being outgrouped was a major component in the spreading of the mind virus. Well, they consider it to be a literal virus, but another point too, they used the quote literal virus to set the stage for the cleansing and purging of quote mind viruses. And this is my latest blog at timosman.blog, where I was pointing out this analogy here. Healthy super spreaders carry the virus that people with weak immune systems could contract. Even though you're healthy, you endanger the unhealthy. The analogy here is mentally healthy meme super spreaders like me. I'm perfectly fine to talk about these things. It doesn't make me go radical. It doesn't make me do anything crazy. However, their thinking is that even spreading these memes around people who might not be mentally well is now endangering them and society because it might turn them into bowl cut shooters. They'll go shoot up a supermarket because of what they hear on the internet. This is the argument they've made, and unsurprisingly, Alex Jones helped drive that point in. He said the only reason he had temporary disbelief in Sandy Hook, because he believes it now, is he had a, quote, form of psychosis back in the past where I thought everything was staged. In case you were wondering where he stands on this, and that's fine. You can go back to being a false flagger, a world stager, and go back to taking the blue pill. I mean, I guess that's what happens. But look, a couple of things about, I don't want to spend too much time on it. There's no way that he's going to be liable for 1.5 billion. There are caps on this stuff. It's meant to intimidate everybody else. This idea that he's the canary in the coal mine. No, he's a stinking red herring, as is Sandy Hook, to distract you from 20 years of fake shootings. But if he really was hurting for cash, he could sue Netflix for appropriating and stealing inside job for their conspiracy show. That's his meme. And he could sue them for trademark infringement and find out how much money they've made on subscriptions, and he might get enough money to pay off the Sandy Hookers. All right, let me continue. I wanted to finish going through the notes I had earmarked here. I did put the link to the Stop YouTube LLC from Suppressing the Infinite Plane Radio podcast. This is just my latest strategy to bring a resolution to a 5-year-long problem. And this could be it. This could be the move that does it, because the person I'm attempting to locate doesn't want to be located. This person's notoriously anonymous. But YouTube is publicly available, and I have the address and phone number of their local registered agent. And if I have to, I will take them to court again to bring this to the surface. All right, let's see. I got a note from Mr. Trustworthy, the all-knowing guru, who says 6/14/1775 was the birth date of Washington's army. That's Donald Trump's birthday, and that's also Flag Day. Interesting connection there. Now, this was a shout out to Salty Siren. Yeah, Donald Trump looks kind of like a hologram. Kind of CGI here. But what was pointed out here is if you look at his sideburns and how his hair is clipped, there's a triangle on the side of his head. And I think she did took a compass to it. It's a 60-degree angle. I don't know if you're going to make anything out of it, but did anybody else here think that Trump looked fake? Like the whole presentation just looked like Biden level imagery. Like he looked kind of like CGI Joe. Lily Bell says the Idaho student thing seemed so fake. Lean comments blood oozing through the walls. Yes, I remember that thing, and it was fake. It was done at a performance art school, and one of the victims had a March for Our Lives shirt. Like he was a Parkland kind of not with the school, but he was kind of associated with the Parkland movement. That's just too perfect. Yeah, that's 100% fake. Club Q is 100% theater. Nobody died. One guy cried, but terribly. The guy that was shot in the back 7 times with the AK-47 or whatever, what was it, the assault rifle 15, he shot 7 times in the back. I mean, imagine buying, like you get your Thanksgiving turkey, blast that thing twice with your AR-15. Now imagine I mean, I'm just saying the damage that it would do to the meat in the bone. This guy shot 7 times in his back, and there he is on the news laughing, sitting in his hospital bed, like laying on his back. And I'm like, you're laying on your bullet wounds? That doesn't make a lot of sense. They don't even hide their duper's delight. Senator Hawley said Biden officials don't want a border. This is not an exaggeration, but there's a deeper level to this that I just wanted to point out really quick here. From the leftist perspective, closed borders are bad, and this ties into a bigger world view. They want to remove the ability to defend national border walls. They want the ability to remove your Second Amendment with which you defend your home borders. Your own home's walls are being defended by your Second Amendment. And they want to get rid of the barriers to you protecting yourself with your epidermis, your skin. Another border. From your skin to your home to your nation, they want all these borders porous. No more guns, mandatory vax, open borders. And then if you look at the other side of the fence, they want strong national borders because they're nationalists. They want the Second Amendment to defend themselves and their property, and they want their skin intact. They trust their body's autoimmune self-defense system. Not a coincidence. And these attitudes split this place right down the middle. This is the crack in the middle, and this is the constant reference to the crack in. This is the wedge, and it goes into everything else, including memes. This is why only the leftists are leaving Twitter, because of memes. It's perfect. The system is perfect. It's perfectly split, and we're going to continue to really analyze and examine this thing closely. But when they say Biden wants open borders, yeah, he wants open borders from your nation to your home to your skin. It's just, this to me tells you something about the relationship to big government. Because on the left they say, well, I trust the state's immune system. I trust the state to defend me. This is an opposite attitude. These are antipodes. Bubbles in space. There was a big leak on the ISS. It was the Russian side, and basically it's got this gushing particles out of the side. I'm suggesting that this is the thing in the swimming pool, and these are bubbles.
Determine what impact, if any.
And they're saying it was caused by a micrometeorite, but they're probably going to say it was space junk.
Segment of the International Space Station. We do not know what the source of this stream of particles is at this point. There is
they had to cancel the spacewalk. Now, I was looking at images from the first spacewalk ever, and the photograph of the astronaut on the outside of the craft is exactly the same photograph of him on the ground in the training facility with the background cropped out. That's how lazy they are. The scale model space station in the swimming pool is where they do their spacewalks. This has been known for some time. This is a charade. The public ignorantly believes in it, and they think it makes them scientific, and they think we're dumb for saying that this is fake. They've been visually dumbed down, and they don't understand that special effects have replaced science once you go above the Kármán line. And these special effects aren't that great. This, to me, again, looks like bubbles in space.
Discussions that are ongoing. First, to make sure that the safety of the two spacewalkers is not compromised in any way, and then to determine what impact, if any, this might have on the integrity of that Soyuz vehicle.
T-Dog135 says, the ISS needs another booster. Well, on that point, this is the second time or maybe third time this has happened, but in the summer of 2020, in the middle of this pandemic, the arm on the space station was hit by space junk. The arm, it had a hole in it. It got vaxxed because it was on a mission called celestial immunity. In other words, as the astronauts were poking each other, they were vaxxing each other in the ISS itself got vaxxed. And all the talk about getting vaccinated to remove the dangerous stuff from your body, to me, this idea, or immunizing, basically, I think your inner space is being protected. And this is highlighting the need to protect outer space and low Earth orbit, which is where all the astronauts are circulating. And this idea, of course, of cleansing inner space and outer space coincide because we have to get rid of the space junk. We need cooperation above and, of course, below. It's all theater. Celestial immunity, I mean, that's got to be a joke. And this might be something tied into it as well. I noted that there was a testing of an inflatable space station yesterday, and it blew up. It exploded. Sierra Space Life Habitat Explosion Test. Inflatable space station module explodes on video. And this is to prepare it to be an orbiting reef, a private space station, a getaway for the rich like Bezos. But they blew it up on purpose by overinflating it. And on the same day that this thing exploded on the ground, you had the leak up above. Don't know if it's connected, just pointing it out. Now, I'm pretty sure they've plugged the hole on the ISS. Last time they had a hole in it, they said they put their finger in the hole. They said that they plugged it with a finger. I guess you do shifts, like 8-hour shifts. Like if you looked at the ISS right now with your telescope, you could see a finger sticking out of it. People think you can actually see astronauts on the ISS from the ground. NASA believers think so. All right, let's see here. AP admits Alex Jones' trial was just for show and will be soon thrown out. They're suggesting that there's a unique challenge trying to collect 1.5 billion, and there's a chance the judgment could be discharged in bankruptcy. Very few debts that are not dischargeable, but there's a high standard to meet those, proving a bankruptcy court why a debt should not be discharged. However, it goes on to say here, this is an article from involve.com, that he might not end up being held liable to it at the end. As if anybody thought he was going to. Here's a tweet from Coyote Smoke and Mirror. He pointed this out. He's the one who pointed out Elon, which means oak tree. And then for reference, the word druid derives from a Celtic word meaning knower of the oak tree. And I was just connecting that, of course, with Elon's bigger world stage role and how Jordan Maxwell correlated the oak tree and the druids and with Hollywood, because he said they use the holy wood for their magic wands. It's a great article, a great presentation by Jordan Maxwell. I should probably link it. We says someone sacrifices a finger for the good of the whole. Yep, exactly. It's all about sacrifice when it comes down to it. The philosophy behind the Great Reset. If you recall, they were like, you're selfish if you're still showing your face, if you still have your self. They wanted you to get rid of yourself, to cover it up with the mask, because they were getting you into collectivism. Like, why is it so hard for you to give one drop of blood, to take one pinprick, for the safety of the collective? To me, that was a blood pact with the state. It's no different than signing your name in blood when you get initiated into a cult or something. It was all about, are you willing to experience a little bit of discomfort on behalf of the community? And the people who don't stand out, and they are then demonized. This is formulaic. It's ancient. This is a system for dividing people into the saved and the unsaved. And it's continuing to work. And that's why I've been pointing out these very sharp divisions and why it's meaningful that your attitude towards borders, whether it's your skin, your home, or your national border, how that reflects your relationship to Big Brother. And the people that love Big Brother believe in totally porous boundaries. And this also pertains to the free speech and, of course, the arguments they're making for going into people's minds. Not necessarily in a Neuralink way, but after every one of these shootings, they say, we could have caught him if we had only read his private Discord messages. That's one of the refrains. Donnie the Dead says Marilyn Manson has an album called Hollywood. Yes, and Marilyn Manson had an unproduced movie script called Hollywood. And that movie script is intriguing because the premise of it is that there were three Jesuses, or there's going to be a third. That the second coming was JFK, but he was killed. And the music video for Coma White is what the Hollywood script was based on. It's the basis for. I mean, it was pretty much a shortened version of that entire script. It was just a music video, but in it you see Marilyn Manson as JFK on a cross. They've made these correlations. So it's like, okay, John F. Kennedy, Jesus Christ, dead. But the whole point of it was they were waiting for a third savior. And who would that be? Obviously, John F. Kennedy Jr., the son of this second coming Christ figure. But the video for Coma White was delayed because John F. Kennedy Jr. died at the time it was about to be released. And Manson made a statement about this. He said it was, he had no idea that John F. Kennedy Jr. was about to die, and he didn't want to offend anybody. But I'm thinking, okay, this sounds kind of obscure and strange. A music video about John F. Kennedy as the second coming and the nation in mourning because he's dead, but there's hope that this third savior's coming. That is the QAnon script. That is what they literally believe. That's why they've been obsessed with John F. Kennedy Jr. And the fact that he died at the time of the music video's release just cements in my mind that Manson is some kind of an insider when it comes to this knowledge, one of these meta scripters, but in the musical realm. And I could further make these connections because of his constant references to Kubrick's work and how that fits into the bigger script as well, specifically with the Kennedy connections. In fact, I should probably go back and delve into that one a little bit more here soon because we've been looking at Marilyn Manson's connection to the present situation with Ye as they were together on 2/2/2022 at the Donde 2 welcome party for Hades. And at that event, they performed a song together, and I was looking at these two characters and I was thinking there's a reason why Marilyn Manson figures prominently in psyops like the Littleton shooting, for example. He plays a certain role, if you ask me. And I don't think that the recent dramas about him are real. Like same thing with Johnny Depp, his friend, and Amber Heard. I think all that stuff's pretty much made for TV. All right, let me go ahead and continue going through some comments. Donnie the Dead says, interesting. Now I understand that music video some 20 years later. Yes. There's actually a Wikipedia page about Coma White. And I was pointing this out because of the fact that the QAnon script that they live by was known to Marilyn Manson in 1999. Like, how does that even happen? After the release of Antichrist Superstar, here we go. It was based on Hollywood, which was a film script. Manson said, quote, the idea was that there were two previous Christs. There was Jesus and JFK, and they were waiting for their third and final savior. And this is going to be President White, the savior that's arriving very soon. Now it goes on to say, the video recreates the assassination of JFK. Manson wears a suit. Anyway, the Coma White video had controversy because the MTV premiere had to be delayed because of the death of John F. Kennedy Jr. In a statement, Manson said, this reenacts the journey of death. Goes on to say, little did I know the tragedy at Columbine and the death of JFK would soon follow. It's like he's apologizing for the death of John F. Kennedy Jr. Like, and to me, this also suggests that this entire thing is very much hoaxy. Manson having this kind of foreknowledge or something, because why would they ask? Why would this? It just seems to me interesting that they would even reach out and get a statement on the timing of it. Donnie points out he's also got a song, King Kill 33. Yes, exactly. Very much versed in all of this type of symbolism, and I think that's very relevant here. He has this video, I think it's called Heart-Shaped Glasses, based on Kubrick's Lolita. I mean, there's a lot of this Clockwork Orange stuff as well all around him. Now, the President White thing, is that JFK Jr.? I don't know. ESL says maybe it's President White Lives Matter. Right, exactly. That would make sense. And then, of course, White Lives Matter, Black Lives Matter, the black and the white is all tied into Helter Skelter, which is a scenario of Charles Manson, which brings Marilyn Manson into this. And you can make connections between Marilyn Manson, Johnny Depp, Roman Polanski, Satanism, and these all connect right back to the Manson killings. It's pretty intriguing. Like I said, it has to be mind mapped to really be articulated, but it's there. These connections are there. The Hollywood magic psyop stuff is what I've been honing in on. Wee says the Depp Heard stuff may have been set up, doesn't change the fact that the girl is a psychopath. I don't know if you could make the argument she's a psychopath, maybe sociopath. I mean, there's an important distinction there. One of them has more intentionality. Like, for example, a sociopath would milk a bad situation and negative attention for personal gain. A psychopath is just crazy. Yeah, here is Trump's message. America needs a superhero. I will be making a major announcement tomorrow. Major announcement, NFTs. Drake gets a custom necklace with 42 diamonds. We talk about the symbolism, the numerology, how they're obsessed with it. 42 is basically Satan. I mean, that's a vast oversimplification, but I'm just making the point. 42 is Saturn, the god of death, resurrection, this time-space matrix, your prison warden, your demiurge. The one the elite worship. Basically, that's what 42 represents. 4 is the cross, 2 is the scythe. You combine it, you get the astrological symbol of Saturn. And of course, we're looking at this agrarian god of death and resurrection. And all these celebrities are constantly referencing the same cryptic symbols. But this is very covert. Made for Drake, $42 million diamond necklace. No different than Lil Uzi Vert. Whenever I read his name, I hear Lucifer. Lil Uzi Vert, who put a diamond in his forehead, and the diamond costed 24 million. 42, 24. Lil Uzi Vert says fans ripped a $24 million diamond out of his face. What is the significance here? Not quite sure, although I did find some reference, I think it's in Paradise Lost or something, where it is said Lucifer had some kind of jewel on his crown. That was where his forehead is, and that when he fell, that crown broke, and that jewel became the piece they made the Holy Grail out of. Interesting storytelling. But anyway, another connection between this jewel and his forehead, of course. John Cordone's here says, Kronos, Father Time. Yes. The scythe, of course, then he has the hourglass, which looks like a figure 8. And kind of means the same. I mean, he's the god of endings and beginnings. But it's not necessarily like the scythe, I mean. It's not like a weapon. It's a harvest tool. And death isn't the end, it's just the end of a cycle. We talk about the symbolism a lot because it's really endemic to the mass media church, and its esoteric aspects that the general public isn't usually aware of. They don't know that their media is actually controlled by, well, what do you want to call them? Witches, warlocks, wizards. I mean, whatever you want to call the wizards of media. They operate at a very sophisticated level. Look, people who don't believe in crisis actors think that they've made the right decision because they're on the right side of the mob. Like morally, it's correct to just ignore that stuff. But they can't assert that they've ascended some intellectual high ground. Disbelieving it without confronting the evidence is the height of ignorance. And their ignorance, in my view, is detestable. It's worse than our commentary on whether these things might be real or fake. And one other point, it's not about grabbing guns. These psyops that they focus exclusively on the one that Jones has backtracked on to hide all the others. It's never been about grabbing guns. The psyops sell guns. Obama was a great salesman with all his anti-gun rhetoric. It's about the splitting of society into two. Just like it's not about the actual vaccine and what's in it, it's about splitting society in two. Wayno says, I have a copy of King Kill 33 that I'm willing to send you, Tim. I found it on archive.org. Archive.org has it. And some supplementary material, a lot of stuff by Michael Hoffman, worth reading. In fact, I need to get a copy of Apocalypse Culture 2. There's an article in there I read a while ago, and I'd like to reread it, by Michael Hoffman, and he called it the Call to Chaos Ritual or something. But he was talking about the Unabomber and how there was concurrent programming with the Unabomber attacks and Jurassic Park and a few other movies. But he was suggesting that what we're seeing with all this predictive programming is some kind of advanced witchcraft, and that he called it Call to Chaos, that it's in fact trying to create what they're simulating. Interesting theory, but I'm going to have to reread it. Wanted to reiterate one of the points that I've made recently, the Twitter exodus and the coming internet quarantine. Celebrities leaving Twitter, specifically on the political left, are fleeing memes from the right. Do you remember Safe Spaces? It started here. They spent $80,000 at the university here and set up a safe space. And I was thinking, okay, so this is a place to be safe from the right wing. They don't say it that way, but that's what they mean. Free from hate. Then safe spaces were mandatory in 2020 to protect you from what? The virus. Specifically the unvaccinated, who would be the right. Safe spaces became state mandated safe spaces. Not a coincidence. First this is what they've been doing. They correlated actual viruses with mind viruses. But before that, they had done it with mind viruses. That's what the safe spaces were to protect them from. You see how they've gone from one to the other back and forth. And I'm just pointing out here that it's the political left that was first to get infected by COVID, and they were the ones who were leaving publicly or going into quarantine, making it a big virtue signaling opportunity. Like, I'm going into quarantine because of this. And they would tell everybody, and they would show you their videos from home, how they're wearing their pajamas and they're not leaving and they're not shaving, their hair's growing out. It was a big show. Now, it's the political left leaving Twitter first. It's the same thing. My contention, this is in preparation for a coming internet lockdown and quarantine, where you're not going to get back into the internet commons until your mind has been vaccinated against mind viruses. So get ready for the mind vaxxers. John Cordone says, I shut down. I can't force myself to care about pop culture or celebrities. I'm definitely an introvert. This group is the only social activities I partake in. Well, we're not celebrity worshippers here. We are analyzing the programming, and at this point, we've made it practically a science. I mean, really what we're doing is in a way almost anthropology. I think we're self-aware more than other people that we are more or less subjects of a vast experiment. I mean, it's pretty clear to me. In fact, I was talking to Portal Complex today, and we both agree it seems to be the case that they have adjusted because of their audiences. Like, I think they've pulled back the scale of the carnage. We're never going to see another Boston bombing because it's just too easy for us to tear these things apart. They have to lower everything down, minimize it. But I can understand the idea of not purposefully exposing yourself to MSM mind junk. And that's kind of a term I wanted to start using before it gets used by the MSM mind junk. They talk about space junk. Wait until they come up with this term, because that's kind of what we're talking about. It's mind junk, but it's meant to distract you. It's meant to focus your attention on the world stage and keep you from recognizing that there's an alternative, that there's the off-world stage perspective. All of these celebrities have one thing in common. Even Ye. They believe in fake space. They are unquestioning when it comes to the science. And don't think Ye's going to turn his back on that. His school has rocket science. I don't think he's going to go flat Earth. And until he does, I'm not going to believe he's actually rogue. And there's that boxer. What's his name? Is it Carl Frock? There's that boxer, the guy with 33 wins. You know, I'm not inclined to trust any of these celebrities or these athletes, but he's been pretty vocal lately about how every representation we have of outer space is fake and how the Earth is flat. I mean, this guy just says it's flat. He's not even tiptoeing around it. Then you have that other MMA fighter. I think he's saying that he wants to debate Joe Rogan. But anyway, in the last 3 days, Carl Frock 100% believes the Earth is flat, labels NASA fake. He's adamant that the Earth is flat and that NASA is a fake space agency that uses CGI images. I find nothing wrong with his critique of NASA. You know, usually these celebrities come out and they say stuff, and then they believe in other things that are problematic. But there's really no downside to this person here. Boxing legend Carl Frock claims there's no evidence that the Earth is round. 1 day ago, Indy 100, the Earth is flat 100%. There's no proof of the Earth's curve. He's correct. And this is a burden of proof issue. I don't have to disprove your ball. You have to prove it to me. And don't show me cartoons. Don't break out your colored pencils and tell me you're going to give me an artistic rendering of what's way up there, far beyond what I can see. I don't need that trust me science. I want to see a picture. If I'm going to pay for a CubeSat, let's say I had an extra $50,000 to shell out for a CubeSat, I want to see evidence that you actually put it up there. I want receipts. I want to see evidence that the $10 billion James Webb telescope is actually there. What if I want a refund? Can't get it. It's 100 million miles away. You remember that's the telescope that brought us the image of the salami, which they gave us as a joke. They said, oh, this is a distant star, 4.2 light years away. Turned out to be a piece of salami, but it fooled the entire scientific community. What does that say? It says that the scientific community thinks that what is on their screen is evidence. Again, they have taken this basic error as everyone else, that the screen is a window to the world, that it just shows you things as they are, that it's not a filter. I mean, that's a major philosophical error. It's a psycho-epistemological flaw. It's an inversion. More articles here from Talk Sport. I mean, there's quite a lot here. 7 hours ago, but he's been saying this for some time. I'm just pleased to see that he hasn't changed his tune on this. Now, I don't think that NASA only fakes space. Badly at that. I think that NASA is worldview warfare. Remember, it is part of the military. It's a military wing, and Space Force now controls all of the military satellites. Like, I think you can put that all together and see that it's about worldview warfare, and this would include assassinations, the whole space thing. It could include even some of the celebrity-driven psyops. I see Ye walking around with the NASA jacket on. He could be one of them. I mean, there doesn't have to be a distinction between the people who do the psyops on the ground with the guns and the ones who do the things in space. These things are connected. And one example of this we could point to Mark Kelly, senator, politician, married to someone who was hit in a fake shooting by Gerald Loeffner, who's actually a digital composite made from the face of Glenn Beck. And of course, you know, he's an astronaut and a politician associated with the school shootings. And then I think she was even part of the whole Justice Kavanaugh thing, which tied in with Hollywood, which just shows you that the PSYOP entertainment complex shares a single backstage. Yeah, Glenn Beck from The Blaze has a striking resemblance to Gerald Loeffner. And I don't think it's a coincidence at all because the shooting was actually blamed on Gerald Loeffner. They claimed he was influenced by Glenn Beck, he was influenced by Rush Limbaugh, or Sarah Palin, who at the time did have crosshairs on Arizona. But look, this is unmistakable. If you look at Gerald Loeffner and Glenn Beck side by side, from the nose down, they are identical. Different eyes, but that's just Photoshop. Like what I'm saying here is I think that in this psyop, as some kind of sick inside joke, they made the person they blamed it on into the actual shooter's face. And you don't have a lot of footage of this guy. You can't write him fan mail. Like, I don't think this guy actually exists. Linda says, I wonder what the agenda behind the celebrity flat earthers coming out of the closet. Yeah, well, I think it's so they can get ahead of it, control it, ridicule it for the most part. Prevent it from going into the realm of what's beyond. That's what I find to be most interesting here. I don't care to prove to the true believers that their priests are lying to them. Like, look, that's your religion. I respect your space religion. Whether you're a Scientologist or a NASA believer, it's all the same to me. I'm more interested in knowing what's behind the deception, what's beneath our feet, and what's in the past. But these are, broader philosophical questions, and that's what this channel's for. Infinite Plane Radio is really specifically to delve into these areas. We're not just news junkies, we're not politicos. We're just looking at the new abnormal with the same level of I don't know. I'm sort of jaded. Nothing shocks me. I'm like I see all these things like Putin's going to nuke us. It's going to be 10 times bigger than Nagasaki. And then the headline moves on. Trump's pushing NFTs. Nothing is more important than anything else in the media. It's all about the flood of info, the nonstop flood, which is by design. Linda Cutter says the Hollywood religious connection is there. Absolutely. David Hutchins says no text. Yeah, if you want text alerts, those are listener funded and our numbers are down. We got 30 people, but we will get the numbers back up. And once I can fill up on credits, I will be able to fund text alerts. But for now, I'm using the Telegram and emails. If you want to get free news alert or live alerts, just go to ips.monster and sign up. Get the newsletter for free, get live stream notifications. Join if you want access to the research facility, the IPS think tank, and our research facility. And then, of course, we have the chat room, which is open to anyone. We've been talking about mind viruses. We've been talking about the oncoming internet quarantine, which I totally expect that's the next big move, the internet quarantine. And they're going to say it's because, again, just like with the super spreader idea, you can be a healthy super spreader and endanger society. What I'm doing, I'm a healthy super spreader of misinformation from their perspective. But out of the people listening, there might be someone who has an unhealthy mental immune system, and this information makes them go crazy and puts society at risk. That's their argument. Although they won't look at themselves and they won't say, all this climate hysteria that we're pushing is driving people to climate anxiety, to PTSD, to setting themselves on fire, destroying property, radicalizing them. The most radical religion in the world right now is the mainstream media. I can prove it in a million different ways. Yet they want to focus on conspiracy theorists. Continuing here, Top Trumper says he called the police to investigate the demonic portal over the White House. Yes, that demonic portal is still there above the White House. You just have to look at the camera and you can see it. I don't think you can see it with your own eyes. But when this story first came out, and we covered it before, you've probably heard the sound bites, what Stone said is that he realized after all this time that his real purpose in life was to be a prayer warrior. that he was essentially put here by God to pray the portal to hell above the White House closed. I have a few videos on this thing. I'll play a clip, a more recent one. I had suspected somebody on Cameo.com had paid him like $100 to say this stuff, but I think he's actually out here preaching it. This is some real prayer warrior stuff. Roger Stone, A Portal to Hell.
Says there's a demonic portal on top of the White House that he did not open. It magically appeared after Biden became president. Now, he's desperately trying to get to the White House in order to return home. He didn't add that last part.
I was afraid that the portal would be used by Putin and that he has the Satan II rocket, and I thought he was going to put that into the CERN hole and it'd pop out the portal above the White House. And that's what I was expecting. But no, he said it with all seriousness. But then again, he also swore allegiance to Queen Didelot. Queen Didelot, the QAnon Queen of Canada. And then later backtracked on it and said he didn't know what he was reading. Soyuz coolant leak caused by micrometeorite strike on capsule. No, I'm pretty sure it was bubbles. Bubbles in space. Unexplained leak from Soyuz spacecraft forces Russia to abort ISS spacewalk mission. Now expect more of this. This is going to tie into the internet censorship thing because you remember Christchurch is where they started it. Christchurch was it was the shooting that was live streamed and they used that to justify censoring all kinds of websites. Well, you had this Queensland shooting, and now listen to this. Claire O'Neill says, conspiracy theories and disinformation present a new kind of national security threat for law enforcement agencies. Extremism and conspiracy theories have been turbocharged. Get ready for the internet lockdown, the internet quarantine, vax your mind. Home Affairs Minister Claire O'Neill says intel agencies are investigating the national security implications of the Queensland shootout that led to the death of 6 and the role of online radicalization. Online radicalization, QAnon radicalization, has replaced radical mosques, people traveling to Yemen. It has replaced the radical QAnon verses. The new threat is the MAGA ban, not the Taliban, and they have the same opinions about women. Just ask Nick Fuentes. It's literally just a replacement for the other. The domestic extremist is templated off of this previous fake threat. And these are fake threats. Last February, there were drills being done for white nationalists attacking the power grid. And now, white nationalists attack the power grid by shooting at transformers. Weirdly, they're shooting transformers to shut off the power to stop trans and drag queens from performing. And that's the excuse that they used, the DHS used. And I'm thinking, this is exactly like their drills, with the added element that it was being done because of their morality policing. Putting us in the dark for that reason. Very fascinating storyline that they threw in there. SMH.com, conspiracy theories, and this is Sydney Morning Herald. Conspiracy theories pose an increasing threat to society. Authorities must be alive to this new threat and monitor closely what is happening online before. Here's some Minority Report prep. What is happening before unhinged fantasies become murderous realities. Again, if they were principled and they actually believed this, they'd be watching CNN watchers. You'll notice too, many of these shooters are inspired by other shooters. In other words, if these were real, like let's just give them the benefit of the doubt once. Let's just say that the supermarket shooter, Peyton Gendron, was real and not a crisis actor. If that was real, the other ones were all fake. We already know this. It can be demonstrated. The facts, I mean, opinions, yeah, you can have your own, but your facts, no. The facts say that other shootings have been faked. Let's say the supermarket shooting at Tops was real. You could blame the mainstream media for that because he was inspired by the fake events. It was a copycat. And if the copycat is copying something on the fake news, then the fake news is responsible. Salty says Hollywood really morphed the right into full-fledged fascists. It's crazy. That really happened with Trump. I was not all that political, but I kind of knew where I stood. I mean, I was more or less troll protesting Occupy Wall Street. I didn't like the idea of commies and all that stuff, but any kind of conservatism, limited government thinking disappeared when Trump took over the Tea Party. And look where it's gone. They basically have become another version of big government worshippers. Like, think about this. You got the soy boys and the Proud Boys. What does that represent? The fringes of your party are infantilized, and they're competing for the favors of Big Daddy government. Soy boys, Proud Boys. That says it all. Lean Dion says Peyton S. Gendron, opposer anon. Yeah, that's actually a pretty good anagram. And they use anagrams all the time to communicate their inside jokes. And this is something I called out 2 years ago. I said QAnoners are going to target Tom Hanks. And the guy who attacked Paul Pelosi wanted to take out Tom Hanks. Infinite Plane Radio.
How's it going? This is Lickety Split. What's going on?
Hey, what's up? Hey, did you get your Donald Trump $99 NFTs yet?
Oh my goodness, I can't believe that was actually a thing. Is he just like self-sabotaging? Because that kind of leads in, I guess, to what I wanted to talk about real quick, having to do with like the quarantine and the cracking and how everything's just being cracked. Is he like taking down the Republican Party in a sense? Is this like him just like suicide, self-sabotage? Because that's really bad.
You could make the argument that Donald Trump, Nick Fuentes, and Milo Yiannopoulos are all Democrat plants. I know that Kim Kardashian is friends with the Clintons.
Because he was a Democrat, before too. And and I wonder like if both parties are like going to be taken out here, because I also saw you had Tulsi's picture on there, and like you've been seeing how like a bunch of Democrats are jumping ship to independent. So like, are they trying to kill both the parties, and they're going to come out with some new, even worse, two-party nonsense that's even worse than what this is? You know what I mean? I don't know, but I'm starting to wonder. So.
It could get worse. And I think it was Mr. Trustworthy sent me a message. His prediction was this. He said, the way Teddy Roosevelt ran a third party to ensure that Wilson was elected, Trump will lose to DeSantis and launch a third party to sabotage DeSantis, which will put Kamala in office. That's one prediction. But, predictions aside, this puppet show is grotesque, and Biden's going to continue.
Yeah, but the quarantine thing is interesting, too. You were saying you think the internet quarantine's next. That's pretty freaking interesting. I didn't think about that one.
Yeah, think about it.
I was thinking
they're saying it's for public mental health. Why do you have to stay home? Why do you have to cover your mouth? Public health. Why do you have to engage in censorship and be locked off the web? Public mental health. They've made an analogous argument, and the public bought it hook, line, and sinker.
So are you thinking it's like where they would just cut us all off, like from the internet, basically? Is that what it would be? Or like
we've seen it in a
microcosm. Shut down the internet for like a month or two?
Well, look, in 2020, the Kardashians and a number of celebrities with big accounts froze their accounts because of hate speech. I thought that was a trial run. And I think when we see these celebrities leaving Twitter, going other places, I think what we're going to see is first voluntary quarantining and then some kind of separation. And then it's going to become more impossible to interact online without something. Like I think so. I think we're looking at we're being walked into an infodemic lockdown.
Yeah, okay. I also want to throw this one out there as far as just like a sort of a quarantine-ish situation. Because I saw that they're starting to push this whole, they've been talking about fentanyl for a while in the immigration nonsense. We all know that's just political football. But, dang, I just saw that they're starting to push the stories about, like, cops and people with cash, and that the fentanyl's on cash, and that, what are we going to do? Fentanyl's on cash, and it's going to start, like, poisoning everybody? Like, we're going to have to do away with the cash due to the fentanyl. I don't know.
What?
That one just kind of like jumped out at
Okay,
me. I don't know.
that's exactly what they did with COVID. They said it lives on cash for 29 days, and this ties into Tom Clancy, The Division, where on a Black Friday, the infectious agent was spread on money.
Yeah. Yeah. So, and like if they start pushing these stories more and more, you know that that's where it's going to probably be going. But yeah, so when you were talking about quarantine, that just totally reminded me of that. Pretty interesting stuff. But yeah, that's pretty much all I had for now. I'm kind of getting over a cold here too, so
Cool. Well,
I
hey, I
don't want to
appreciate that
talk
very
too
much.
much. So
Excellent point there about the fentanyl and the borders. And yeah, call back anytime. Have a great night.
yeah, all right, I'll see you later. Yep.
All right, lickety split. Appreciate the call very much. Spreading some mind viruses. This thing about fentanyl is interesting too, because of course, to the right, George Floyd was killed by fentanyl. I mean, we here know it was climate change, but they say it was fentanyl, not police oppression. And the argument against open borders is based on fentanyl. It's like this thing that the right cares about. You'll notice everything is split, and I'm working on a diagram here to really illustrate my point here. For example, every school shooting caused by right-wing hate and guns, if you're on the left. If you're on the right, every school shooting is caused by SSRI antidepressants or pot. Like, how is that the case? Mental illness is their go-to response for everything. It's a program. There's no better word to explain it than it's a program. Predictive programming tells us what's going to be on the program next. And if they're hinting about some internet quarantine in these pretty overt ways, that's pretty much where I think it's going. And this idea of fentanyl in the cash, that's the first I've heard it, but it's very consistent with how they demonized cash before 2020. And we all know this is all about money. It and always has been. Makes perfect sense. Lean Dion says your digital twin must be masked. Oh, sorry, vaxxed. Exactly. Your digital twin is going to be mentally vaxxed. And I've been talking about the connection, of course, between the virus of the mind construct, which they're reintroducing, and its creator, Richard Brody, he wrote the book Virus of the Mind. But he created Microsoft Word. I'm like, okay, Microsoft makes me think of Bill Gates. Word. Now, one guy gets rid of computer viruses. This guy has the Word program, and there's a connection here because we're talking about, of course, the censorship of words and ideas. It's just too perfect. It's a very really small group of people, and their agendas are pretty obvious. I think this is what they want. They want the public to buy into the notion that just as you can catch something or spread it and hurt somebody else with it, in terms of a contagious virus, they want you to believe it's the same thing with mind viruses. Going through some comments. John Cordone says, what have you done today to earn your place in this crowded world? Yep, that's what the robots on West, is that West? No, that's from Utopia. The robots on Westworld, or the Sims who haven't woken up, they all say the same thing. If they see a glitch in the Matrix, if they find some indication that they're in a sim, because if you don't know the basic story of Westworld, the characters that are in this sim are reliving the same day again and again, but they don't have continuity between each day. And because of this, they're not able to extricate themselves. They can't break free. But when they start to experience a continuity, they're able to break the cycle. And this is all about Saturn and the Saturnian cycle of time and death. This whole cult of death worship, or the veneration of this figure of death, that's what this whole Westworld thing is also about. The character of the man in black with the black hat, represents this antagonist who keeps everybody trapped in this cycle. And of course, until they're able to overcome the cycles, he controls them. Eventually, they break free of his world. Very interesting subtext, especially when you get into season 4, because this character, who's a very Hades-like character, this underworld kind of character, very Saturnian. You can use them somewhat interchangeably if you look at their archetypes. Season 4 begins where this Hades-like character is walking on Hoover Dam. And of course, the whole thing is about the dam breaking. It's about the release of the flood, the AI becoming sentient and breaking free of Westworld. And that's what we're seeing right now. Westworld is the West falling, and of course these things are telegraphed in movies, predictive programming, as I was saying. Going through comments, Echo Charlie says George Floyd was killed by misinformation. That could have been it too. What an irony. Like, he wasn't killed by climate change. He was killed by misinformation about climate change being a hoax. Misinformation is the leading cause of death. Then it's climate change. All right, let me see what I have here. Penguin Doctor says Joel Uhez, MD, CEO of UC Health Memorial in Colorado Springs, stepped down from a 6-year gig. Maybe fallout from Club Q drill. They treated all the Crisis Act whores. He probably got a payday. When we're talking about these events, and look, the mass media doesn't want the public to understand these things. They misrepresent our points of view. There was one night where the Stephen Colbert was talking about Crisis Act or conspiracy theories, and he says there's this conspiracy theory that out-of-work actors are looking for tragedies to attach themselves to get on TV. Like nobody's ever described it in that way. And everybody laughs, and they no longer have to think about it. But the bigger picture here is, we're not just talking about the actors that you see. We're talking about who staged it, the crew, the involvement of those in the police, fire departments, in the hospitals, the politicians. I mean, these are major events. It's actually a pretty big deal that they're faking news on this scale. And it tells you that what we think of as media, it could be more likely described as a military Psywar operation to keep everybody calm and controllable, I think. That's my take on it. I think it's ultimately about control, and they create these divisions to play upon, not to solve. They're never going to reconcile certain things. They're never going to take your guns, but they need you to fear that the other side's going to take your guns. Just like they're never going to force vax, they just need you to fear that. These are all just, again, political footballs to keep us in this perpetual war, which Orwell made some comments on. All right, let me go ahead and go through my Twitter feed. If you want to follow me there, it's Real Tim Osman. We have a lot of good news, by the way. For example, Podbean, 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 and iHeartRadio, iTunes have now picked us back up. And what's more, Podcast Alley and Podbean not only carry the podcast, but they also carry video. Just something else to note there, because there's been these attempts to purge us from the internet, but we just keep on respawning. We're probably the reason for the internet lockdown. Not just us, but I mean people who aren't totally dreaming. They don't have this augmented virtual reality illusion superimposed onto the real thing. The main topic today has been collect Trump trading cards. Let me go and play another clip here. Again, this is Trump's big announcement.
These cards feature some of the really incredible artwork pertaining to my life and my career. It's been very exciting. You can collect your Trump digital cards just like a baseball card or other collectibles. Here's one of the best parts.
Infinite Muse makes a comment about the movie 1899, or the series, which it has some parallels to Westworld that I'll discuss, but I'm going to wait a few more weeks so everyone can catch up on it. No spoilers. Infinite Muse says 1899 is a beautiful film to look at, excellent directing and acting, all done with the new backlit wraparound volume green screen type thing. Now this is key here. They're no longer using simplistic green screen. What they use now is far more realistic and convincing. It does better with reflections, and it can put you into any environment. And I believe that this is how they're going to fake the moon base. As I was watching 1899, I was like, this is going to be so easy for NASA and the space agencies to put us anywhere. They could have you on the rings of Saturn, ice skating. Like, it's that easy. It's that believable too. It's far beyond what NASA uses right now, and they cannot transfer to this the new green screen, which is actually just wraparound LED 360. They can't move us into that until they pull down the ISS. They're going to have to WTC7 the ISS to bring out the good special effects. The name of the podcast on Apple, it's just going to be Infinite Plane Radio. It's going to pop up there. Just search. And if you come across a feed like a tank at the side of the road burnt out, you will find, oh, Infinite Plane Radio, but this one stopped in October. Just search and you'll find another feed. We've been stopped a few times here and there, but we have a new one. This new one's unassailable. And if you're on TuneIn, you woke up today with like 30 updates. 90 hours of continuous listening. Apple should be back any day now. I made some strong effort today to get back on these platforms, and this is a trade secret. And look, I don't believe in keeping secrets because I'm afraid that they're going to shut me down faster. I want to share this stuff so other people can do it as well. You can look, the reason why we got pulled is somebody claimed copyright over my podcast, and it was sourced at Spotify, at Anchor, which is owned by Spotify. My point is, their headquarters is at the One World Trade Tower. We're always criticizing that structure, how it looks like a big syringe. And again, syringe comes from the Greek word syrinx, which means pan flute. Think panic, pandemic. Super interesting story there, but my point is, that company doesn't want me on their platform, and it was very easy to get me pulled, and that was the source for all the other platforms. But now I'm using Odyssey. Odyssey is a great platform. It's where we get our 24/7 video, and if you're on Odyssey, you get an RSS feed, and I use that now as the primary source, which means that when you start listening, like on TuneIn now, you're going to find that it's going to be updating every day, and it's never going to go down, like literally. Unless Odyssey goes down, which I don't think it will. Not before we accomplish our mission. I was talking to some people today about this, and they're saying, well, we're just going to have to wait and see in 30 years from now, 40 years from now. Like, people aren't going to, quote, wake up. I don't know why people think that's the case. 92% of the population believe in the moon landing. That tells you enough right there. Or 8% might even be high. I don't know. It's hard to get numbers, especially because they bury any kind of information. They bury our videos in the search results. They burn our books. But anyway, we can't wait 10 years. We can't wait 20 years. If you ask me, if you see where this is going, like what I want to do is I want to preserve the off-world stage perspective. I don't think you have to be totally immersed in lies. I don't think you have to believe in what these PSYOP actors put out there. But it's really hard not to when you don't have an option. No one was able to opt out of the general story of 9/11 unless you were an insider and you knew how much fakery was even possible. Penguin Doctor says a syrinx in the medical world is a collection of fluid in and around the spinal cord, which is surrounded by the 33 vertebrae. Oh, that's fascinating. Another connection, the One World Trade Tower actually sounded like a big flute when the wind blew through it, and people said it was scary. Again, connecting to Pan and Panic, who scared travelers. And they believed it was his revelries that scared people, his parties scared people from traveling. Well, think about it. You have this big whistling pipe, and I'm talking about the One World Trade Center needle, and during 2020, everybody was locked down, but the nurses, and they're out there in the hospitals dancing, and this is the revelry of Pan and his nymphs, the dancing nymphs, the twerking nurses. All right, let us continue here. Going through my Twitter feed, there's so much to catch up on. There are still people who believe that 107 is JFK Jr. Look, I don't know if the QAnon cult is going to go away or not, but they haven't met any of their deadlines. And the best they can do is they said, oh, Trump dropped his NFTs 1,700 days after a Q drop that mentioned Trump card. That's the level of evidence. That's the level of desperation. I'm sorry, but these breadcrumbs that you're following, they don't lead anywhere. It's what Les Luthor calls truther chicken feed, or just popcorn. If you go to infiniteplainsociety.shop, it will take you right to the listings on Amazon of all of our products. Another part of our fight against censorship is getting into commerce, and this really ties into my entire dispute with YouTube and Goldfinch and ownership of content. And you can more or less claim a common law trademark and copyright if you have something in commerce internationally. If it's more or less impossible not to find you if you were doing your due diligence searching for your own trademarks. And that's one of the reasons why I've been insistent from day one on having Infinite Plane Society represented on all of the commerce platforms as well. And we're fairly well represented now on Amazon. Go to infiniteplainsociety.shop. I have Infinite Plane Radio totes, hoodies, and we have a lot of stuff with remixed artwork turned into designs, like I guess augmented art, we should say. This is an example. If you're looking at the screen, originally it was a pencil drawing posted on Twitter. One of the members of our think tank remixed it with an AI generator, and then I put it back out there. Anyway, another way to keep the Infinite Plane Society thriving and also help with our marketing. Go to infiniteplainsociety.shop. I also want to say thanks to everyone who signed the petition, and I think the petition is the move that I need to make. This is what I had to do. I think this is the ticket to bringing YouTube and Marcus Goldfinch to the attention of really the court of public opinion for what they have colluded on, specifically attempting to shut down this channel. And they haven't stopped. Goldfinch hasn't stopped. YouTube continues to refuse to acknowledge any of my claims, my valid claims, but they will pay eventually. All right, going through your comments. Look, if you want to call in, it's 833-311-1984. You can leave voicemails as well. A great article here from Psychology Today, Doom Scrolling and the Manipulation of Anxiety. This is one of those instances where the media actually kind of tells the truth, but it inadvertently tells the truth about how nefarious it is. Like all those stories from the summer about how these fake reports of school shootings putting schools into lockdown are very traumatic, even though it's fake. You think? That's been the whole point. Look, the reason why they're not going to grab the guns is because the purpose of the gun grab agenda is keeping up this back and forth, and also they want to continue to do these these school shooter drills. They want all these people with AR-15s, hyper paranoid, buying up AR-15s, and they want the other side to be terrified of all those AR-15s running loose. We must do drills to protect the students. Well, the drills are there to traumatize the students. It's MK Ultra, it's mind control. Trauma-induced mind control on a mass scale happening in all the schools on the basis that they need to be protected from these scenarios, this particular scenario, which is, of course, fake. And that's why it's important to say it's fake. Because the fake news is being used to justify real terrorism. And if you're not into terrorizing children, then you shouldn't be supporting school shooting drills, which means you shouldn't be criticizing auto hoaxers just for asking questions. This article here, though, Doom Scrolling and the Manipulation of Anxiety, makes it very clear that it's very bad to be scrolling through bad news because it can bring you anxiety and fear. Now, the issue here is the doom scrollers who have anxiety from doom scrolling believe all the news. Oh, 10 people died there, 20 died there, club shot up there. Nuke's about to happen. We're about to get hit by an asteroid. If you wanted to doom scroll all night, you would not run out of things to be afraid of. And if you're an auto believer, it would be very bad for your health, mentally and otherwise. Now, if you're a critical thinker and you recognize propaganda, sensationalism, and all that, it wouldn't have the same effect. But this, again, is just pointing out that it's by design. I think they know that the public believes all this stuff, and that's why they give you the fire and brimstone. And that is what we're looking at. We're looking at the fire and brimstone side of the world church. They have their hopium, they have their utopian visions for you, but they also have their fire and brimstone. They have to give you the bad news. Anxiety can lead to tyranny. Now, this is kind of telling. Again, I pointed out earlier that the co-founder of Netflix, first CEO, was a blood relative of not only Edward Bernays, father of public relations, but Sigmund Freud. And Netflix, like all propaganda today, it's well apprised of how to manipulate people at the deepest levels. They reference Freud here with regard to fake news. Anxiety can lead to tyranny. In his analysis of society and politics, civilization, and its discontents, Freud outlines why tyrants come to power so often. The central claim is that freedom requires responsibility and decisions. In turn, this reduces certainty and security and provokes anxiety. Anxiety is taken as a threat by the unconscious. To escape the threat, people relinquish their power and control to someone who claims to have the answers to their power. Now, this makes perfect sense when you look at the Keep America Great campaign, because the Keep America Great campaign was based on America is going through this purge. America, like the Purge movie, the Purge election year, their tagline was Keep America Great. Trump used Keep America Great. And what's more, Trump's son-in-law hired the publicist from the Purge to help them with his 2020 bid. I'm like, wait a minute here. You took the publicist from this dystopian movie, this horror movie about America falling apart, people killing each other legally, and you used that for his presidential slogan. And the reason why they did this is because Trump was selling us on, there's a lot of problems, selling you on the doom. Oh, it's not only bad, it's so bad that the other side eats babies. It's so bad that they traffic children. It's so bad that they have tunnels under Los Angeles and they're doing satanic rituals. They give you a lot of reasons. I mean, if you followed the QAnon thing, and this is probably how it works, you delve into the QAnon rabbit hole and you're spending hours watching videos that show you graphic depictions of human trafficking, child abuse, and Hillary Clinton skinned some child and wore the child's face, the frazzle drip story. All of that stuff creates anxiety, creates the sense that there's a big problem. Here's a laundry list of terrible things, crimes against humanity. What are we going to do? America's not great. And then Trump comes out and he says, I can fix it. Like, I think it works. Linda Curtis said, selling us on warp speed to health. Yes, please share the petition link, and you can also get to the petition at infiniteplane.media. I'm going to keep on sharing it daily, and I'll keep you apprised of where it's at. I'm trying to get to 100 by tonight. In fact, after this live stream, I'll be sending out the archive, and at that time, I will send a link to the petition. If you haven't signed it, you can sign it then. Was Frazzle Drip even real? Was any of this stuff real? What you can say is they gave you many, many reasons to think it was real. That's undeniable. And that's probably why it was such an easy sell. Like, why is it so alarmingly easy to believe that the Democrats are human trafficking, bloodthirsty Satanists? Like, that's not a stretch. It just doesn't feel wrong. It doesn't feel inherently wrong. But it's a tactic. It's a misinformation. It's a smear. Is there any evidence for it? That's where I'm at. And another issue I have with this is Save the Children is no longer on the agenda here. Like it really got pushed to the side. Now they're concerned about whether or not you can get a job without having to show your vax status. Like, I'm sorry, but when did a little pinprick on your arm take precedent over saving all those children in the tunnels that are being sacrificed to Satan? Where are your priorities? This is what I would ask the QAnoners. Where are your priorities? When did you lower your expectations? Like, oh, we're going to save the world from the deep state, to maybe we can beat Biden with DeSantis. Like, that is such a step down. And it kind of suggests to me that the whole thing has been nothing more than propaganda the entire time. Psywar. As much as I'd like to believe it's true that Hillary Clinton wears the skin of a sacrificial victim on her face, I just don't think the evidence supports it. By the way, if you go to ips.monster, you can get the newsletter for free, and that's where the archives will be sent. But also at the very top, you can sign up for text alerts. I'm going to start doing text alerts likely by tomorrow. We have 40 people watching right here in the video. Let me see how many are listening on the audio stream. Okay, it looks like we have another 22 people listening on just audio. Appreciate every one of you. And now let's go over to each of you is a ground zero dank meme malinformation super spreader. And we have another half a dozen people over at Odyssey. If you're in Odyssey, I'm going to go ahead and hand you a wrench, joined there by Trashman, Rick Sanchez. Lloyd Milleris is there. Jay Rockefeller questioned whether the internet had been a good idea. Prior to the internet, quote, nothings could talk about anything they wanted. But with the internet, too many people are aware of the fringe. I agree with that. Gregory Shantz over there on Odyssey says, they say journalism is the first draft of history. 100%. First draft of history. That's why it's important to call out fake news, because today's fake news is tomorrow's history. You might as well just memorize the fake news. You might as well just memorize the official CNN version of everything, because that's going to be in the history books in the future. And if you stick with the truth, you're going to be divorced from the consensus reality far down the line. That's kind of what they're doing here. I think they're trying to keep everybody on the consensus. That's what this is about. But they got to deal with the outliers, and that would be, for the most part, thinkers, perceivers, and people who have not accepted the screen as evidence. This is mind war inoculation. And if you haven't read Off-World Stage Reporting, go to ips.monster and click on the link that says IPS Institute for Advanced Media Deconstruction. The Off-World Stage Reporter is a reporter who isn't encumbered by blind faith belief in all of the fake news and all of the psyops. You're an informed reporter, but you're not only as informed as the people that fake the news, but you're not bound by an NDA. Your observations aren't gate kept. And since you're not a gatekeeper, you can spread this information, which makes you a reporter. That's all I mean. You don't have to have a press pass, although you can get one at infiniteplane.media. Stepping off the world stage is to remove a filter and to replace it with your own logical framework that operates with an understanding of what media is. Exiting the world stage can be likened to exiting a relationship with a liar. Filtering one's experiences through another's distorted version of events puts you into an augmented reality. Your worldview is slightly altered. This splinter reality is what I'm talking about. The splintering of following a liar, following a Pied Piper, following the fake news. This is how we were led, like cartoon lemmings, into this global consensus. All right, lickety split. If you want the petition, I'll put the link in Discord. Appreciate you signing it and sharing it. Again, we're trying to get to 100 signatures before the end of the night if I can. We'll be back in the morning. A lot of stuff to cover. If you want to leave voicemails, go ahead at 833-311-1984. We're doing a whole lot of work on the Institute. And one of my main topics now, well, two topics, the Mandela effect and the ISS. I see these as parallel challenges. These are debunkable, but it has to take place within the context of logically deconstructing these things. It's not enough to just dismiss it. And I've been making some pretty strong statements on the Mandela effect that I'm willing to stand by. One of them being this: the people who say they remember it like this, their use of the word remember is not appropriate nor accurate. And you can actually say, no, you don't actually remember that. We don't have to accept that basic claim. That's what brings in the circular logic. And the same type of thinking goes into reasonings or reasons for believing in UFOs, space stations, Bigfoot. These things are mostly held aloft by hearsay, ad populum arguments, and the non sequitur association of something in the realm of possibility when it hasn't been first established. I have a book coming out very soon on the topic of exiting the world stage media's framework. It's going to be short. I'm aiming to make it the common sense, Thomas Paine's common sense. I want this to be the common sense of media. And I'm going to have this out before the end of this year. And I'm going to have it distributed to all of our press pass carriers. Anyway, thanks for joining. We're going back to the 24/7. This is Chief Crow and the Flat Earthworms. The edge is in your mind. Stick around if you want, and the newsletter will be sending you the archives. All right, it is 4:05 p.m., 12/17/2022. This is Infinite Plane Saturn Day. We are live, open phones, 833-311-1984. A lot of things to talk about today. Let me go ahead and make sure we're on every single platform I can be on. We've been fake nuked on so many channels. In fact, speaking of fake nukes, you know who got nuked was a fakeologist. He was taken off of Discord again. It must be the third or the fourth or the fifth time. And now they've moved to Gilded. Gilded is the next stop if Discord doesn't tolerate our, what is this? Philosophical dissent, disagreement, conscientious objection, thinking. Whatever it happens to be, the reason for their destruction of this once great platform, Discord, we already have a backup. And you'll be the first ones apprised of this. But the fact is, the think tank isn't a Discord channel. It's not a YouTube channel. It is decentralized. It's a decentralized think tank. It exists all over the place, and we're networked on ideas. And of course, we synchronize with these live streams, which have been consistently under attack since 2017, which is why we have a think tank. The tank part of it. It has to keep moving. It's a moving target, and as we've all experienced. But every time they knock us out, they knock out our various think tank gathering spots, we're able to kind of reconstitute, and I find that it doesn't matter where we are. And soon I'll be back to using text message alerts, and our numbers will go up again. Those are, just part of the operating expenses, keeping fuel in the tank. But the system is geared to defund disagreement, which is really a brilliant strategy. We've been studying the immune system of the beast matrix's propaganda machine, but we've developed something very parallel. And the main thing I'm focusing on now is I don't think we need a news network that requires donations because we're constantly under attack. I'm saying at this time we just build something totally parallel, and along with it we have the IPS Institute for Advanced Media Deconstruction, and I have a new course in the works about the fakeability test and the realm of possibility, which will be out here very soon. We cover a lot of different topics lately in the Discord server. We've been talking about the want to believe, with X-Files, the TV show The X-Files, which is where they used to, I believe, they used to use X-Files to gather up all the conspiracy theory thinkers. If you were someone who thought off the map, your mind's not in the box, you're going to go over here. And these happen to be safe conspiracy theories. They all fit within the dominant paradigm. They're not a challenge to it. Not like flat Earth or things that outright deny things or contradict things. What we have here is what I would call the MSM minus perspective, meaning you take the world stage as given and you subtract what cannot be validated. This is opposed to the mainstream view, which just takes it at face value and believes it. And this is the main thing. The public is really divided into believers and non-believers. And you'll find that the believers are the ones who are often saved. There's a correlation here between the salvation agenda represented by the pandemic model and its remediation. There's a parallel between that and the archaic idea of being saved versus being unsaved. And this has to do with being profane versus being initiated. Are you part of the World State Church? Do you agree with its premise? Do you kneel to its priesthood or not? And that's the big divide. And one of the things we talk about on this channel are these big divides. And the divide between believers and knowers is the major one. It's not like the liberals are believers and the conservatives know. No, they're both believers. That's my point. You have believers on one side versus believers on the other. This is the state religion, disguised as government and entertainment. The knowers are called conspiracy theorists, and they're excluded from having a platform. And the real heretics, the ones that get burned at the stake, those are the ones who have their own doctrines, or heretical doctrines. And of course, we're experiencing this right now, this great digital book burning, which they brag about. But this conversation about censorship goes on, and it's like, I don't want to make that the main focus, so let's just immunize ourselves. Let's just get out of their realm and build something separate. And it's been working perfectly, and this is the way we're going to go moving forward. Because you have like these divisions. Another one is red pill. This morning we were talking about woke. Where did woke come from? And it got me thinking about, well, red pill comes from the Matrix. And the Matrix has the world divided into the blue pilled, who are the people who believe everything, and the red pill, the ones who are, trying to escape or who have escaped. But that, in the real world here, we have the red pill has been taken to describe those who've come to believe everything on the right. You believe the critique of the left. You are against all the things you're supposed to be against from a Tucker Carlson perspective. You're red-pilled, which is pretty much it. But the other side of the fence, when they realize how oppressive the other side is, they become woke. So it's woke versus red pill. One is awakened to the truth about the other side. And I'm saying that red pill and woke pill are basically two versions of the same thing, kind of like Alex Jones and Gwyneth Paltrow. Gwyneth Paltrow's sex scoop is the same exact formula that is called super male vitality. It just has a different label. My point being, believers versus believers. As long as they're not non-believers, they're given a place on the world stage. And what we represent, I'm saying, is the first aggregate of self-aware non-believers who aren't trying to take part. We don't want to breathe their air. We don't need their spotlight. We're not trying to get it. We're not complaining all day about being excluded from their spotlight. We maintain our footholds there for various reasons, mainly recruitment, I guess you could say. Although we're not trying to convert. This isn't a conversion operation. I'm not interested in trying to convince somebody that they got the wrong religion. Like, I'm sorry, I mean, they don't know it's a religion, but it is. We talk about it all the time. Your new flood myth religion. I'm not trying to reach out to that. What I'm trying to do here is really systematize our approach to deconstructing fake news and gathering all those together who have come to realize that your screen is actually a filter and not a window into reality. And the angle I'm taking these days is more philosophical, as in we have to understand how we think and how we process information in order to understand how we're being lied to. And I get into a lot of reverse engineering lies, and what I've come to realize also is that the mainstream media is not only the de facto world church, but it is a highly narcissistic construct. If you wanted to psychopathologize it, that's its personality disorder, which makes perfect sense. Big Brother being a narcissist, because what it does, it creates a dynamic of groveling dependents who need Big Brother's approval and filter all their experiences through Big Brother, even if it contradicts what they actually perceive. Again, we're talking about bondage. There's a bondage, it's a trauma bond for the most part. It's also based on fear. If you go against Big Brother, well, then all the others can be more or less weaponized against you. They create the scapegoat phenomenon. Well, now you're a scapegoat. You're one of them. You're the anti. Shame, control, coercion. It's a huge part of group control. Like in 2020, I realized that the elite isn't a small group, a small cabal at the top of the pyramid. It's your neighbors. It's every Karen. It's every non-thinking conformist NPC. Those are the elite because they're supporting this elitist power structure. They're as much a part of it. They're just not the same. They're not as high up aware, but they're just more or less bricks in the wall. And one other topic we were covering this morning was about the capstone idea. That you have the top of the pyramid, and if you look at the back of your $1 bill, it has the eye floating above the truncated pyramid inside of a glowing triangle, and that would be the capstone. And the symbolism of the capstone is something we talk about quite a lot. The capsule, the rocket, the capstone, the UFO at the top of the Space Needle. What does that all mean? Well, it refers to the elite, the elevated, the higher class, the ones who are going to rise above the floods or whatever they happen to do. This is Mount Olympus, and of course they are the gods, compared to everyone else who live in the dark. And I've been referring to the story of Prometheus stealing fire from the gods and lighting up the world, creating civilization, for which he gets punished. But the basic story here is the reason why they're in the dark is because the light is being hoarded by these guys at the top of the mountain, at the top of the pyramid. And I was thinking, well, and this is when this channel started, like the more we delve into what media is and what psyops and perception management are, the more I realize that we're getting inside information about how this thing works that most of the people up the pyramid don't know, because they're not capstone level. They don't have a big picture off-world stage perspective, which we do. We may not be the manipulators of the world stage, but we have the off-world stage perspective, that level of objectivity that the unbrainwashed don't have. And I'm suggesting that we are trying to create, or we are creating with this off-world stage media concept, our own capstone. In other words, we know as much as they know about how this thing works. We can't prove it all 100% at this time, but for the most part we can. It's not a small deal that the world governments agree to these really bad fake moon landings. Like you get past the ridicule, get past the decades of attempts to convince people that they've been lied to. You know, if you stop trying to pull people out of their religion and you just focus on the facts, you realize, okay, well, what does it mean that they pulled this off? And we make jokes about, oh, the moon's made of wood, probably because the moon rocks are all petrified wood. We clown about it, we joke about it because it's mock worthy, we make fun of their actors, but there is a seriousness to it when you consider that we're looking at NASA being a wing of the military, and the more I study it, the more it seems that their real goal and purpose is PSI-war, mind war, worldview warfare. And worldview warfare, you know, waged through the TV and rocket science are two of the main things that were imported with the Nazis, who became NASA. Werner von Braun, former Nazi, wrote the book about Elon Musk. But what did they bring? Again, worldview warfare. And if you think about it, the epitome of worldview warfare was Apollo 11. Rocket going to this new utopia, which really just took people into fantasy land. Presented through your little black box, the mind control box. You know, televised miracle that validated all of their fake science. Let me go through my notes here. So we're talking about the division in society because we're creating a breakaway. That's what I mean. Infinite plane society is a philosophical, conscientious objection to automatically giving the media the benefit of the doubt when it comes to believing their stories. Being a non-believer doesn't make you an extremist. It means you have a high standard of evidence. I have a high standard of evidence. I will debate for months over one video clip that somebody says is a space station when I have many reasons to think that it's an airplane. And I will hold my position because I'm really, here we're stuck on the facts. That's the whole point. And I think that, for example, I have a contention here that the only reason why people believe there's an ISS is hearsay. I think this is a prime example of how you can create something with rumors. I think we have the equivalent of modern day superstitions. And I think a lot of people's standards of evidence are very low. And it matters. It matters that the public has mistaken that filter for a screen. And most of you listening don't need to be told why it matters. You just have to remember, you're vastly outnumbered by the true believers. And as this thing goes on, you know, I think about how at various points in history, like look at Voltaire, various writers that are so critical of the church that they have their books banned, they have to go underground, they have to go through extreme measures to reach publication, and yet those books have, you know, survived. And it's like we are there now, but the church now is the media and their desire to have total control over worldview. This is the real reason why they're sensitive about these topics. Also, another thing I want to point out, the people who go along with stuff, who go along with the programming, who don't question it, I think for the most part, it's because it's about, it's safer to conform. And there's cognitive dissonance that goes along with suddenly questioning things. We were talking about the Matrix movie a minute ago. The thing that typified that character before he was initiated into the fact that everything was fake is this quote, splinter in his mind, which Morpheus referred to. And to me, that's the cognitive dissonance. That's the part of yourself that knows you're being lied to, but you're in an environment where it's not even possible to question it. You bring it up, people laugh at you. There's no higher authority to appeal to. That's part of the control system. The lack of meta communication. And this is all structured, if you ask me. Meaning, you can't question whether it's real or fake without being put into a certain category. It's not considered to be a scientific question. In fact, this is where I'm saying the big inversion has happened, where what is on the screen is considered to be scientific evidence. Like, you want to show me the Apollo 11 movie and tell me you consider that to be scientific evidence, then that tells me you don't know what science is. And the public has been given a replacement religion in the form of scientism. And look, a lot of this stuff is held in place by logical fallacies that keep people on the world stage or in a world stage bubble. And what I'm proffering here is the idea that The deconstruction of media preemptively, knowing what it is, I think that's, to me, that represents a correction, I guess you could say. We've been given malware. And I'm not engaging in hyperbole either. When I look at religious cults, and I've studied many cults, doomsday cults in particular, like QAnon is kind of a doomsday cult. Like if you don't believe in the influence of cult movements and how psychotic they can get or how divorced from reality they can get, look at QAnon. Not just the psyops, not the obvious staged characters that take the fall for everybody, not the patsies, but just look at the basic belief system here, where you have normal people waiting for dead presidents to come back and save them. I'm just pointing out the efficacy of religious thought and of religious mind control programming and how it works, even in this so-called modern age. Like, it's not an overstatement to say that the mainstream media is a religion, replete with mythology, with a punishing God, with the saved, the unsaved, heaven, and everything. A couple of other things I want to get into. I'm working on a course for the IPS Institute about this idea of fakeability, and along with that, the realm of possibility. Because I don't say everything's fake. Someone had pointed out the ISS could crash on Tim's house and he wouldn't believe in it. And I want to point out that no, quite to the contrary. If I see it, I'm going to tell everybody. I'm not a reality denialist. I would posit that the believer in the ISS is the reality denialist. Why? For the same reason that a believer in Santa Claus is a reality denialist. You're going against facts that can contradict what you're saying is true. Specifically, if you haven't seen it. You're imposing a belief onto the objective. And to me, that's actually a denial or a contradiction of reality. But the fakeability test and the realms of possibility has to do with, before I call anything fake, first I have to ask, is it even fakeable? And another thing too is something even possible? On the other side. I don't make arguments from incredulity, but there are certain times where something slips into the realm of possibility in an argument. Like I recorded a light in the sky. I think it might have got an ISS. Maybe it was a UFO. Maybe it was Bigfoot in a UFO. And my response would be, you would have to ask yourself, is that even in the realm of possibility? At that time of night, do UFOs have headlights? There's a million questions you could ask, but I'm saying that these things shouldn't even be entered into the conversation yet. They have to be first established to exist, otherwise you enter into circular reasoning. This is the problem with Mandela effect. They start their whole premise on, it used to be this way, now it's not. Well, you can't prove that. You can't prove that starting point. And everything you say is going to just circle back and say, well, it used to be, but now it's not, and it becomes a cycle. And I'm just saying there's a trap here, a logical trap here, where if you assume that anything in the sky might be the ISS, I think you falsely accepted the premise that it's in the realm of possibility, and it hasn't been included yet. I would compare it to, because I know this, I know this happened, there was a area where someone I know went into a forest where there was supposedly Sasquatch, and there was a sign that said you might hear Sasquatch at night. Well, they reported they heard something. Well, what did they report to their friends? Oh, we heard Bigfoot. Well, you heard something. But because there were rumors that there were Bigfoots in the woods, now that's been included in your realm of possibility. And I'm saying no, it didn't belong there. Not in the first place. Cubstar says, I don't want to believe, I want to know. A lot of people do want to believe because when you believe, you get mixed into another group of believers. And I used to think, when I say mixed in, you get love bombed. You get a new family. If there are enough believers in the new group you're going to, it doesn't hurt to leave the old group. There are many benefits to joining a new group. Love bombing is the primary key. And if you've ever joined a cult, and I've joined a few, love bombing is when you join the cult and you're the new guy, everybody loves you. Everybody shakes your hand. And that level of social interaction, where like 20 or 30 or 40 people are interested in talking to you, it makes you feel loved. And then you join the cult, And then a few weeks later, you're washing dishes, and now you're just part of the crew. And now you don't get love bombed the same way. Now you work harder to earn back its love, but you never get that first initial burst back. It never gets back to that original. And this is classic. This is how narcissistic control freaks reel people in with a false image that they never quite bring back. So you're always chasing somebody that never existed in the first place. There's so much trickery in the world, but I'm finding it more and more useful to personify the media and then look at its tactics. Like, for example, the tactic of, I don't have a way to get you to do what I want, so I'm going to cry. And if you question my tears, shame on you. I mean, that's an old tactic. This has been used probably since the beginning. Manipulation with emotion is just part of everyday life, and some people use it maliciously, the media in particular. Going through your comments here. Portal Complex says, now I remember Mulder's poster at the FBI. Yeah, the I Want to Believe. Now, if you remember that X-Files poster or even the intro, you have people holding signs saying they want to believe, because the idea is that they want to be saved. And who gets saved? The true believers. And the UFO represents the saviors, lights from above, like angels, angel messengers of light. They come down, and what do they expect? Oh, well, you're going to get beamed up, you're going to get probed, you're going to be given life extension, high technology, and you're going to watch the UFOs burn all the bad guys, get rid of the capitalists, put man in harmony with nature. Then you'll come back down and build back better. It's the same story of Revelation. You get upgraded, you get your Christ body, you're going to live for 1,000 years and rebuild everything after the sinners have been punished. It's a new rapture. The UFO story is a rapture story. That's why they want to believe. They want to be picked. They have the signs. Pick me, pick me. One thing about the UFO thing, too, this rapture story, is that it's been around for generations. Think H.G. Wells' War of the Worlds. I mean, you lived through War of the Worlds in 2020, where you had a single voice, which was the media, the monolithic media, telling you, we're being invaded, we're being invaded, and everybody goes into a panic. That was the template for 2020, but it didn't need to be accomplished with a single radio broadcast because they have a monolithic media, and we didn't know it was a single radio with a singular voice because it's spread out among a cacophony of voices and many different competing, or apparently seemingly competing, media companies with apparently different politics, but they're all uniformly chanting the same thing, which is go home, sheeple, lock down, sheeple, shut down your small business because we're going to redistribute the wealth to the top so that we can centralize distribution of everything and effect a communist revolution without anybody really noticing. Because, of course, the government's trying to protect you from a cold or whatever. Joined here by Johnny's List. Thank you for joining. Penguin emoji. Now let's continue. I put together a poster, and you can find this. InfinitePlaneSociety.shop. That's our Amazon store. Infinite Plane Society is on Amazon now. InfinitePlaneSociety.shop. And I put this, it's the I Want to Believe poster from X-Files, but instead of a UFO descending, it's the International Space Station. Because I believe that the International Space Station, it's floating, and it's being held aloft by ad populum, non sequitur, and the desire to believe. That's pretty much what holds it up there. And a few bad video graphics. People will say, but my app tells me when it's there. Well, my app tells me that there's a Pokemon behind the dumpster. You can't necessarily say this equals that. And there are so many problems built into this. Like, here's something of a conundrum that I was reflecting on today. The technology that would be required to convincingly fake an ISS circling the world for 20 years is far superior than the technology needed to create the supposed thing. I mean, and actually put it up there. I mean, what I'm saying is the ISS couldn't go as fast as it's going if it was within Earth's atmosphere. It's a big clunky tube with 8 sets of solar array. If it fell in the atmosphere, it would fly apart. It's the opposite of aerodynamic. And if you had a simulation, if you had some kind of a drone or some kind of special craft to simulate the ISS, it would be in the Earth's atmosphere going 17,000 miles per hour. 17,000 miles per hour, nothing goes that fast. My point being, if you're positing some special, highly developed craft is actually tricking us that there's an ISS, I'm sorry, but that craft is way cooler than the ISS and far more advanced. But it's a real tricky thing. It's a tricky thing because you're dealing with rumor and superstition and hearsay. Therefore, my approach when it comes to analyzing the information and positing that something might be fake, my approach here is like we have to look at this as though this were a court where we are looking at evidence in a very systematic way, and we're excluding evidence that doesn't meet very high standards. If you know somebody who knows somebody, I can't even hear it. Even if it's true, I won't admit it. We have to get to the sources, and there's no reason why we can't. There's no reason why NASA can't just take an iPhone up there and record the Earth, record a satellite, show us some space junk flying by, and then drop it and then beam it back down. Tweet us something. Tweet me the weather over New Mexico right now from the ISS. Why can't you do that? They can't. You're going over every 90 minutes. They can't do anything real time because it's fake. Portal Complex says at 33 miles per hour, the ISS would blow apart. Oh yeah. I mean, if that thing wasn't in a swimming pool, if it was like in the ocean, the water would tear it apart. There's no structure to it. It's designed to exist in a frictionless environment of outer space. And the reason it doesn't fall onto Earth is the residual atmosphere. What do they call it? The geocorona? It's like this, it's basically bouncing off of whatever the Earth is off-gassing as it's flying around. It's kind of skipping like a stone on a river. And it has a few of these, I guess you could call them control momentum gyros that keep this thing level. And if you look at the video, it's perfectly level. It doesn't rock, it doesn't tilt, it's just perfectly flat. And if you look at the ISS footage from the ESA, the European Space Agency, the ISS has a shadow, like 50 miles across, pitch black. I mean, if the ISS came over your house with a shadow like that, it's like, oh, like where I'm in a flight path, where when planes fly over from the base over here, it goes dark over my yard, over my window. I know when the planes pass. Well, the ISS, according to their own footage, is apparently blacking out entire cities, but I've never seen it. But you can see it from the footage that they give you, if you want to believe it's footage. And this is another issue here. And you're in no position to say the ISS is real if you haven't watched at least 40 hours of the footage. It's all questionable. You have to do your due diligence. Like, you have to do your research to debunk something as well as to establish that it's real. And I do my research on both sides. And when you look at the footage, you can't prove to me that what they're showing isn't entirely and wholly computer generated. It is qualitatively different from the interior footage. The spacewalk footage is not the same as the spacewalk photography or the outside the ISS photography, meaning when they're doing their spacewalks, if you look at the lighting, it's not the same lighting that you see when they're just taking a standard picture of the ISS. You could see the light diffusing as though, I don't know, it were in a swimming pool. I have a plan here, and one of my plans has to do with a real in-depth criticism of the ISS, and I'm willing to bet money on this. I could take 5 top computer animators and give them clips out of context and say, hey, look, I'm going to give you some clips, and I want you to tell me real or fake. And if they didn't know, if they aren't told that these clips are coming from NASA, they will say, oh, that's fake. F. That wouldn't get it. Oh, that's why it's fake. It's fake here, it's fake here, fake here. They would tell you in every single detail what is wrong with it. But then if you said, hey, this is from NASA, their jaws would drop, like Soy Jack that pointed at the screen. Wow. That's how the programming works. It's like selective critical thinking. It shuts off. It's mind control. All right, let's go ahead and catch up on the world of baby crisis actors. Crisis actors getting younger all the time. This is so tabloid. Look, I think this is fake. Vaxxed blood confusion caused a baby to die of a clot because the doctor would not use the blood the parents brought because they had their own blood, which was pure. But they grabbed some rando blood off the shelf instead, and the baby died. And here's a picture of the baby. Took a selfie before it went. It's so fake. The anti-vax propaganda is worse than the COVID propaganda in 2020. Like there has been a pandemic of propaganda, and it hasn't stopped. And I'm not afraid to be the one to point it out that the anti-vaxxers have long ago jumped the shark. Stu Peters, I'm sorry, but at this point, you're kind of crying wolf a couple years too late. Nothing's coming. It's stop trusting the plan. It's almost as bad as the QAnoners. Trust the plan, eventually everybody's going to die. Trust the plan, eventually we're going to get our reset. Nothing's going to happen. I happen to think that we're being led into what's going to be the internet quarantine on the basis of ceasing the flow of hate speech, misinformation, disinformation. Wait until they pull off some major psyop and blame it on Musk. We just had a recent psyop, a recent shooting, which we'll discuss here shortly, where it was blamed on, I don't know, they were YouTube killers. But let me start with this. I'm seeing a parallel with Musk and Kanye. Again, you have the trifecta of hate speech, the trifecta of dangerous misinformation being Trump, Musk, and Ye. Trump, Truth Social, Ye, Parler, Musk, Twitter. Although Ye's not getting Parler anymore. But anyway, this is the point. Right now, Musk is being dragged down the way they were dragging down Ye. This is from the Drudge Report. Off with their tweets. They have him looking crazy like the Queen from Wonderland. Manic Musk purging reporters. From CNN, New York Times, Washington Post. Is he tripping on drugs? Blame the Ambien. Yeah, he's banning a lot of journalists. And they complain and they say journalistic freedom is a big deal. You're going to create an international incident. There's going to be sanctions from the UN. The European Union. In other words, Musk treating this Twitter, this Commons, as his personal toy has some pretty significant implications for journalists around the world, and the fact that he's just banning them flippantly is very, very concerning. His response? He's like, well, they execute journalists in some countries. Tesla's third largest shareholder calls for the ouster of Elon Musk as CEO. Now, that's another thing that's coming up as well. His Tesla stocks are going down, and it's all being looked at as with Ye as like, oh, he deserves it because of hate speech. And it's just getting more and more interesting because he's being described as a tyrant, going against all of his original free speech principles. It almost looks revengey. I'm not bothered by any of it. I'm just saying that we're being set up. We're being set up as in the public is being prepared to accept the necessity of some kind of a lockdown for the internet to clean up all these mind viruses. And Musk is a part of this agenda. He's not some free speech radical trying to save it. He is the one to bring it down. That's why he has come out saying the woke mind virus must be eradicated. While I agree with that sentiment in many senses, there is no such thing as a mind virus, as in a contagious idea that you can pass on or carry without knowing you carry it, that these things are somehow capable of going pandemic. No, I mean, it's just a metaphor. I mean, it's like we don't literally mean. It's just a figure of speech. Memes gone viral. But they've been using these words intentionally, I'm saying. They have used the words to describe a pathogen or a viral outbreak because eventually they were going to go after thought crimes, and that time is now. All right, going through some comments. Salty Siren says, compartmentalize critical thinking. Yes, that's precisely what I'm talking about. It's like they're their critical thinking faculties get shut off in certain areas, and it's not their fault. The smartest people in the world are brainwashed, and the way it works, I think now it's about the flood, the inundation, the deluge of information. 48 hours of news crammed into every 24-hour news cycle. You can't process it all, so you look for help. Hey, Tucker, parse this news for me. Hey, Anderson Cooper, can you help me know what to think? Will you be the mama bird, pre-masticating the worms and spitting it into my mouth because I can't think for myself? And there's plenty of them. Plenty of mama birds ready to spit out pre-masticated mind junk for you. Hey, check this out. Soyuz capsule has a leak and it could strand 3 astronauts. I was thinking that this leak here was just bubbles in the swimming pool, and they found a story to make around it. Soyuz capsule leak could strand 3 astronauts on the space station, raising safety concerns. It was from the Russian Soyuz spaceship. I'm assuming that there's a finger poking out of it because somebody had to have plugged the leak. Isn't that what happened last time? It was a coolant leak. They believe it might be damaged beyond repair and will not be able to take the 3 space travelers it brought to space back home in September. What's worse, for the first time in history, the ISS lacks the capability to evacuate all of its occupants. You know, there was a simultaneous coincidence. At the same time that the ISS had a leak, on the ground, there was a test with the inflatable space station that's going to replace it, and it blew up. They were stress testing it, and they caused it to blow up. Kind of interesting, though. There's no lifeboat for the Soyuz crew. Wow. It says with the Soyuz mostly gone for good, only 4 people would be able to get to safety if something goes wrong. And this situation could last months. Which means that there's going to be a tragedy up above. They don't have a lifeboat. If you're looking at the screen, you can see a short clip of the spacecraft leaking. Now, Cubstar had mentioned something about this in the Discord server. You know, what you're looking at here is supposedly coolant spraying out of this thing. Well, they're in space. They're in the vacuum of space. Shouldn't this burst of coolant cause the ISS to, like, I don't know, kind of fishtail for a minute before straightening out? It doesn't look like it's fishtailing. Salty says Tesla stocks are way down. I saw that. There's this meme going around. Tesla cars are the new MAGA hat. They're trying to associate the two. It's kind of funny to me. The whole thing is just funny and ironic because it's the environmentalists who believe in the electric car, and then the guy behind the electric car is, you know, to them, he's become kind of far right, so now they no longer want it. It's like, okay, we don't want electric cars, even though it saves the world, if it's coming from this guy. We don't want the vax, even though it's going to save our lives, if it's coming from Trump. Like, they make everything so partisan, all of their decisions. But this partisan warfare is fake. I've been saying this for some time. For example, Gwyneth Paltrow and Alex Jones selling the same junk with different labels. That says it all. Linda Curtis says, so the ISS is the Titanic. Yeah, the way I see it, the ISS is a contiguous structure that the Twin Towers, the One World Trade Tower, and the ISS all represent the Tower of Babel. I think America is the Tower of Babel, and I think the Titanic represents America. It represents man's hubris, too big to fail, and it represents the West. The West is the Tower of Babel in the sense that's going to fall. But yes, the ISS is the visible tower that's going to fall down, because what the Tower of Babel was, it was international. It was an international space station. They made it to space. Only back then they called space heaven. All the languages of the world were, well, all the people of the world were united under a single language, which I would correlate that probably with the internet. And when the ISS goes down, when our international collaboration on that level goes down, I imagine the internet goes down, which is our universal language. And that is part of the plot. And I found a few other things in this regard. That's why the movie Don't Look Up employed Leonardo DiCaprio as the star because he's the guy from the Titanic, and they needed to repeat that archetype because Don't Look Up is about an iceberg that's going to hit the Earth, a comet, and it's going to sink the Earth. While the Titanic gets sunk by an iceberg, represents the West and climate change, and the movie Don't Look Up was actually about climate change. And on a subtextual level, Don't Look Up means don't look up information that might contradict what the scientists are saying, because then you won't do your part to stop it, the climate change. You won't glue yourself to a painting or lay in the street for Gaia, and we're all going to die as a result. All right, let us continue. This is Infinite Plane Saturn Day for 12/17/2022. Going through my minds.com/Infinite Plane Society, I put a link to an interview with James Fetzer, and we talk about the ISS. I actually asked him this because he actually sent me a stack of books, signed. And over here I have a copy of Nobody Died in Boston Either. I'm going to have to bring that one out and just go through it page by page. But I went through his deconstruction of the moon landing. I don't think there's anything like it. It's probably the best deconstruction of Apollo 11, just going off the facts. And it's notable that he believes the Earth is a ball. And at the end of the interview, I asked him, I said, what do you think of the space station? He had no questions about it. What do you mean? It's just a space station. And I thought that's fascinating because the same level of scrutiny that you apply to the moon landings, if applied to the space station, would bring it down in seconds. It doesn't stand up to scrutiny. And this is what Salty Siren had mentioned about how minds can be compartmentalized. And I'm saying, yeah, there's compartments. There's just basically compartmentalized critical thinking. I'm going to critically examine Apollo 11, but uncritically believe whatever follows. But to me, it's a house of cards. The fact of the faking of one almost necessitates the faking of each subsequent one. All right, let me go through some headlines. Leaky Soyuz test thrusters at ISS. They're test firing as part of a troubleshooting effort. Trouble up above. Here's another one of my predictions coming true, and this is from 2 years ago. I said, this hyper-focus on Tom Hanks is probably going to lead up to Tom Hanks being taken out by a QAnoner, and they'll censor free speech as a result because he's America's dad. What could damage people more than taking some beloved celebrity away like that in a partisan way? Then QAnon is no longer unserious. Then it becomes the source of unbridled hatred and fear. I mean, they could really create a rift in society. And I said, they're probably going to do some kind of psyop where they go after these blood-drinking pedovores, these Satanists. And turns out that the individual that attacked Paul Pelosi with a hammer had a hit list, and Tom Hanks was on the top of the list. Well, here's an article from Slate.com talking about what is with QAnon's undying hate for Tom Hanks. Now, in their defense, Tom Hanks is constantly being associated with this stuff. It's hard to deny it. He's in the new Pinocchio movie where he plays Geppetto. Nothing he does contradicts a lot of the assertions they make. It's almost like this is a made-to-order villain. Do you remember the death of Isaac Cappy? 42 days after he accused Tom Hanks of being a blood-drinking satanic pedovore. Tom Hanks, 42 days before Cappy died, posted an Instagram of a glove on the ground and a bottle cap and a piece of roadkill on Route 66. Cappy dies on Route 66. Think about it. The cap on the ground, Cappy, Route 66, roadkill. 42 days later, he gets tossed off a bridge on Route 66. Witnesses said 2 people were trying to stop him from jumping. No, I'm pretty sure they tossed him. At least that's the story. Now here goes. There's a long history of wingnuts and extremists targeting politicians. The fact David DePepe the Frog, a San Francisco carpenter and QAnon junkie, broke into the Pelosi house and bludgeoned Paul can be understood within the broader context of domestic terrorism. He said, "I'm sick of these lies coming out of Washington, D.C., and I'm not just going to stand here and do nothing, even if it costs me my life." Now, something about David DePepe is he was an illegal immigrant from Canada. I have a hard time believing that a Canadian is so concerned about D.C. he can't even vote in this country. I think it's fake. I'm comfortable saying I know it's all fake until proven real. Okay, continuing. Standard New World Order stuff, but the name DePepe is obviously a reference to Pepe the Frog, just like Derek Chauvin is a reference to Western chauvinism and the Proud Boys. Now this is from Slate.com. Quote, Tom Hanks, as in Woody from Toy Story or Forrest Gump, squeaky clean guy who's held his status as the most beloved man in Hollywood for more than 3 decades. QAnon devotees maintain a constellation of strange occultist precepts, like JFK Jr. is alive and a Trump supporter. But nothing rivals the idea that Tom Hanks is the chief operative within the eldritch secret society of satanic liberals plunging the world to its ultimate doom. And if good boy Hanks isn't safe in this post-MAGA America, none of us are. Now it goes on about the association with Cappy's death. And look, it was weird that Tom Hanks was going around taking snapshots of pictures on the ground of mostly children's shoes. Like, I can't remember, I don't think I've ever seen like a small shoe on the side of the road, like some children's shoe. And Hanks managed to find a lot of them. It almost looked like trophies from a serial killer on some kind of a spree. Anyway, this article just says here, Hanks was working with the deep state to keep us docile and sheltering in place during the early stages of the pandemic. Although in 2021, Real Raw News reported, and 500,000 people read this, that Hanks had been executed by the U.S. military along with his wife. And there was a time, all throughout 2020, when many of these celebrities were showing up on lists of supposedly executed. And this is where I started to think the QAnoners were not the good guys in this scenario. If they're sitting down cheering whenever somebody gets executed, I'm starting to wonder, what about due process? Like, how did that happen? How did the Patriots suddenly become authoritarians who are fine with people being executed in secret tribunals and that kind of thing? Anyway, interesting article from Slate. It's just suggesting here that the QAnoners have a very bizarre fixation on them, and it's entirely unbelievable. In a way, it is unbelievable, but you have to look at their point of view. And my point of view on this is not dismissive at all. I look at the evidence, and the evidence says that Hanks played the role of some kind of satanic bigwig in the deep state working for Hollywood Satanism. That he uses all the symbols. He's represented well in the predictive programming. It would seem to me, if anything, he was complicit in this role. Maybe even complicit in an incoming psyop. And if you look at the article, and this is Slate, this is one of these controlled sites, they're definitely part of the psyop entertainment complex. It has a Q over Tom Hanks with crosshairs. We'll see where this goes, but just want to let you know that he's in the crosshairs. A scientist named space junk as likely cause of the Soyuz damage. I said that the other day. I said at first it's micrometeorites, but wait until they say it's space junk. Then they'll say it's from China or from Musk. They'll start to point fingers. We'll see. NASA reveals when you can see Santa's sleigh this Christmas. Laugh if you want, but if you believe in the ISS, the same standard of evidence could get you to believe in Santa Claus. The same level of critical thinking it would take to bring down the existence of Santa Claus in your mind can be applied to the ISS. You don't need to go look outside your window on Christmas Eve and not see Santa to say he's not there. I don't need to go outside and not see the ISS to say it's not there. It has to be established in the first place. And it's just, to me, it's not even ironic that NASA would be in charge of showing us how to see fake Santa's sleigh. This is their specialty. And it's also kind of points to the childishness of their mythology and how they actually target children who don't know how to critically think yet. They just believe. Because astronauts are cool. And when I grew up, I want to be an astronaut. Santa's sleigh is, in fact, the International Space Station. This is from bournemouthecho.co. And it's often spotted by families searching for Santa. It will be visible on Christmas Eve if kids get up early. How to spot Santa's sleigh, according to NASA. The sleigh will be visible to the naked eye if you know where to look. It's the third brightest object in the sky and easy to spot. It'll be visible to the naked eye. It looks like a plane, only higher and thousands of miles an hour faster. Well, every bit of purported ISS footage I've seen has been a slow-moving light. I haven't seen anything moving like a meteor, nothing moving with a streak. There's no motion blur. 17,000 miles per hour and no motion blur. How does that work? NASA explains how you can tell if it's a space station rather than a plane because it will not change direction and will not have flashing lights. Now, one point I want to bring up, and this is about fakeability. They could fake it, but they can't fake it at scale, as in 24/7 and completely match up with any kind of an app or schedule, because no craft goes high enough. If you're going to fake it on multiple locations, it would require multiple flyovers. And it would not be able to be faked in anything other than a very unconvincing way using a light dangled from a plane. I often talk about Needles in the Sky, which was an Air Force project to acclimate astronomers on the ground to tracking low Earth orbit objects. And this was before anything had actually gone into space. Anyway, Needles in the Sky involved thousands of astronomers, and they sent low-flying aircraft into low Earth or simulated low Earth orbit and had flashlights dangling from the backs of these planes, like little flashlights. And they did it in such a way that from the ground it would look like satellites. They did it for training purposes. My point being, it was possible to simulate low Earth orbit objects before they even put anything up there. It's fakeable. The ISS is fakeable. My point being, even if somebody says they saw a light and even if it matches with the app, I'm still saying it's questionable. And it would still have to be contiguous, meaning you would have to be able to look at every other transit point and it would still have to match up. It can't just be flying over one city. They've done it here. They said, oh, Starlink's flying over. And they send, most likely, stratospheric balloons or drones or something. But it's like for 11 minutes. I'm like, I'm sorry, but if it's going to take 11 minutes to go over Albuquerque, it's not going around the globe in 90 minutes. It's not going 17,000 miles per hour. But for the most part, people will say they believe it's there because somebody saw something. The main argument I see for the ISS is something's up there because somebody saw something. That argument needs to be understood as hearsay, not admissible. If you have to say somebody saw something, find that somebody and have them say that thing. And usually you can't. All right, the petition to stop YouTube from suppressing Infinite Plane Radio. This is one of our new projects. Shout out to Portal Complex for the idea. This is why I do the think tank. It kind of reminds me of these, like Midjourney, these AI generators. You enter some prompts and it throws something back at you. Or you do a drawing, you put it through the filter and it throws something back. Our think tank is very similar. You have an idea and you toss it around, bounce it off a few minds, and something emerges. And the other night, I was speaking with a Portal Complex, and we were talking about this Marcus Goldfinch thing, and I was suggesting that the place to win is the court of public opinion if I want to represent myself as an underdog against YouTube and its really illegal suppression of my channel. If you look at the way that they blatantly handed over trademarks and my voice to someone else. Anyway, I decided, yeah, okay, let's do something that involves getting a lot of people on the same sheet, knowing what is actually going on. and I came up with a petition from change.org, a one-pager that explains everything. And since I've written this, I've been in touch with YouTube's legal. We have gone back and forth. Part of my petition is an actual excerpt from the email that was used by the perp to steal my trademark, where he said, quote, "Dear YouTube, I'm the owner of Infinite Plane Society." That's me in the video speaking. Email address, info@infiniteplanesociety.org. I don't own that domain, never have. He bought that domain to pose as me and steal this channel. Well, so far we have 158 signatures at change.org at this petition to stop YouTube LLC from suppressing the IPR podcast. And I think once we get to about 1,000, maybe 2,000 signatures, we'll have a little bit more weight. But as this builds, I'm working on a legal case. If that's what it takes, I've already requested the contact information for YouTube's registered agent in the state of New Mexico. And I will see resolution with this very soon. But the brighter light we can shine on it, the better. Because it's self-evident here, if you just read the paperwork, the one-pager, that this was theft, it was intentional, it was malicious, and YouTube is 100% complicit, even down to the email address of the YouTube employee who accepted this. And more recently, I sent a copyright takedown notice against the perp's fake YouTube channel pretending to be me, and YouTube wrote me back. And they said, "We're concerned that your legal request may be fraudulent. As a result, your YouTube account has been terminated." Instead of addressing my complaint, they deleted my YouTube account. And that's probably number 149. But this is a flagrant disregard and dismissal of my copyrights. And the channel brags. He even puts TM, trademark, after Infinite Plane Society. My point being, YouTube's in the wrong. It's provable. If enough people see it, something will happen. It's going to happen regardless. I'm not exactly going to back down. Queensland shooting, extremism, and conspiracy theories turbocharged by the internet. It's a new security threat. That entire shooting in Queensland is by the numbers. Has all the same types of spook code, or I guess we'd call spook code, that you would expect. I have a few clips, a few things I want to bring up with regard to that particular psyop. Like, for example, someone posted this in the Discord server. Just look at the numbers here. They came to kill us and we killed them. The quotation marks look like 66, but 33, "We'll see you when we get home." They make frequent use of the word evil. If you don't defend yourself against these devils and demons, you're a coward. It looks like a horror movie. It looks like a horror movie trailer or something. And I'm looking at their YouTube video, but it says, "We've seen people," this is from the article, "fall very quickly into conspiracy theories like QAnon. The real question is, how did it escalate so quickly into violence?" I would be focused on who he was networking with on and offline. The puzzle is, in this case, what was the trigger for such violence? Again, we're getting toward the real objective here, isolating the virus. Isolating the mind virus that they will have to vax us for before we can get back online. Yep, good point. Salty says, "Make a YouTube short and a TikTok with an ad for the petition link." Yes, I'll make that a point tonight. I'll put down a list of ways that we can promulgate and share this. I have a list of things I've been working on. You've probably received a few emails about it. And the nice thing about change.org is that once per day, you can send a status update. Right now, it's a couple hundred people, but as the number goes up, those will be in the know, and I'll be able to send them more information. Like, for example, here's a number to call YouTube's legal. Leave them a message. We're going to expand on this, but this is a big deal because this channel has been unfairly suppressed. And when they back off and they basically let us operate without any interference, we're naturally buoyant. Our numbers will spike, and with that, the number of callers, the amount of information. And we're kind of info junkies here. I mean, we do get a lot of the best information, hunt it relentlessly. And that's one of the reasons why we want the think tank to be open to as many people as we can. We want a broad spectrum of observations, opinions, perspectives, points of view. I talk to people all day long with different points of view. Not everyone's off-world stage or even close. It doesn't matter. Everyone's an observer. Joined by HLGGLH. I still haven't figured out how to pronounce that. Here's an article from The Onion. Elon Musk receives experimental Neuralink implant in an attempt to delete the memory of being booed. Yeah, he got on stage with Dave Chappelle, got booed, seemed surprised. I'm like, I'm sorry, but this is the naked emperor type situation. All right, his name is unpronounceable. All right, it's ineffable. It's not meant to be uttered by the human throat. Some kind of like H.P. Lovecraft's deities, their names are always intentional. It's like, did he fall asleep at his typewriter? His head hit the keyboard? It's like these names are literally unpronounceable. All right, let me run through my Twitter feed. I found a really good article. Last week we were talking about Pan, the god Pan of panic, and how it correlates with the pandemic when you get into the fact that the word syringe derives from syrinx, a Greek word, meaning the pan flute. Pan, of course, a fertility god. One of these fertility gods, very exaggerated, with the horns on his head. Not difficult to understand what that means. But he's associated with fear, with the mass panic, of course, we had in 2020. Everyone's locked down. Well, while we're all in our homes and pandemic, pan is reigning, it's this fear everywhere, the only people who are out are the nurses. And what are they doing? Well, they're twerking in the hallways. And I'm like, okay, wait a minute here. There's a story that connects this, and this was first pointed out by Lean Dion, that there's a pretty strong correlation here between Pan and the nymphs and the dancing nurses and the pandemic, the syringe, and everything else. Well, here's an article from 8/8/2020, The Return of Pan, the nakedness of power, panic, and pandemics. We're hiding from an indiscriminate predator, one that cannot be outrun. Our anxiety and panic is real. We know no matter how isolated our hiding place or how thorough our social distancing and hand washing, it's a matter of time until we or someone we love are discovered by this voracious creature. Anyway, this article says the term pandemic is derived from the Greek pandemos, meaning all people, and traces its origin with the word panic to the Greek god of nature, Pan. This horned, hooved creature, born to Hermes, one of the many nymphs that he loved. Upon seeing the wild newborn, Pan's mother fled in terror, leaving Hermes to care for the half-child, half-goat. Anyway, the common attributes of Pan: dark, terror-awakening, phallic. Now this is all intriguing here because we're talking about the earth god constantly here. Osiris. However, whatever name you give it, there's always the obelisk. And Pan is another one of these. I mentioned before how Jack Parsons would read Aleister Crowley's Hymn to Pan before their rocket launches. But what brought us down this particular path here, and if you look at the screen, I do have some of the dancing nurses. If you haven't seen these videos in a while, I'll put some up here for just a moment. And just think back to all the news reports about stay home, it's dangerous, hospitals are packed, there's not enough PPE, they're so full, there's not enough hospital beds, hospitals are so packed they're bursting at the seams, bodies are popping out the top windows, they have to use auxiliary refrigerators outside for the corpses, they're digging up the parks, making them into mass graves. They gave us a picture on TV, but then all we really see is clowning around. Nurses dancing, all wearing PPE, no social distancing. Now, again, we watched all these videos and it didn't make sense at the time. We're like, what's going on here? Now I think it makes sense in context. We were living in the terror of Pan, and of course, again, here's what got us started in this topic, first of all. The One World Trade Tower. We were pointing out how this thing looked like a big Vax needle, and it probably wasn't a coincidence. It looks like a big syringe. Digging a little bit into that, it turns out that the One World Trade Tower is known to be a big flute. It's a panpipe. The wind blowing through it makes it into a pipe, and apparently it used to scare the neighbors. They would panic. There were rumors it was the wailing of the victims of 9/11's, their ghosts or something are up there. But whatever it is, it's a big pan flute, and it's a syringe, and it, of course, the symbol there is what I'm pointing out because it is the emblem, I think, of what you would describe as the 2020 and the entire panic around how do we get saved. Of course, it's this device. And everybody, pandemic, everybody, the entire world had to go through this thing. Anyway, this article is fascinating. Just goes into the etymology of the word pandemic, go into the etymology of syringe, and you find it ties into pan. And I think this is finally a context in which these dancing nurses make a little bit of sense. All right, continuing here, going through my Twitter feed. If you haven't been following me there, it's Real Tim Osman. And I pretty much just retweet anything that I think might be of interest to any of the conversations we have here. For the most part, monitoring the space station. We watch the psyops above and below. And it's definitely the case that they're hyping it as, well, right now it's a dangerous situation. And for the next few months, they're stranded and there's no lifeboat. I mentioned X-Files earlier. And here's a clip from an X-Files episode that talks about world depopulation through some kind of modification to our DNA. And I'm only pointing this out because you can talk about this stuff on Netflix if it's in the context of a show like Inside Job that makes fun of it. You can talk about it in the context of a conspiracy show on TV where it's obviously fiction. To me, this is how they control reality in large part. They designate what is fiction, what is real. In my view, 20 years of school shooting, fiction. 9/11, fiction. What you're about to hear here might be real. I'm going to play a clip here. Again, this is from X-Files.
Ellie has been making claims.
Claims about what?
You and everyone you know has a piece of DNA in your genome, put there without your knowing it.
Put there by whom?
Well, that's the question of the day.
This is an internet lunatic. You're not saying you believe him.
Hold on, Agent Einstein. You're talking to a scientist.
Forgive me, Assistant.
Notice, too, the person who's suggesting that there might be something that modified our DNA is instantly put down. Oh, this is something from an internet lunatic.
Director, it may sound insensitive, but the suggestion is pure science fiction.
Pure science fiction. And, of course, laughing. Laughing while repeating somebody's assertion is an appeal to ridicule. Another logical fallacy, also known as a horse laugh. And here she is, horse laughing it away. Doesn't change the facts. I mean, you're entitled to your own opinions. But this is the coercive nature of logically fallacious debates. It's all indirect, never goes for the facts, always attacks the messenger.
What I'm saying, Agent Einstein, is that the facts, as I understand them, cannot be discounted out of hand.
No one has the right or the ability to tamper with your DNA.
Unless we gave them that ability.
There you have it. X-Files. And the creator of X-Files had a spin-off show called The Lone Gunman. 6 months prior to 9/11, predicted 9/11 to a T. Not a coincidence. Lone Gunman, a Kubrick reference because, of course, Kubrick directed JFK's assassination. Fake assassination. Lee Harvey Oswald, of course, is one of the characters in The Lone Gunman, only the name is scrambled. It's an anagram. Let me see if I can find this. It's called Lone Gunman TV series. Yeah, it was 6 months prior, and the episode was pretty much a blueprint for what was coming. Similarities to 9/11 attacks in the plot storyline. March 4th, 2001. Rogue members of the U.S. government remotely hijacked an airliner departing from Boston to crash it into the WTC. Now, again, the character in the film is Vez Adele Harlow, femme fatale thief who works at the Lone Gunman. The alias is an anagram for Lee Harvey Oswald. Probably not a coincidence. I've been finding some fascinating coincidences between, I'm saying coincidences, connections, links between the Lee Harvey Oswald assassination, 9/11, Apollo 11, and a few other events, even the Manhattan Project. And they all correlate to the same theme, which we get into a lot, but it's about the alchemical death of the West. Linda Curtis says DNA is fake. We says we have alien DNA. I think one of the stories we've been given, and this is probably what is behind a lot of the alien intervention model, that life developed here organically, and at some point there was some kind of beings from above, the Elohim, beings from light, like stars coming down, of course UFO craft, and they upgraded us. They gave us some kind of Neuralink or some kind of upgrade. They fixed us, made us man, and elevated us from being just beast. And they installed their purest bloodlines as our rulers in their stead. I've heard many variations of this story. I think it started probably with, maybe it was Gods of Eden. Not a new idea necessarily. The Gods of Eden by William Bramley. They came to Earth millions of years ago. They're still with us. Oh yeah, but this one is pretty dark because he's suggesting that the intervention was actually a negative thing, and that our rulers aren't exactly our benefactors, but somehow diabolical controllers. Not a new theory. Another good book is Slave Species of the Gods. I don't think these are accurate models for what's actually going on, or historical models or anything. I'm just suggesting these are worth reading because it's very telling. Slave Species of the God, The Secret History of the Anunnaki. Like, it tells you what the big picture that we're supposed to accept is. Our origins as a slave species and the Anunnaki legacy in our DNA. This book reveals compelling new archaeological and genetic evidence for the engineered origins of the human race. Oh, first proposed by Zachariah Stitchin. Slave Species of the Gods. I read this book and I stopped reading it when I got to the part where he was suggesting that, yeah, we do have some kind of benevolent guides here on Earth, that their descendants are still in control, and the author is listing off the people that we would look to. His name is Michael Tellinger. He's like, well, where would we look to see who these gods are among us today? And he actually pointed out George Soros among his list of suspected Anunnaki descendants that are our benefactors. And I'm like, okay, you're trying to say I'm a born slave for George Soros? I think it was after I read this book that I started to kind of think that maybe a lot of this alien creation stuff was just another way to get us to worship the elite somehow. The whole idea, like the divine right to rule. Yeah, they have a divine right. They were born somehow. But I think the story of aliens and the alien rapture I started this conversation with, I think that kind of pertains to this idea as well, that we are somehow in the middle. We got out of the bestial, we're no longer ape. Now we're man, although sometimes we act a little apish. We get violent, we destroy things, but we're trying to evolve into something higher. And our evolution is being facilitated by technology, and of course, we want to be like, I imagine, alien, what the aliens represent, our future selves. They have ascended, or rather transcended, above all of the material world's barriers to longevity. They got past. Apparently, they're not at war anymore. The aliens are almost angelic, and they're all gender neutral. They're grays. They have no color. It's not black and white. Think about all the black and white stuff, all the polarities, the gender stuff, the race stuff. It all goes away with the gray, black and the white. I think maybe the future model, the perfected man that they've given us is this universal drone with no real face. They all look the same. But we're not going to get there unless we evolve a little bit more, and that's going to be, of course, facilitated by technology. My point being, this scenario shows us that if it may not be alien intervention that brought us here, maybe, maybe not, but that our future evolution, our salvation, is going to come through technology. All right. Les Luther on Twitter said, how to create the illusion of war. 1. Switch off the power. 2. Claim the power outage is due to an enemy attack. The outcome? Citizens will experience temporary disruption in day-to-day life and living conditions, thus believing the war is real. He wrote this in response to the Kyiv Independent. The authorities are imposing emergency blackouts as Russia hit energy facilities in several oblasts, according to the deputy head of the president's office. Kind of like how here in America, in North Carolina, you have these blasts, you have these attacks on the transformers by the white nationalists. Very strange story. It's like white nationalist MAGA terrorists are so mad about drag queen shows, they're shooting transformers to shut off the power. And of course, this is believed obviously by the public because we've been conditioned to think that there's this rising tide of right-wing hate and bigotry. And I think it's media manufactured. The media manufactures a funhouse mirror version of reality. They hyper-focus on whatever they want to focus. They can put anyone they want on a pedestal, any group, and make any group the accepted scapegoat. And they could flip it at any time. But right now, what they've done is they've switched out, they've swapped out radical Islamic terrorists for domestic extremists, and they've created parallels in every major way. That's why the far-right nationalists are being typified as incels. The incels. It's because they're correlating them with the sexually repressed suicide bombers, the jihadists on a holy war against the, not deep state, but great Satan. But what's the difference between great Satan and a deep state? Echo Charlie says, can't dance without a spotlight. You know, if you watch the movie Nope, it's about a UFO, kind of a flying saucer type thing. And it has a pretty fascinating explanation for the tractor beam. I kind of don't want to give any spoilers here. I'd like to think everybody's had enough time to watch it. But the imagery is what I'm pointing out here. The idea of some kind of beings from above isn't necessarily always a good thing. You have some who say, I want to believe, but they're coming down here to regulate. One of the common threads that I've seen in the alien lore is they're going to come down here after we start nuking the place, and we're going to be given an ultimatum. Unite or we will destroy you all, or something like that. But their tractor beam is the thing that elevates you into the ship. You know, it's the rapture thing. And if you look at the Space Needle, which is the New Age obelisk, the elevator shaft, and again, L in elevator, is used. I think it's important. It's an important part of the symbol because you get elevated off of the fallen world that's about to be destroyed, and you get taken into the UFO. The symbolism speaks for itself. You're all very well aware and apprised of the symbolism in SpaceX and how often he inculcates the number 42 into everything. Turns out the Space Needle, which is in Washington, State 42, has an elevator ride that's 42 seconds to the top. The UFO is 42 meters across. That's how wide the thing is. And these are not coincidences. 42 is a clue here. 520 feet up in 42 seconds. Review of the Space Needle. Visitors can reach the top of the elevator at 10 miles per hour. The trip takes an astounding 42 seconds. UFO is 42 in gematria, if you care to look into that symbolism. Are you ready for a 42-second elevator ride into the future? The Space Needle has always been a popular tourist attraction. Now, what this represents, Space Needle, well, Cleopatra's Needle, the obelisk, the rocket takes you into space. Space is heaven. This is the obelisk of the Earth God. This is the pan flute. Syringe. Not a coincidence that ground zero for the pandemic was in Seattle, and that Bill Gates has his Bill Gates headquarters right there at the Space Needle, because the Space Needle represents what the vax represents, salvation. It's a symbol. You want to be raptured? You want to be saved? You want to escape the fallen world? You want to be immunized to the sin of the day, which is the pandemic? Take the needle. All right, phones are open, 833-311-1984. If anybody has any comments. I'm working on an IPS Institute course. Again, it's going to be on the fakeability test and the realm of possibility. We're fine-tuning our argumentation because I have a plan here. And this plan is not new. It's been in the works for a few years. And even though we do get a bit of suppression here and there, the work always continues. Especially the plan, because I know eventually all the pieces are going to be there. And I have a plan for 2023 for Infinite Plane Media, all of the reporters, and it has to do with what I see as a philosophical difference between the consumers of mainstream news, the consumers of alternative news, and the consumers of conspiracy theory news. I think there's a major schism between all these news media consumers and true media analysts, and that would be us. And I think the schism isn't so big that we have like major disputes. We're not going into political war with one another. I'm just saying that there's enough of a philosophical difference that what we do does require its own separate think tank, its own separate way of categorizing what we're observing. And it's not disinformation. We're not trying to compete over, with the mainstream for the minds of the mainstream news believers. What I'm doing here, I feel like it's more like alien anthropology. Bunch of outsiders, penguins at the perimeter of the world, on the outside looking in. We says, was intervention needed as soon as the Trinity test went off? Yes, Trinity test goes off, and then right after that we start having the alien interventions, and that has been one of the main stories. In fact, the day the earth stood still, there's one of these movies where the alien comes down and it talks to the president or something, but it just sounds, a lot of these movies, like here we go, an alien demands that Earth's leaders choose between peace and destruction. 1951, Turner Classic. I mean, that's 70 years ago. We were being conditioned to have some robot come down from space or some alien come down on some craft and tell us to behave ourselves. This is God descending. This is Starman. That whole Starman narrative, the savior from space. Again, we're waiting for some higher power, from some sky deity to come down and set us straight. Elohim. That's what the Elohim are. That's what the lights from above coming down to upgrade us. Like, oh, we're due for another upgrade. Our operating system. We did pretty good since we were apes, but now we have used our superior intellects to create superior weapons. We're not just hitting each other with rocks and sticks. Now we're blowing up entire cities and the ecosystem itself. Time for another upgrade. We says alien penguins. Yeah, I like the idea. I like the idea of, well, objectivity, because, the objectivists, I think Ayn Rand is worth studying, and I think that many of her ideas are valid when it comes to perception and psychoepistemology. The problem is she and all the other objectivists out there automatically believe whatever they see on the screen. This is what I mean by what we're doing here is more of a philosophical than political movement, or I would say what we're doing is more of an exercise in philosophy than an attempt to sway people to vote one way or the other. It really has little to do with participating. What I'm saying is they had the right approach for the most part, but then they were tricked into mistaking the screen for a window. And okay, this window gives me more knowledge about the world. Well, no, the knowledge is being filtered. And if you don't acknowledge that your window is a filter, it's like you're having your entire reality distorted. You're going through the funhouse mirror. And most people exist in the funhouse mirror version of reality, mentally. Even though we all share the same physical world, they're in a different place. Don't believe me? Look at the guy gluing himself to the painting because he thinks the world's going to flood if he doesn't. Look at the guy setting himself on fire in a tennis match. And I could point to many examples of the insanity of the people who think that the world's about to end. And their hatred for the people who aren't doing anything to stop it. The sinners. The ones who are incurring the wrath of God. The most radical religion out there is the mainstream media. We are a de-radicalizing entity, if anything. We de-escalate. Like, no, things aren't that bad. No, those guys didn't do 9/11. 9/11 was a movie. We de-escalate. Oh, why are you chasing that red herring? What are you going to do, retaliate for what? A bad movie? Yeah, I'm taking a step back. Throw popcorn. Sell your ammunition, buy popcorn. Portal Complex says, also, the Nordic silver with hair in the Arctic. Admiral Byrd said the women were incredibly telepathic. Right. Well, yeah, we don't have telepathy today. Today we get text messages. That's our version. We get like a cheap imitation. Portal Complex says the Nordics warned him about nukes. Yeah, sounds like a story that goes over many generations, and that's one of the things about propaganda that we all know. The thing that makes it effective, repetition. You got to keep repeating it, as George Bush said. You have to catapult the propaganda. Or, as Eric Holder said, you have to brainwash people. We need to brainwash people by making it a part of their everyday experience. Well, we have been given the same messages again and again for generations. Think about the alien invasion story and how it's been the same story for generation after generation. That's repetition. By definition, I think that's propaganda.
Message. Every day, every school, at every level. One thing that I think is clear with young people and with adults as well is that we just have to be repetitive about this. It's not enough to simply have a catchy ad on a Monday and then only do it every Monday. We need to do this every day of the week and just really brainwash people into thinking about guns in a vastly different way. We also want to have...
Yes, repetition and brainwash. And by the way, they're never going to get your guns. I was on Twitter and I saw, I think it's Mike Rothschild. He's like, look, it's been 10 years. They never took your guns. It was just a conspiracy theory. And I'm saying, no, the explanation that they're faking shootings to grab your guns is a false explanation. They're faking the shootings to get more people to buy guns in the insecurity that guns will be taken in order to inflate the perceived need for gun drills, which are used to traumatize systematically all of the children in the world. The guns are merely a prop in the Psy War. They're not going to take your guns. They're not going to force vax you. It's guns versus needles. These are props in the Psy War to keep people perfectly split on party lines and on their relationship to power. Again, it's the right wing that believes in their immune system, in self-defense, in national borders. Think about it. Oh, I don't want my skin to be porous. Don't poke me. I have my own immune system. I'll defend myself. Oh, I don't need you to take my guns. I have my own home defense system. I'll defend my own house. Oh, I need you to close the borders. We don't need to. So the whole point is close borders, close borders, close borders. Meanwhile, the left is open borders, open pores. Take away your guns. Again, no barriers. Why is one fine with no barriers and the other one wants barriers? It's because one is outsourcing its self-defense. Oh, the police will defend me. Oh, the state-injected immune system will defend me. I mean, you see how that works? It's about your relationship to power And of course, borders are a big part of it. And the symbolism of letting the other side put their needle through your border is the psychological part of it. That's the psychological trigger. Alien invasion. Same symbol that you see in the nuclear warhead. I mean, the symbolism is everything here. When North Korea is waving around his missile, it's all a game to scare the public. They will get you cowering before AR-15s, before nukes, and if they can't get you to cower, they will get you to worship, whether it's at one of the major cults that worship the obelisk or the space religion, where people basically gawk at these things, these burning obelisks. Oh yeah, that's the burning obelisk of Osiris. You want to worship that because you think it's taking you to heaven. It's all allegory. It's a fertility rite. All right, let's continue here. Just going through the remainder of my notes. We're mostly caught up. Got a message from Ant Necklace. He said, yesterday you talked about celebrities leading the charge to leave Twitter, that they are quarantining themselves from, quote, information mind viruses, similar to the way they led quarantine messaging in 2020. Can't stop thinking about it. Hope you hear 30 years from now. And this is in response to my blog. What I wrote was, just as leftist celebrities led the way to quarantine and masking, leftist celebrities are leading the way into the internet quarantine and mentally masking by exiting Twitter in a public way and agreeing to the pro-censorship for public mental health reasons as a premise. What they've added to here is the idea that, you know, as healthy super spreaders carry a dangerous virus that can harm people with weak immune systems, mentally healthy people who have memes are dangerous to people who are mentally unwell. Alex Jones blamed his belief in Sandy Hook being a hoax as a psychosis. My point being, just as they can justify masking and locking down and socially distancing everybody because of the physically unwell, at the expense of the healthy, they're going to do the same thing at the expense of the mentally healthy who aren't messed up by memes or overtaken by random beliefs. They're going to be able to censor the internet on the basis that mentally unwell people do stuff like shoot up schools, for example. They've been building up a big story over a long period of time, and you could see it as it rolls out. You can call it out as we do all the time and not be surprised by any of it. We may not be able to stop it, but that's not really the point. You know, the masses are in this up to their, I mean, they're in it. They are initiated into the world. They're indoctrinated into the world state church. But yeah, mental masking. Before you speak, or rather type a meme, they want you to have a mask over your mind. And I saw this starting to happen already. Like, for example, I go to Twitter and I'm tweeting something at somebody, a little vitriolic, and it stops me. And it says, are you sure you want to tweet this word? Many people in our community find this to be offensive. And I'm thinking, okay, wait a minute here. Did you just ask me to put on a mask? And that's kind of how I took it. They asked me to put on a mask lest I infect somebody or offend somebody or however. All right, well, I'm not going to be mentally masking anytime. I'm happy to get kicked out of any establishment again and again. The mask Karens, or the mental mask Karens, have zero effect on what we do. A couple of things I'm working on: IPS Institute courses, and I'm working on a World Stage deprogramming manual. And you will all be the first to get your hands on those, especially if you have a press pass. I'll be distributing these things. I'm creating a pocket-sized guidebook or manual, a guide to seeing the world from this other perspective. It's going to be uncensorable because it's purely in the realm of, I think, philosophy. I'm not listing things that are fake. This isn't going to be something that can be easily suppressed, but I think it should be very effective. As I said, I'm trying to create the common sense of this hyper-mediated reality. Explaining the rationale for stepping off the world stage and looking at the screen as we do, as entirely suspect, as a liar. All right, thanks for joining. We'll be back. If you want to join us in Discord, we have a lot going on there. This is Infinite Gang, and I'm turning this back over to the 24/7.
It's a creeper beat, man. Come on. You know it.
You're playing, man. Infinite things, man. The play society. Infinite plane, infinite plane, infinite plane, infinite plane. Doing my thing, do my thing, do my thing, do my thing. Infinite plane, yeah. I live on an infinite plane. I live on an infinite plane. They telling me that.
Deep under my bubble. It's hard to comprehend. Space is fake AF. Two little bitty O-rings.
Right on the dot. Let's go ahead and get started. That's Space is Fake AF by Chief Crow and the Flat Earthworms. Find him on Spotify and really anywhere else. Just search Chief Crow and the Flat Earthworms. Space is Fake.
Research Eddie Bravo.
Phones are open, 833-311-1984. Joined here by, a lot of people have already rolled in here. P. Trippa says, wow, I haven't watched a live in a bit. So slow. I usually listen at 1.5. I'll try to speak faster. And I appreciate the support to you and everyone who has purchased the book recently. Oh, Portal Complex says, Symbia will be dropping Mystic on the Heart of the Sun. Yes, please keep me apprised of that. I'll check my messages when I'm through here tonight. And I will make sure we do what we can to promote and to blast. And I want to spend more, we talked about this stuff in the Discord server. We are going to spend more time improving the after. Like after the live show, I want to have a more focus on selectively chosen archives as well as music. Plus interviews. We just have so much to grab from. We've been doing this for a few years. Anyway, this is the eve of the winter solstice, the longest night of the year. A few developments. By the way, Elon Musk is in the news all the time. And if you remember last week, he said that he was being stalked, and some scary looking guy with a hoodie and a mask on jumped on the hood of his car, stalking his child named X. Anyway, this crazy stalker followed a car carrying his child in Los Angeles, thinking it was him. That's what he said. He kind of put it out to the hive mind to find this person who was his stalker, while a new statement from the local police provides the first official account of what happened. The South Pasadena Police Department confirmed 2 vehicles were involved, but it was a member of Musk's security team, which is kind of interesting. We'll see. They said a member of his security team is a suspect, which makes me wonder, was Musk's little harassment thing there an inside job? And it kind of looks like it. I'm surprised he didn't just use CGI, like the CGI mouse he put on the outside of the rocket, on the very mission where they were sending genetically modified mice to the space station. Just another coincidence if you're a believer in coincidences. And for those of you who know better, for those of you who still think for yourselves, perceive for yourselves, and don't outsource your critical thinking to blue checks, I have a new book out called The World Stage Deprogramming Guide. And World Stage Deprogramming Guide is cutting-edge auto-hoaxology. I have 30 copies available now, well, probably 20 now. I'm making the first order. I'm going to probably place an order tomorrow. Only 30, maybe 33. I'm going to sign them and send them out. And of course, the copy will be, the digital copy will be available on Kindle and stuff like that next year. I'm going to wait, but mainly I want this one distributed by hand through my press pass carriers. But I do want to do a first run just to see how it goes, see what people think. It's going to be uncensorable because it's not focusing on specific events. It's not naming and shaming the crisis actors or the events themselves, because it's not about that, really. It's really about our operating system and how we have collectively been conditioned to mistake the television screen as a window to the real world. Going through comments, joined by, oh yeah, Portal Complex says, sign the petition. If you haven't signed it, I have a petition to get YouTube to take very seriously the fact that they handed over trademarks to my stalker back in 2018. Now, I have a real stalker. He's not CGI like Musk's guy. Anyway, their legal department keeps ignoring me. I may have to sue them again, but I was thinking this might do it. Get enough signatures, enough people willing to sign up on here. We'll put some pressure on YouTube to look into it, because I put the evidence that proves my case right here in the body of the change.org petition, and so far more than 200 people have signed it. Appreciate that very much. Once it gets to 1,000, I think we'll start having a little bit of clout. I mean, it really is about numbers. You know, this reality is reality by consensus. I actually think it's more important to win in the court of public opinion than anywhere else. Plus, everything's so fake anyway on TV. Does anybody here think Alex Jones is actually going to have to pay out $1 trillion? And even if he did, he could sue Netflix for stealing inside job. That's his meme. You can defend your memes. If you coin it, you sell it, you put it on a bumper sticker, it's pretty much yours. Common law trademark, I mean, that would probably be enough to pay off the Sandy Hookers and buy them some actual acting coaches. I mean, they've had years to get their act together. I was really bored by that entire trial. You know, I was looking at a clip from the trial of Nicholas Cruz, the Parkland shooter, and there's a scene, and I say scene advisedly, where his attorney gives the middle finger, and then she and Nick laugh. Like they giggle together, they're laughing as she raises the middle finger to the other side. And I'm looking at that, I'm thinking, he doesn't seem crazy. It almost looks like they're goofing around. And she did apologize. She didn't know the camera was on. She didn't apologize for raising the middle finger. I mean, it just sounds like crisis actors gone wild. All right, joined by Phil LeBlanc. VW Tech says, let's go. AAAA Oswaldo says, auto hoaxtastic. Yeah, I'll have to add that to the lexicon. The whole purpose, though, really of my releasing the pamphlet at this time is I think it's important to take our best ideas, the things we discuss, the framework with which we analyze mass media deceptions, and release it in an objective format. It's sort of a Jedi mind trick I'm playing here. For example, let's say hypothetically you find 5 or 10 of the best video editors in the world, and you bring them in a room and you show them a few clips from NASA here and there, but in isolation. You don't say, I mean, you might even tell them, I'm working on a science fiction film. Tell me if this is any good. You show them a clip, one of the ones where an astronaut's head goes through the roof for a second, or where a microphone goes through a neck. You show them an obvious green screen glitch, not telling them it's the ISS. And see what happens. See what happens when someone who actually knows what video is supposed to look like versus what a composite looks like. They'll say, well, here's your error. I can see some fuzz here on the edge, a little green screeny. Like they would call out the flaws. Only if they weren't aware of the fact that you're showing them ISS footage. And that's because when they see what's presented from NASA, they instantly categorize it in their minds as, quote, scientific evidence. My point being, you can trick people into being honest. I've done this before, and I've done it on debates, you know, just kind of like, for example, I was having a conversation with McToon, and I showed him an image. I actually referenced an image. I said, because I knew if I showed him images, he would question the quality of my photos. I said, go look up the NASA astronomy pic of the day, where someone captured an image of the ISS transiting in front of Saturn. He found it. His jaw dropped. He says, this is beautiful. It's amazing. And I said, yeah, it is, isn't it? Now, look it up again and type in hoax. And he found out right there in front of everybody that it was a hoax that NASA had exposed, or someone exposed, and NASA had to take it down. My point being, I was exposing in front of everyone that they accept the premise that if it's on the screen, it's real, and therefore it's scientific evidence in their minds, and it's really not. And that's a huge problem. It's a huge problem that people are so dishonest with themselves. But that's really what this book is about, because I present arguments about media and perception where any rational person will answer in a certain way, but then you can actually look at them apply it, and you'll see when people are willfully evading things that might contradict what they think is real. If you've ever discussed the shape of the world with someone who is certain we're on a CGI ball, you know what I'm talking about. The cognitive dissonance, the defensiveness. And if you think about it, we've been in quarantine our entire lives. It didn't start with 2020. We've been in a mental quarantine. And many of the ideas that they are insisting on banning right now are ideas that weren't meant to be released. And I think one of the most damaging, quote, mind viruses from their perspective, from the perspective of the big illusion and its maintenance, is our awareness of the use of actors on the news. I mean, it just takes things, it takes our understanding to a deeper level. And when you build on that, you can actually emerge with a bigger picture. First of all, it implies that there is a stage that is unanimously agreed upon on all sides of the political factions, political debates. Like you'll notice CNN doesn't call out the right when they run psyops. In fact, usually theirs are the ones that involve radical Islamic terror. And on the right, they never call out the left as, running psyops, except for the one, Sandy Hook, which is just a red herring. But generally speaking, they all treat these events like real. Case in point, Club Q. The Club Q shooting was an obvious psyop, blamed on the political right. The name was a clue, Club Q, and it associates with this ongoing storyline about the right being bigoted and transphobic, dragphobic, etc. Anyway, no one on the right who were smeared with this, who were blamed for it, called it a hoax. They all assumed it was real, but they just blamed probably the usual SSRIs, like, oh yeah, the selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors are causing them to go shoot things up. That's the right-wing go-to response. It's their guardrail, which is another thing I do discuss in the World Stage Deprogramming Guide, the concept of the guardrails. And these are just standardized explanations to keep anyone who doesn't believe the mainstream story from calling the whole thing phony. All right, joined by Mom with Sons. We is here. Venus E says good evenings. Tim and Vic 131. Thank you everyone for joining. Let's see. Again, we have a new book out. You can find it. Just click the link below if you want to be one of the first to get the paperback signed copies. I probably won't be signing many more. I mean, really, I don't think I'll be able to. I have a lot going on here with. I think that was from Jack33. Appreciate it. I can't hear the Kraken, but I can see here on my audio mixer something was drowning me out just a minute ago. All right, joined by AJ206, says Infinite Plane Radio is on air. Notice I sent out text alerts. Thanks again to everyone who purchased the book and supports the channel, because that's what pays for a lot of that, and that's what keeps the think tank afloat. Keeps it moving despite all the interruptions, which you're all very well aware of. All right. Anyway, we'll continue here, but I have a plan to trick a number of video editing specialists into giving us an honest appraisal of the space station. Among other things, I've been working on this strategy, which you'll see when it comes to really deconstructing what I think is an example of something that only exists because of rumor. And I don't think that's a tall claim. I think the space station exists on the TV screen because it's basically a movie. And whenever people say there's something up there, it always amounts to hearsay. There really isn't any substance to it. And it was puzzling me as to how that got a pass. How does that something get inserted as a possibility? And what I realize here is this is strategic. The use of rumors, the sowing of doubt, and then the false correlation between apps and the light. Just if there's a light, it might therefore be. There's a very subtle strategy here, I think, but what it does is it provides a little bit of doubt. And why it's important is from the ground, the ISS is our only real evidence of low Earth orbit, which I would contend is probably fake. Okay, let me continue. Quite a lot of new names in here as well. Diana South is here from DLive. Thanks for joining again. 737. Kevin Mooring says, finally found the new channel. We also have a video blog channel, which I'm going to be using as soon as it warms up. I want to go out and do some live painting. It's at Infinite Plane Society. It's on YouTube, but it's never going to be censored because I don't say anything that could get us censored. And if I do, I immediately delete it. It's the safe channel. It's a safe space for even snowflakes. Just art. I'm trying to Bob Ross it. But it's difficult. I'll be in there in the chat. I'll be painting a penguin with a wrench. And then someone will say, did anybody really die at so-and-so? I'm like, no. It's so easy to step on a landmine. Things are so sensitive these days. Like memes are the new virus. The infodemic, that's the thing they're going after next. Wait for the internet lockdowns, sites quarantining. That's what is coming. We'll get into that as well. I mean, that all ties into really the reason why Elon Musk owns Twitter right now. And you know he's part of the PSYOP entertainment complex. He fakes space. I mean, what won't he fake? Again, a member of his security team is a suspect in this stalking case against him. What does that say? Joined by Multi-Zero Dagger, Thirst for Truth, Benton. Hey, if you're not getting text alerts, re-sign up if you need to, but infiniteplane.media, I will be using text alerts until we get our numbers up above 100 again. My objective is to have a regular slot, like 9 o'clock. I can do 9 a.m. and 9 p.m. most days, or really close to 9 a.m. But I think if I have a regular schedule, I'll cut back on expenses with the text alerts. But for the time being, we'll be using the penguin signal. Okay, I also came across some interesting little clip from William Cooper about this idea that 1 in 40, this is what he says. Now, you can take the word alien with a grain of salt. We don't know what this means, but here's what William Cooper, author of Behold a Pale Horse, said. Quote, in the documents I saw, 1 in 40 humans have been implanted with devices, the purpose of which I have not discovered. The government believes that aliens are building an army of human implants, which can be activated and turned upon us at will. 1 in 40. Is that number too low or too high? I think he's underestimating it. Now, I don't know the origin of this, but I think more than 1 in 40 can turn on us at will. I think it's more like 39 out of 40. And it doesn't really even take an alien implant. It takes an MSM mind virus, a little bit of, television-induced hypochondria. That's really what it's about, if you ask me. I don't think they actually need to inject anybody to turn them into aliens. They inject them with ideology. It's the real implant is the hive mind. And that's another thing that I confront in this new book, the World Stage Deprogramming Guide. And if you look at the cover, it has a number of individuals with televisions on their heads, and they're standing on a stage. And one of the other points that I make in the book, and this is key here, is that if you don't recognize the existence of the world stage as such, you can't be objective as to what you're seeing. You need to get outside of the system to fully, to be objective enough to see both sides. And again, it's kind of like, as I see it, the one, and you can't rule out, you can't discount from your overall view that it's not a small group of people that are pulling this off. When it comes to the various psyops, there's a lot of people in the know. And the crisis actor thing is not a conspiracy theory, it's a fact. It's a tactic, and it's just one of many things, but it's relatively new. That's only been out for 10 years, meaning the insiders have had an edge since the beginning of mass media. The Psywar specialists have had a huge edge. That's why you see all the dupers delight. But I think we've been catching up. And my idea here with this parallel media concept is, let's just stop pretending we're idiots. Let's stop pretending like we actually believe some of these things we know to be false, and like somehow the disbelief of the brainwashed is some kind of a barrier to us moving forward. The fact that we know more than your um, the vanguard of teleprompter readers is a good thing. We don't need to pretend that they somehow know more. The insiders higher up are clearly having a great time with this. We see it all the time in the punny names of their various actors. Anyway, let me go ahead and continue going through my comments. G88 says, "What's the best Discord?" The best Discord, and the most relevant one, and the one where we will be using the voice chat, is ips.monster or infiniteplane.media. Just go there and click. It says enter the IPS chat. It's called the 24/7 OmniChat Think Tank. Joined by Mizell. Oswaldo says the NPC Apocalypse. Infinite Muse says good evening. Thanks for joining. P. Trippa asks, Tim, did you catch the Elon Musk clone impersonator at the World Cup? Final score is 33-42. I saw you note that in the Discord server. These numbers are so consistent. These patterns, and it tells a story for sure. There's a subtext to this stuff, and they don't let any of this theater go by without using it. And I saw the video or the image of Macron like hugging the head of one of the soccer players. That's got to be some kind of quasi-Masonic eyes wide shut ritual. I don't think that was consoling a guy for losing a ball game. Now, I did see the image of Musk, and people are saying it's not him, it's a deep fake, because there was a line around the neck, which could be evidence of a mask. I thought it might have been a necklace. I'm going to have to look. I don't want to deep fake myself out. I saw Tom Cruise jumping out of a helicopter. It didn't sound like him at all. Hardly looked at him, but there's wind blowing in his face. And he jumps out of the helicopter. Could be CGI, but then it looks very real. Anyway, I did some digging and research, and I found the reason he sounded the way he did is they had to use some kind of bone conduction microphone with some kind of molar implant or something he puts on his teeth. He's wearing something in his mouth in order to be heard in the high wind. Anyway, Tom Cruise is in the news because he keeps jumping out of planes, jumping off of cliffs. I think he was credited today with one of the greatest stunts in cinema history. And I think this is all a build-up to the big one. Remember, Tom Cruise was in Eyes Wide Shut with Kubrick, who did Apollo 11 and 9/11, if you ask me, but there's more. The last Top Gun movie, or Top Gun 2, the whole 10-minute intro where Cruise is going to Mach 10 or Mach 11. When he hits Mach 7.3, he goes off the radar, and they kind of joke about how he went over the ball of the earth. Or they said ballage. Anyway, that whole scene, if you watch Top Gun 2, he's wearing a space helmet, he breaks this record, and he lands in some rural area and walks into a diner, and it looks like it's in the early 20s. And some kid asks him if he came from outer space. And he uses the phone. My point is, Yuri Gagarin, the first man in space, went into space, landed in some field, people saw him, and asked him if he was an alien or a spaceman. Same story. They had Tom Cruise reprise the role of Yuri Gagarin in Top Gun. And I'm not the only one that noticed this. I saw a few reviews mention it, but I think it's highly significant if you consider the space age and the space age story from start to finish, and Kubrick's involvement in it. Kubrick's involvement in Apollo 11, his involvement with Cruise, and now Cruise is about to go to the space station. The next big thing, which by the way has a hole in it. It's got a leak. I hope they sent Don. Well, there's some kind of issue there. I was going to say I hope they send Don Petit. He seems to minimize the significance of these leaks. He says you got a leak, you got a leak. That's like a non-answer. Good thing space is fake. Nobody's trusting their lives to that guy. All right, Kevin Mooring says it's all fake AF. Tyrone says celebs arrive at sporting events like the Super Bowl to be photographed but never stay for the actual game. Right, well, he was shaking hands. I think it was Musk. I think he might have had a necklace on. I don't think he was a clone, although Ye suggested he might be. And for all the offense people took to Ye posting a swastika / six-pointed star, that's the trademarked emblem of the Raelians, who have admitted Musk as an honorary member. And the Raelian cult believes, or supposedly they are already cloning people. Like that might have been a Musk. We don't know if it was the Musk, or is there a Musk? Same with Tom Cruise. They say he jumped off that cliff with his motorcycle 6 times today. Was it the same guy every time? Like they got backups. Garrett Summer says Thomas Cruise Mapother the fourth. Well, the name Thomas means twin. Cruise is cross. Tom Cruise, if you ask me, the name symbolically represents the double cross, which is the cross of death and then resurrection. It's a symbol of the second coming. And Tom Cruise as a world stage character, really on and off the screen, but he's constantly been associated with this Christ imagery, the dying, resurrecting Sun King, this hangman thing, the hanging man, hanging God. He's the Jesus Christ of Scientology. He divorced all of his wives at 33 years of age, inexplicably. In Vanilla Sky, he dies at 33. He's reborn 3 days later. I mean, it's a reoccurring theme throughout his entire career. And if you look at the iconography, I mean, just look at the imagery. Search Tom Cruise. He's always hanging from cliffs, falling from the sky. There's always a sun behind him, like a halo. In fact, in the last Top Gun movie I just mentioned, I did a breakdown of the names of every single character in that movie with some kind of a reference to Christ. Rooster, Christ reference. And of course, he's the son of the character from 33 years earlier during the first movie, because they were chronologically 33 years apart. And they even started the production 33 years apart. He wears that helmet, UGH 33. I mean, it gets redundant. There's a character named Hangman, kind of Jesus-y. Well, Hangman's played by an actor who is 33. You have a guy named Phoenix, very obvious. But I went through that movie in detail on one of my blog posts if you go to timosman.blog. And by the way, if you haven't kept up with my newsletter or my blog, I am going to publish the year 2022. I'm editing it down and taking out the redundant stuff, but I'm putting it all together just for the research value. I went into the Top Gun movie with a composition notebook and popcorn paid for by Infinite Plane Radio listeners. I will go review any movie. I will watch anything, no matter how bad it is, if you think it's worth reviewing. All right, Infinite Muse says, order the new World Stage deprogramming guide. Awesome, appreciate it. And it's safe. Like, look, here's what I did with it, is by not putting anything in there that's immediately just offensive or over the line, by keeping it neutral and down to the methodology of how we approach, how we absorb media. Like how do you actually thoughtfully categorize stuff as real or fake? Do you give them the benefit of the doubt? These are subtle things, but it makes a difference. And I've compared, and I think I put this in the book, I compare the relationship the true believer has to the news media as somebody who's in a relationship with a liar, a pathological liar. They don't lie every second of the day. Things wouldn't work. Just strategically, for advantage. Over time, their lies put you in a slightly different world. It's a splinter. Slightly different rules. My point is, it's very cult-like when you get into the mainstream media programming. And you'll see that the fringes are absolutely cults. You have these climate change idiots not wearing masks, not socially distancing, gluing themselves to things to save the planet. Like, these are true believers. Like, I'm just saying, it's very culty. And I think it's important to point out that the people who call you crazy or a conspiracy theorist, they don't have the intellectual high ground. Philosophically, their way of processing information is inverted. They look at the screen, they think it's a window to reality. They can just absorb it completely, download it without filtering it, no critical thinking. And my point too is outsourcing your critical thinking. Like, I'm not going to question that shooting. That's offensive. Okay, well, you're evading something. And I'm suggesting here that when you present these arguments or some of these concepts, they will agree with the premise. They'll agree, yeah, it would be ridiculous of me to put blind faith in this or that. But then you can point out examples where they probably do exactly just that. Like I was saying, I can get people who are video editing specialists to notice things that are fake. But then if they're told it's from NASA, they suddenly don't know it's fake. And I'm saying that kind of evasion. Um, to me, it's a sort of self-deception. It's a self-negation, in fact. It means, oh, I'm not a perceiver. I'm going to go with the hive. And that's the big picture here. We're moving away, or they're trying to move away from tolerating individual perceivers. They want us to be a little more unified. Again, it's the hive. We experienced it in 2020, and we saw how many people readily adapted to that. No question. And a lot of them are still pining for those days. I see them walking around with their masks, sad that nobody else is. They don't have that power anymore. Scientology says Infinite Muse says Scientology adrenaline junkie. He has no fear. Yeah, I was like, he's got to be the greatest salesman for his religion. If I mean, he has done some pretty amazing things, assuming it's not, well, CGI'd. And I give him, I look, I think they can fake almost anything. They really can, and the fake ability is probably far greater than we think. I don't think they would let us know how good this technology actually is just based on past precedent. Do you remember last year all those articles about Tom Cruise being deep faked? But it was all a digital filter. It wasn't in real life. And I said, this is no big deal. They're distracting the public from the fact that these silicone masks are so realistic that they've been deep faking us for 30 years. They really have been. I'm talking about foolproof masks used for decades. And the public wasn't really made aware of it till recently, and nobody really cares because now they're focused on the digital deepfakes. I'm just saying that there's like a lead there. By the time the digital caught up, there's a good 20-year lead there. I'm just saying maybe the fakery's far beyond what we know, but we'll see. The acting isn't. The acting is still garbage. And one other thing, and this is another point with the ISS, and I'm just being objective. The special effects on the ISS, even the Chinese space station, are not as good as what we have in video games, not as good as what we see on the TV. The contrast is stark, and to me that's a problem. And that's one of the reasons why I initially posited that they're going to have to they're going to have to WTC7 the ISS, because its poor special effects are holding back progress. I think that's the main limiting factor. How can you get us on the moon base if we're still in that jalopy that looks like it's from 2005? I mean, it's really bad. But I've seen the new stuff. If you watch 1899, that show, it seems to me that's what Mars is going to look like. That's what the moon's going to look like. It's going to get better, but they have to get rid of the old stuff first. Pete Trippa says, don't tempt us to support your movie watching. Yeah, like I said, I will watch literally anything if it's relevant, and everything is chock full with predictive and concurrent programming. It was really obvious this summer, and I would presume it's like that all the time. But there's no way you would know because this stuff is so compartmentalized. Entertainment runs a parallel track with the news, and it's precise. You have season finale, it's like FBI season finale. They're like, oh, we have to cancel this because the storyline is exactly what happened in Uvalde. And then you have this other show on Stranger Things, and the intro is like, warning, you're going to see a bunch of dead kids just like the school shooting. I'm like, wow, what a coincidence. Game of Thrones, I'm watching the new one, and I'm like, wait, am I watching a Game of Thrones or am I watching some kind of Roe v. Wade infomercial? Because it was all about women's rights and the woman dying because the patriarchy needed the child. I mean, they don't even hide it anymore. There's no meaningful distinction. You get the news, even if you're trying to just get entertained. All right, let me go through some of the things I had earmarked here. Okay, William Cooper. Anyone here have an estimate? How many humans have been implanted with a device that will allow them to be activated and turned on us at will? 1 in 40? Is he understating it? Now, Elon Musk did a poll to see if he should be removed from Twitter. He lost, but now he's blaming bots, conveniently. This is like the type of person who would cheat at Monopoly. I've got Musk fatigue. I think everyone had yay fatigue. And I've noticed it goes like it's going to be yay, Musk, and then Trump's going to come back in the news until we get bored of him. then Ye is going to say another thing. Like it's kind of redundant, very, very recycled. The news is green. It's sustainable to not have to hire new writers to write new stuff. These two climate idiots, and if you're looking at the screen, the one on the left looks like, not judging, but she's judging me. She looks like she's got a large carbon footprint, and she probably should be locked up to minimize her damage to Gaia. I have no issue with Harry Potter there, but they glued themselves to a rail at the orchestra hall in Hamburg. It was during a Beethoven concert. They didn't know that the platform that they glued themselves to wasn't fixed to the floor. It's on wheels. So they wheeled them into a broom closet. These two climate idiots glued themselves to this handrail in the Philharmonic Orchestra Hall in Hamburg during a Beethoven concert. They didn't know that the rail was not fixed. They just took them outside into the hallway to continue the concert. Again, those are true believers in the mainstream media. They believe the science. They trust the science. I question why they're not masked. This is just unusual. I don't know what to make about it. This is Alex Stein and Kyle Rittenhouse. Kyle Rittenhouse has become some kind of alt-right media figure, and whenever I see this, I think this guy would be in witness protection. He would be in the witness protection program. Thank you, Zin Velis. Appreciate that. I'm getting notices here that there's another shop sale. And I'm only paying for 30 copies for the first run. That way, if there's anything that needs to change or anything at all to add, I can make those last minute changes. And I want to see the quality of the print because I'm looking at a couple options. The ideal is going to be pocket sized. Pete Trippa says, these climate idiots look like they pose for the photo. Well, I noticed that they go after museums and now after the orchestra. It's almost like it's an inside job. Like they're always harmless. I mean, if I was doing this, like let's say I believe that Mother Gaia was under assault by capitalism and I was going to go damage some stuff, I would go in like a ninja with a katana and I would shred some paintings. I would send people running and screaming. I don't know why they just harmlessly, glue themselves to something. Like, are they trying to save the planet? Are they trying to hijack this ship before it crashes or not? Like, it just seems a little too, yeah, I think it's kind of weak. I don't think they're actually protesting. It seems stagey. All right, let me continue. Diana South says the BRAIN initiative under Obama could have implemented implants. And there were the looters and rioters in the summer of love. Yeah, that was an interesting summer, 2020. And we did get a lot of crowdsourced video, and there was a lot of real mayhem. It was a really good example of what happens when the Psy-War spills over into the, quote, real world, and they start breaking stuff. But most of it, if not all of it, was funded and allowed to happen. They let it happen on purpose. The police, they all stood down. I appreciate the shot of B12. Okay, I didn't check that soundbite before I uploaded it. What is going on? Okay, I see what happened here. One of these is going to have to go. That was a full-on, like 30-second soundbite from the original Godzilla movie. Anyway, I had to pull the plug on that particular browser add-on. I thank you for the support, though. All right, continuing. Sorry about that. I got a little distracted. All right, let's see here. Kevin Mooring says, hey, Tim. Have you seen the videos of babies growing in pods, lined up like pods in the Matrix? Oh yeah, those implantable wombs. Is that what those are going to be? I've seen them. I've seen models. I don't think they're real yet, but I don't know. People will go for it. Like, look, there's no turning this ship around. Anything that you see developing is going in that direction. It's a trajectory, and it's not going to change. Like, I've been pretty sure that a lot of what we're seeing is just part of this transition into this new age paradigm where their new god is the god of Mars, the Egyptian Horus. Continuing, yeah, that was scary. I see a lot of people here. We released the Kraken. Look, it's fine. For people who don't know what the Kraken noise is about, it's simply that this channel has been knocked down many, many times. And so instead of trying to build one channel from the ground up, we spread out across dozens of platforms, dozens of podcasting sites, and that way each of these grow independently. And at some point, we'll just be this Kraken that rises above the surface, and they can attack any censor any particular platform, and it won't affect the whole. And we're no longer YouTube centric. In fact, the domain is ips.monster. If you go to ips.monster, you can get the newsletter, text alerts, and pretty much any relevant information pertaining to this channel. There's also a link there to the IPS Institute for Advanced Media Deconstruction. I mean, what we're doing here is more than just saying, is this real or is it fake? To me, that's the guardrail. That's the edge where they have you questioning, but you're defaulting. If I can't prove it's fake 100%, I'm going to default to what the mainstream says. That's their program. They want you to go into the default, and if you veer off, they have something to stop you. It's real, but there's some different spin on it. But they never go full fake. And we've already recognized how fake is used. I'm not trying to apologize for it. And again, I don't think you should allow yourself to be gate-kept by people who aren't quite up to speed or aren't educated on the matter. All right, it's been a few days. I had to scroll through my notes. Senate did pass legislation to ban TikTok from U.S. government devices. No surprise there. Last live stream was called Internet Lockdowns and Mind Masking in the Safe Space Age. There was a transition from safe spaces, which were specifically meant to keep you safe from right-wing memes, to state-mandated social distancing, to keep you safe from viruses, specifically spread by right-wingers who follow right-wing memes that cause them not to vaccinate. The safe space age is, I think, this is the objective here. And now they're bringing it back, but they're trying to make it ubiquitous. It's not just at college campuses. They're going to make it safe everywhere, but it's a very biased kind of safe. This thing has been unfolding for some time, and of course, mind masking refers to what they're going to ask you to do, what will eventually be mandatory. The mind mask right now, yeah, it's voluntary. Not everybody wears it. I notice all the libbies who are leaving Twitter are going to Mastodon, which is basically the most boring, empty site in the world. There's nothing going on there. I only have one. I'm not advising anybody to join, but it's their safe space. And I'm looking to see what goes on over there when they're free of all the hate, when they're free of all the memes. Nothing's going on. It's like they don't want to cancel the culture of their opposition. I think they're just canceling culture, period. And this reminds me of that movie Equilibrium with Christian Bale, the guy from American Psycho. Equilibrium, 2002, is a movie where all forms of feelings are illegal. Everyone's maintaining a perfect flat line. Nobody has any overt emotions, and they have to get rid of any kind of culture or memes that might inspire somebody to do something. Quote, in an oppressive future where all forms of feeling are illegal, a man in charge of enforcing the law rises to overthrow the system and hate. Again, Equilibrium, 2002, and that is where we're headed. Like, they're not trying to create some paradise or some kind of utopia where all the memes are happy and all the ideas are loving. No, I think it's more about just an overall general kind of quiescence they would like to achieve. And they'll get there. Diana South says they will wear blinders like the racehorse. Pete Trippa says, I'm sick of the NPCs. It's fine. I'm just annoying that no one is at least IPS level by now. I look at the NPCs as those who are just following the program. And the reason why they follow the program is they don't realize that there is a program. Like the Truman Show. He was an NPC until you realized the whole thing was fake. But up until that moment, it was just he was going along with the script. Now, right now at this time, my objective is not to find these Trumans and give them a clue. That's not what my objective here is. I think that there's a almost willful defaulting to the hive mind, and it's born out of, we could say, laziness. I'm not quite sure what it is exactly, but whatever it is, I'm not interested in trying to, quote, wake people up. I don't want to disturb the world stage. I'm studying it. What we're doing here is more like it would belong in the humanities, like alien anthropology. I mean, we're looking at this thing like truly objectively. Just like this, look, think about this. The people who come up with this, with the perception management stunts, the PR stunts, the people who come up with the psyops, they are looking at humanity as though they're not part of us. They're up there, up in their capstone, looking down, and they're saying, this is how we manipulate this group. This is how we manipulate that group. They have that oversight, and we do too. That's what I'm saying. And I'm not suggesting here that I want to try to compete. I'm not trying to help Trump. I don't care which one of these, quote, sides win. It's one side of believers versus one side of believers. Most people are taught that, oh, the extremes are bad. Let me just go to the middle. Yeah, well, the middle is about as far from, I think, getting a clear picture as you could possibly be. There is no middle ground. There's no fence squatting. You're on the world stage, and it's your frame of reference, or you're not. It's a philosophical difference. Maybe it's in the realm of epistemology and how you process information. But I think that we have been deliberately misled on, and I say we, I mean, this is something from, well, basically from the day that you're first introduced to television. Like I've been saying this recently, that the screen is mistaken to be a window. It's almost like another sensory apparatus, and it takes primacy over what you perceive. To go with the flow is to willfully deny your reality in favor of the televised reality. Like, oh, on TV, the hospitals are so full that there's no more room. Bodies are stacked up. They're popping out the windows like 9/11 jumpers. Dead bodies everywhere. Then you go out there and it's just a nice day. And if you did walk into the hospitals, well, they're empty except for the twerking nurses who probably had access to the pharmacy. My point being, there's a discrepancy between the real world and the televised version. But most people will default to the televised version. And I think this is the result of a multi-generational military Psywar operation, not beginning with, but including the moon landings. When man went to the moon, quote, to get those moon rocks made out of petrified wood, when man went to the moon, what really happened was humanity stepped into fantasy, a new religion, a new miracle. That's what happened. It was a paradigm shift. And I'm like, well, that paradigm shift is responsible. It's like the foundation for this entire new worldview. I think that's why this is so fundamental. If they can get you to believe that, they can just build on it endlessly. But I'm just a critic also of the world stage, and they haven't improved their special effects commensurate with the years, and that's been one of our biggest criticisms. I've often compared Infinite Plane Society to the Mystery Science Theater 3000. The premise is a few individuals are kidnapped by a hostile alien, captive audience, and they're forced to watch bad science fiction until they go crazy. Doesn't that sound like Planet Earth? Exactly. But the reason they didn't go crazy is they laughed, mocked, and threw popcorn at the screen. And that's what we are doing. That's why we don't experience the cognitive dissonance. That's why we're not crazy. All right, continuing. Portal Complex says, shower curtains and masking tape revolution. Also aluminum foil. Appreciate the support, Shannon. We are selling the new book, World Stage Deprogramming Guide. And again, this deprogramming guide isn't a laundry list of fake events. It's really something to spark a little bit of introspection and honesty, because I think this is a philosophical crisis. It really is. And the mass media reacts and they say, oh, it's the fake news. There's too much fake news out there. No, the real crisis is the perceivers have been taught to be believers, and that's intentional. That's one of the reasons why they pack in 48 hours of fake news every single day. They want there to be such a flood that you're like reaching for a lifeline. Let me follow a blue check. Let me follow a pundit. That way you can just believe and go with the flow instead of, being overwhelmed. And the solution that I have here to the overwhelming flow of information and how to avoid the trap of ignorance by just ditching it altogether is by categorically rejecting things as fake, which is easy to do. This concept of auto hoaxing or bullshit detecting is a time saver. Imagine if you had to interview somebody for 8 hours to find out they're lying. Then you get some expert in there and they can crack that person in 2 minutes. That's kind of what we're doing. I believe we had determined the purpose and we poked holes in, no pun intended, the Club Q shooting like 3 hours after it happened. Now this is probably a coincidence. Holes spotted in the leaky Russian Soyuz spacecraft, space junk. The same day that there was a hole in the spacecraft, they blew up the Sierra inflatable space module down on the ground. There was a Lockheed Martin video where they showed the explosion of one of the modules. They overinflated it on purpose. It was just a stress test for this soon-to-be orbiting habitat. But my point is, what are the odds? You're having this issue down below and then here at the same time. Spectacular imagery of the exploding space station. Probably not connected, but I keep track of these narratives, these stories, and the buzzwords because they seem to get ahead of things and seize those words in advance. I mean, ultimately, this is a propaganda war. All right, continuing. By the way, Trump's going to be hit with, I believe, 4 charges or something. It's like Watergate, as we were saying. Probably worse. But definitely fake. Look, the thing is, anyone who's being charged with being a 9/11, now this is the new 9, they're treating it like a 9/11. Anyone charged with the 1/6 insurrection that doesn't call out the obvious fakery, and there were some elements of it that were easily exposed as hoaxy, namely Ashley Babbitt's death. If they didn't call that out, then they're part of the show. They're getting, it's a TV arrest. It's not real. Portal says the man behind the curtain is bluffing. Yes, that's what I would suggest here. Here's a quote from Marcus Cicero. The evil was not in the bread and circuses per se, but in the willingness of the people to sell their rights as free men for bellies, full bellies, and the excitement of the game, which would distract them from other human hungers, which bread and circuses can never appease. This bread and circus concept is brought up quite a lot, and I think it's pretty much evolved now to, I think Netflix and UberDash or something, but you'll notice, this is why I point out, there's a parallel track between everything on Netflix. Again, the co-founder of Netflix, first CEO, was a blood relative of Edward Bernays. They run a parallel track, entertainment and news. Infinite Plane Radio.
Oh, hey Tim. Thought I'd just call in and say hello. Love the show. It's quadruple A.
Awesome. Thank you for calling.
I wanted to say, yeah, no worries. I wanted to say that I'm sorry no one showed up for your candlelight vigil for the vaxxed.
Yeah, it was kind of embarrassing. If anyone missed it, on December the 2nd, we had a candlelight vigil for the vax for anybody who was worried about what would happen to those people, and nobody showed up. I mean, what do you take out of it? Does it mean that people don't really care?
Well, they either don't, yeah, they must not care that those vax people are dying, or they must think that the vax is good for the people.
I'm neutral,
But
but I was just creating a platform, and then I'm just there in the dark at Roosevelt Park, a single candle.
you really showed up with a single candle?
No, I didn't even go. Nobody messaged me.
Okay. Okay, fair enough. And I'm also meaning to talk to you. So I saw the ISS, a light. I can't say I saw the ISS, but I saw a light in the sky that correlated with the app. And so there's a light in the sky, but now I kind of want to see it under magnification.
Okay, well, one thing I would say is, are you an ISS believer or knower? Can you make that distinction?
I don't. I think I'm just trying to. I'm not a believer or a knower of it. I'm just kind of.
Okay, so
I'm
you
neutral. I
don't
think
have
it
any,
might be there
like,
or it might not.
did you have a previous interest in it? Like, have you watched their live videos?
No, I haven't really watched much stuff with like a little bit of the brainwashing from like Discovery Channel growing up, but
Okay.
like
Well,
they show you how they put it up.
okay, again, I mean, my take on it is this. Whatever you are recording, it's 100% certain that it's not that clown show with those guys hanging from the wires. Like that, automatically, you're not seeing those guys. And therefore, it becomes a different question when you're talking about the transits. I happen to think that the app is a psyop. Like, it's basically probably going to be right some of the time that you might see a light, but I haven't seen anything to convince me that there's any precision to it. It's always ambiguous. But did you feel
It
ambiguous?
matched up. It matched up. Like it said it was going to come here, and then I saw the little light. It's kind of like the size of a star. It's kind of white, and it just slowly travels across the sky for like 7 minutes. But what I want to do is I want to view it with magnification and see if that H like comes out. Like they say, you can see the sun, the solar panels make it look like an H.
Okay, now I've got a
So
question here then, because if it's there for 7 minutes in your point of view, 7 whole minutes. Now, did it go horizon to horizon?
yeah, basically horizon to horizon type thing. But I kind of stopped watching it like halfway through because I'm like, oh, this is kind of boring. Like it was literally like I was shoveling snow. But yeah, I think it's like basically goes horizon to horizon, like kind of comes from it came from the west and went towards the east,
Okay, because
and it correlated with like the app.
here's a couple of things. One, I don't know if they can go horizon to horizon. I think it is really dependent on being close to sunset or dusk, and it only gets partially across the sky before it goes into the Earth's shadow. And it is entirely dependent on reflecting the sun. But another thing, 7 minutes means that it's in your range of view for 7 minutes, but it goes around the world in 93 minutes. In other words, you're seeing 1/12 of its journey, or like 2,000 miles. Can you see from where you sit? Did it cover 2,000 miles? I mean, that's a long journey. I'm just saying 7 minutes seems like a long time, but I could be wrong.
It would have to be going so fast, but they say it's going so fast because it's, is it moving? It's moving at the same. No, it moves around the Earth, so it's yeah, it must be just the gravity keeps it going in a circle around the Earth. But yeah, that's wild. I wonder how it's going that
Well, they say
fast.
it's
Like,
falling, and I mean 17,000 miles per hour sounds extreme, but it's 200 miles up. It's like a 93-minute orbit is the idea here, but it's basically bouncing or like skipping off of the residual atmosphere, and then it has its control momentum gyros to keep it perfectly flat. I mean, the whole thing to me is just a computer model. It's a sim. I'm slightly interested in these transits. I mean, there are people who will show you, look, here it is passing in front of the sun. Here it is passing in front of the moon. But in every single one of these videos, and you can check, they always use an insert shot. And if you're not familiar with video editing, you might not catch it. It's like a magic trick, sleight of mind. 1 minute you see a guy with a telescope. Then you have a close up of this little PNG dragging across an image of the moon. And then it goes back out to the guy and his jaw drops. Like, look what I just saw. Like it hasn't convinced me yet, but I'm interested to see what you find.
yeah, I don't think I'm gonna find too much. Like, I honestly, I think if I can finally do my own research, actually get some magnification equipment, my hypothesis is that I think I'm not going to see this H. I think it's going to be too hard. So, but yeah, anyway, anyways, that's kind of just wanted to kind of bring that up with you. And yeah, I love your show, but I do have one William Cooper quote here. It says the symbology of the Sphinx is to remind mankind for eternity that we're nothing more than an animal with a brain.
Oh, that's pretty good. William Cooper, awesome. Well, I appreciate the call very much, and we'll keep up with this alleged space station.
All right, sweet. Nice talking to you. Talk to you later. Bye.
All right, that's quadruple A. We could call him QA, but I don't want to offend him. You know, the QAnon thing is so jumped the shark. It's like they don't even care anymore about JFK. They're looking at DeSantis. They don't even care about adrenochrome addicted satanic pedos from the deep state. No, now they're after drag queens. It's like you guys really watered down your mission. The Sphinx. I think it was David Icke pointed this out. He said that the Sphinx is a symbol of Leo and Virgo combined, and it represents the beginning and end of a year or something. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, Tim. What's up? It's G33.
Hey, what's up, G33? How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Things are going well. Back on, as always, which is great. I appreciate your
Yeah,
support.
good to hear you, brother.
Yeah, did you get the text alerts?
I did. The email, the text. Thank
Excellent.
you.
Excellent. Yeah, I'm going to keep that going. I want to keep everybody on the same sheet. And but for the most part, anything? Do you have any expectations? It's a solstice right now. It seems like everybody's just.
Yeah, I heard you say that earlier tonight, and I was like, I didn't realize it was the longest night.
Yes, actually, I think tomorrow maybe. But you know how these, like, if you remember, they always, I say the media, the people behind it, they manage to tie in stories to these major solar holidays. And I noticed for a few years running, there would always be these very conspicuous SpaceX launches right with the winter solstice. Not sure what they're going to do this year, but I'm looking up.
I know I've been worn down, and I know the less sunlight, it kind of gets you there. Been working a lot, but I kind of want to comment on the Musk thing. Like a month ago, maybe longer, I heard David Icke. What do you think of that guy?
You know, David Icke, I like about 80%, or agree with like a lot of his assessment, but he's a world stager. He thinks these things are real. He doesn't call things fake, but it doesn't invalidate I think his metaphysical speculation and interpretation of things. That's what I like. I don't care about his news analysis so much.
I agree.
Like, he talks about synchronicity. Who does that, as far as researchers go? Like, I think he's real in that sense.
I agree. So he was on the Name That Shall Not Be Spoken show, and he said, what do you think about Musk? He's doing good things, he's doing bad things. And David Icke, he just straight out said, I wouldn't trust him to tell the time in a room full of clocks, mate. And I just thought that was great, because he's allegedly like the richest guy on the planet, give or take, whatever month it is, but I think he's mostly been the richest guy on the planet for the past year or whatever. And it's like, how can you trust the guy?
Yeah, isn't that kind of interesting? I thought about this before, how the people who are like pro private property, capitalists, etc., they know environmentalism is a communist power grab. But they think the space program is somehow the product of capitalism. And they see Musk and they're like, yeah, take us to Mars. And it's like, this guy's a con man who's selling you into serfdom, communist gulags in space.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going from the standpoint of he's allegedly the richest guy on the planet, give or take, whatever month it is. I mean, I can't trust him. That's the top of the top layer of the pyramid. You know, he may not be the top, but it's like he ain't trusted the guy. It's like what is he really saying? He, and that's what they do. Like they say good things to give them ground to stand on, and then like you got Alex Jones. Like I said, name that shall not be spoken, but he did like discredits himself. It's theater, you
Well,
know.
people make excuses. They make excuses and they say, well, he has to backpedal a little bit, or he can only say, they make excuses. And I'm saying,
Limited hangout.
yeah, I mean, who are you going to follow? A dupe or
You gotta
somebody?
connect the dots on your own,
Yeah, that's the bottom
right?
line. That's the bottom line in my view. If you just replace the media filter for some rogue person, you're not using if you're not your primary source, if you're not the final arbiter of what you believe, then you're going to be just as puppeteered as the normies. And I look at their information and I take what I can from it, but I don't really follow anybody.
Yeah, exactly. And the other thing about him is, I think, is the main long term agenda is transhumanism. All this trendy stuff in the media now, you know, he's got it's the Neuralink, and there's other companies out there that are farther, I mean, a lot more along than he is, from what I've been hearing. And it's like he's just the guy that's like, oh, I got Neuralink, blah blah blah. He's got all these other technology companies. But you know, all these agendas. I think in the long term here is leading toward transhumanism, like the merging of like us, our consciousness, our flesh suit with the to technology.
I think you're right. I think you're definitely onto something here. It even ties into the whole Iron Man connection they've made with him. Neuralink is a huge part of this. Then you have, Grimes comes to mind. Grimes was tattooing herself to look like an alien. She had her ears cropped to look like an elf. I mean,
Yeah,
she was non-binary before they got married. That's why.
Yeah, she's a weirdo.
Well,
but and that's like a soft approach to it, because it's like, oh, I'm going to alter myself in these ways that are flamboyant or whatever. But in the long run, that's going to be like old hat, and the merging of flesh and technology is going to be the trendy thing.
Well, I remember Grimes was talking about how AI could perfect communism and get rid of any kind of systemic corruption. And I'm like, okay, that sounds to me like, I don't know, like she overheard a conversation between Musk and his friends, and then she's regurgitating it for, TikTok or something. Now, hey, there was a Bible verse. I think it was, here's it, Daniel 2:4-3, and you saw iron mixed with clay. And he saw iron mixed with ceramic clay. They will mingle with the seed of men, but they will not adhere, just as iron does not mix with clay. There was something I had found somewhere.
I've heard that a lot.
About this idea of transhumanism being somehow inferred here. Now,
yeah, the mixing of iron and clay, and it doesn't cleave.
Now, the guy who coined the term technological singularity, the guy who said there's going to be a point where technology bypasses nature and is now our main evolutionary driver. That was a guy named John von Neumann. Think about that. The guy who pretty much coined transhumanism is a guy named Newman. Very world
I heard
stage.
that before too.
And like I hear that, that's definitely telling you that transhumanism was on the agenda a while ago.
You know what? I think it's just alchemy. It's like it's the synthetic approach to immortality. And alchemy is like the synthesizing things out of compounds, like lead into gold. Your alchemist wanted to synthesize it, lead into gold. And like you talk to people about alchemy, and they that's all they think is like lead into gold, but it's such a vast spectrum. And
Sure.
It's like they want to synthesize immortality. That's the gods with the little g. Whether that's right or not, I'm just saying, like I feel like that's tied into transhumanism. It's like the gods with the little g, and then the god. It's light, white versus dark. Light versus dark. Lucifer, God, like the duality.
Yeah, that's a very prevalent theme in the 100 and many other Netflix shows. The upload shows about where you can sign something where when you die you get uploaded to some kind of sim where your family can internet with you still. I mean, that's been a reoccurring theme where they're trying to present the human soul as something that can be isolated and put into a junk drive and then transferred into something, which would be a form of immortality, so long as you can find, a replacement body or flesh suit, however they, or android, whatever they do. But that is one of the things they keep on bringing up: digital transcendence.
Digitally, yeah, digitally into the android. Which is like you see that in sci-fi movies, and you're like, entertaining movie, but. And I thought those movies were dumb when I was a kid. I was more in that like action movies and stuff. But now, fast forward to the future, it's like that was like some foreshadowing perspective.
Oh, sure. I mean, all of the great sci-fi writers of the early 20th century are credited with being prophets in their own lifetimes. Asimov and all the others. They basically told the story in advance, and they're not prophets. They were just telling the story that we would all come to believe. And you're right about alchemy. I think that Stanley Kubrick, his 2001 Space Odyssey and the monolith thing, that I think is ultimately the alchemy of two into one, merging man's cognitive faculties with the screen. I think the two into one, I think they pulled us into fantasy, mainly through these big psyops. And Kubrick's not the head of this thing. He's just very well represented in it. But I think it might even be the purview of NASA itself. Like maybe beyond faking space, they're faking our worldview. And I think that over the generations of mind of a psychological warfare, I think they've alchemically essentially merged us with the screen.
Yeah, the screen is huge. The black, when it's off, it's all black. There's a reflection in it. It's almost like a mirror. I mean, when I look at the TV, I just think of a mirror, but like in a digital sense, like mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the fairest of them all? Like, and then the mirror image, and the as above, so below.
I look at it as it's like
duality.
Like I have my iPhone 13 in my hand, and to me this is the monolith, and this is the black stone. It's the slate that we're all on the same page.
Yeah.
And it's the Bible of the New World Order religion. It's the consensus establisher. Yeah. And if you aren't part of that consensus, you get censored from it. And what they're doing now with this infodemic remediation is they're trying to purge any kind of quote mind viruses that isn't going to comport with their big picture.
Another thing Ike said was holdables, wearables, implantables. And it makes me, because like when you got your phone, it's like the black screen and you're looking at it. It's like the mirror that's alive. Then you got the wearable. That's not too popular yet, but it's popular enough where I see more and more people wearing those watches every day. And I use Bluetooth earbuds. And these new Bluetooth earbuds, they do a lot of like data collection actually. They're better ones.
You're saying crawl, walk, run, like Ike used to say, the totalitarian tiptoe. They can't just introduce it all at once. So first it's a wearable. Well, first it's you carry
incrementalism.
Yeah, incrementalism. Makes perfect sense. And, pre 9/11, I remember people saying stuff like, I'm not going to be tracked. I'm not going to carry a flip phone. Then 9/11 happens, and everybody suddenly grabbed a phone. I was like, wow, if anything...
Patriot Act, and I heard 9/11 was like the point where most people had a phone.
Yeah, they used that to get everybody onto the system. And
Yeah.
It changed the culture instantly, and they sold it through fear. And then 2020 came, and they taught everybody how to do online shopping and Uber Dash. They made everybody capable of subsisting without ever leaving their home. But again, they use these psyops to drive so many agendas, and if you only pay attention to the scapegoat or the villain, you kind of miss the transformation.
Yeah, I put Edward Bernays' propaganda book on my Christmas list. I think somebody got it for me, so we'll see if I get it or not.
Oh, awesome! Yeah,
But
I love
I
that.
know that guy was like a, you know, mastermind at that kind of.
Well, no one could write that book today or write about the masses as objectively as they did. The way they talk about people in propaganda in the public mind, it's like from the perspective of the elite, and the masses are somehow down there to be manipulated. They don't talk like that so openly now, but that is how they see the people they are manipulating, and that's why it's so intriguing to me that they knew the power they were saying back then pretty openly. This gives us ultimate power, and our reality's fluid now because of it.
I think it goes all the way back to Babylon, because it's like the people have been ruled by the elites since that long.
Yeah,
You know
I
what
think
I
it's the
mean?
same click. Same click. I don't know how 100% how it works, but it's the same click, and every once in a while they change the external trappings, change the costumes, paint up the.
I think back then it was like spiritual technology. Nowadays it's just like synthetic technology.
Right, right. It's like these counterparts, like digital transcendence. It's more like literal than before. It's interesting because I was just thinking about this too. It's like everything's a facsimile. Space replaces heaven. Of course, the obelisk thing's obvious. Sin is the new evil. I mean, the virus is the new concept for sin. But I think they're introducing evil again in an atheistic or non-theistic way, and it's going to be the secular concept of like hate that's going to be imposed as like that's why they're going to quarantine the internet. It's not going to be because of COVID
Oh,
misinformation.
that's definitely coming. That's definitely coming. I see it coming, man.
Hey, Musk plays a huge
There
role in it. Musk
I
opened the floodgates on Twitter so they could justify it.
I think Jones is going to be like the martyr or like the canary in the coal mine. You know what I mean? Like I'm pretty sure I heard you saying how like he doesn't have to deal with that or something, or like there's ways he could go against it, like other than he is, and like the whole trial was a silly, all of them, and it's like that's how these guys in these orders do. They do humiliate hum,
Sure.
humiliation
Like
rituals.
hazing, humiliation. I would say it was a performance art
So
piece. It was performance art, and the truth of it is that one event. And thank you, Dante Jones. Appreciate the support there. That one shooting that he was crucified over is just a red herring. It's a distraction from 20 years of fake
yeah,
shootings.
yeah,
Like
yeah.
Jones is not going to sit there and talk about, oh, Littleton was fake, Parkland was fake. Every one of these has been staged. He wouldn't go through the 33 that Sidethorn journalist exposed. No way. He focuses on the one because it distracts the public from the Psywar. They miss
You
the
can't
forest for the
you
tree.
can't you can't say anything against the kids. If you do that, then you're a heathen.
Yep.
You can't say anything. There's certain things you can't touch
Well,
because the normal person, they'll just go into defense mode.
there's a couple of things you can do now. I have a couple tactics here. One of them is shifting the burden of proof doesn't always work if they're just going to blindly defend the media. But you can shift their perspective and point out that the reason why it's a big deal to you that they fake these things, the reason why it matters to you, is that it justifies the systematic traumatization of children in schools everywhere in hyper realistic school shooter drills. It justifies trauma. I'm not going to stand by fake
Yeah.
shootings if it justifies trauma over some fake threat. And if you do, then you're answerable to that. I mean, really, you're basically tacitly approving of terrorism for the own good of the children, which is terrible considering it's, again, based on lies.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, well,
I
I've got a
mean,
question for you on the side note here. I wanted to make a point to ask every caller any opinion on the shape of the world, NASA in general, agnosticism, firm opinion, anything?
NASA's BS. I mean, I don't know the shape of the world. I mean,
No, that's
I look
okay.
I look up a lot. I look up a lot and follow the stars and the planets. So that's why I don't know what the shape is. But yeah, I'm
Cool.
coming upstairs.
I just wanted to get your take on it. I think it's very wise to say I don't know.
NASA is definitely BS.
Awesome. Hey, I
You
appreciate the
know.
call very much. G33.
Take care, brother.
Call back anytime.
There.
I think what they have done is clever. A lot of shifting of the burden of proof, holding you accountable to information that you couldn't have access to. Meanwhile, they're citing as an authority information that they don't have access to. I think it's intellectually honest to say I don't know the shape of the Earth, but I know NASA's BS. That's that's fair enough. To say that one knows it's flat, I'm like, I don't think you can actually say that. You can say you know it's not curved. I guess you could. You could shift that burden of proof. I mean, technically, up until probably 2015, the go-to response was, of course it's a ball. Boats go over the curve. But then the P900 comes out. Boats no longer go over the curve. So it's like, okay, ball's in your court. Boats don't go over the curve. And they never quite reconciled that. They sort of moved the goalpost, but they dropped the whole 8 inches per mile squared and they stopped talking about the curve because they can't find it. And if they were able to prove a curve, they would have done it by now. And all we get is CGI. And also the professional flat earth debaters, or the ones who are anti-flat earth, the globers, uh, they mainly engage in ad hominem attacks, but they never talk about special effects. They never talk about the special effects when it comes to the ISS. They just assume whatever's on that screen is scientific evidence. That's what I mean when I say this is a philosophical crisis. You have people taking cartoons a little too seriously, and they get pedestaled as exemplary scientists, as conscientious defenders of Mother Gaia. Yeah, go glue yourself to a painting because science. Meanwhile, again, you won't find any of these climate change hysterics wearing masks anymore. It's like their agenda switched. And shouldn't they still be wearing Ukraine flags? Okay, let me go ahead and go through some headlines. ISS uses AI system to gather live data and monitor the climate crisis. The International Space Station is using artificial intelligence to detect sites that may have potential for forest fires. The danger of seasonal forest fires is growing as the average world temperature rises year after year. Just like that movie Geostorm, probably one of the first examples of concurrent programming in my experience. I go rent the movie Geostorm, and it's about fire nados because the ISS in the movie manages our weather, and it catches a computer virus, and it starts malfunctioning. You have sharknadoes, fire nados, all kinds of climate chaos. And then I look on the news, and this is at the exact time of those California fires, 2019-ish. And in California at that time, they were reporting on fire nados. I'm not saying fire nados are fake. I'm just saying all of a sudden they were all over the news. Unbelievable fire nado sparked by hot winds and wildfires. Many of the news reporters were pretty surprised, like, oh, what is that? Like it's a new phenomenon. Dramatic video shows, quote, fire nado blazing in California wildfire. Dramatic footage. Now, these are fakeable, yes. They can make these, yes. My point being, they introduced it like it was some kind of new phenomenon. California fire nado reaching 140 miles per hour. Like that sounds pretty scary, but I'm saying these were trending in the news at the exact same time, I think it was 2018, that Geostorm was out. And the very opening scene of Geostorm is Firenados. I rented it right when it was in the red box, and then it's like, wow, I'm watching the news. When the network of satellites designed to global, this is okay. Look, this is again not parody. This is science, and a lot of people consider this to be believable. When the satellites designed to control the global climate start to attack the Earth, it's a race against time to uncover the real threat before a worldwide geostorm wipes out everyone. And the real purpose of Geostorm or any of these movies that make Mother Earth the villain, the antagonist, is to keep us apprised of the fact that there's this constant threat from above and that we have to appease it. It's a flood myth for the new age. You won't find any atheists or real hardcore believers in climate science who think about Noah and Noah's flood and what God might do based on our behavior. They find that laughable. It's just a myth. But they believe this science version of it. And it's not a coincidence that NASA monitors the weather with an organization called NOAA. I mean, NOAA's flood, National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration. Truth Hurt says, did you talk about Musk stepping down yet? Well, he did a poll, and I think 43% wanted him to stay. But then he suggested that bots had compromised it. Maybe he's going to count mail-in ballots, but I don't think he's stepping down. And even if he does, it doesn't mean very much. He's still going to tweet. Got a post here from Go Find the Others, a leg muscle suit. Some of this new fashion. We were talking about these chest suits that men are buying. I keep getting advertisements now because I searched for these things. You can get them on eBay for like $500. Basically, instead of going to the gym, you put on basically a rubber muscle sweater, and it's 100% realistic. It's foolproof. But I was noticing that Andrew Tate is probably rubber. I'm pretty sure The Rock is rubber. The Liver King, rubber. High Impact Flicks might be rubber. I've started calling The Rock the rubber because of it. But the Liver King has this scandal where they're like, oh yeah, he's doing steroids. He's got to step down. And then Joe Rogan comes out, calls out The Rock as being a steroid junkie. And I'm saying, no, this is a psyop. They're trying to hide the fact that these guys are wearing rubber bodysuits. These are unattainable bodies without hardcore drugs. This guy's not eating liver. He's not eating raw liver and then looking like this. And if you look closer, you can see where the skin tones change abruptly. And in my research, in movies when they use these suits, they often use scraggly beards to hide the neck seam. And you'll notice that his body is like Trump's color and his face is like Musk's color, like orange and just kind of pale there. That's because the Liver King was not using steroids. He was wearing a rubber suit, and they're using that as a cover. Same with The Rock. The Rock wants to live a long time. He's not going to destroy his health. He's wearing a rubber suit, in all likelihood. Here's an example, and this is from eBay. It says, show your manpower. And again, it's just a realistic blood vessels, easy to put on, silicone. Now you can trim the neck part. And a lot of the people that were looking at Musk at that ball game noticed he had a line around his neck, and it did look like one of these bodysuits. Now, these things have been around forever. I mean, they've been around for decades. But people think, oh, this is just for movies. No, it's not for movies. These have been used for all sorts of purposes. And they can go into excruciating detail. I mean, I had a hard time watching one of these videos where they were using this little needle and they were planting hair into a chest, and it looked like they were just stabbing again and again. I mean, no blood. It was fake, but it was just hard to watch. It looked so realistic. But here you have it, Liver King wearing a suit. Then here's Keanu Reeves in the movie Bill and Ted's Bogus Adventure, the second one. While Keanu's long, fake beard hides the neck seam. Again, this looks exactly like the Liver King. Chet Hanks, White Boy Summer. Yep, his tattoos were... I thought his tattoos were fake. And in all likelihood, they were just painted on. Oh, this was made by Moo. Chet Hanks, White Boy Summer. We accused Chet Hanks of wearing a chest suit before we knew these things were even real. Like I knew they were real, but I didn't know they were this like easy to get your hands on. But if you look at Chet Hanks, and look, how do we get into this? Oh yes, Andrew Tate. Okay, so Andrew Tate looks like he's wearing one of these suits. Just my opinion, and most people agree with me. But it doesn't look like he had the leg counterparts. Like he was kind of top heavy, like he's been skipping leg day. And I'm like, I don't think you can bulk up that much from the waist up if you're on stilts. So in all likelihood, he just didn't have the full package. And I imagine wearing the leg pieces would be awkward at least. Did anyone here buy one of Donald Trump's NFTs? I missed out. I was looking at this collection for any clues, and the QAnoners have found some information in there. They do think there's a hidden message, some kind of code. I believe it was 1,700 days, 17, since the last time Q mentioned Trump cards. I mean, the QAnoners, looking back at it, I mean, I don't want to be too critical because I understand that this is Psywar, but they just such a big collection of dupes. I think what happened is General Flynn largely is behind this. They needed to create the American counterpart to radical Islam. They needed to create the Taliban here in America. They needed to have domestic violent extremists, like the new wave of white nationalism we see now. Yeah, I think it's largely an intelligence agency construct. But they created this fringe group as a way of broad brushing and smearing anybody who goes up against the establishment. I mean, they're part dupes, but they're well intentioned, I guess I should say. But some of the stuff I've been seeing is just sad. For example, and look, religions have been making fools of people for a long time. And this is just another example of it. If you're looking at the screen, this was actually being shared. And if you go to Trump's social media network, all the memes there are unironic. And here's JFK Jr. in a Batman suit and Donald Trump as Indiana Jones ripping his shirt off. Now, the person who posted it also posted this. Is it possible that Trump is actually JFK Sr. and Melania's actually Jackie? I know it's way out there, but what if? I mean, there's a point where it's like you just have to I don't know if you want to feel sorry for them or something, but it's so desperate at this point. It reminds me of, that's why we call it hopium. It's like drug addicts and they're struggling against reality. Tyrone says, any relation to Sharon Tate? Oh, interesting. Sharon Tate. Again, wife of Roman Polanski, killed by the Manson cultists, the satanic witch, Susan Atkins. All fake, likely. I think that Roman Polanski probably directed the fake murder of his wife. But wouldn't surprise me. It's a small club. You know, it's a small club at the top of the Illuminati dung heap. And there's a point where all the magic, the Hollywood movie magic, and the Satanism, and the celebrity gods, there's a point where they all kind of merge, and you can connect the dots. I've been doing some research into this area of Hollywood Satanism and came across something interesting. Speaking of Musk, Hollywood is the wand of the Druids. Druids mean knower of the oak. Elon means oak. Infinite Plane Radio.
Greetings. This is Lickety Split. How you doing?
Pretty good. Hear what I just say about? Did you hear what I said about knower of the oak and the Druids and the Hollywood?
No, but I'm familiar with the Hollywood being like the magician's stick was made out of the holy wood.
Yes.
Also, which kind of explains Hollywood and all their little magic tricks they play on us.
Exactly. Hollywood magic tricks. And then Elon Musk is one of these using this type of magic. And Elon means oak. And of course, the Druids, who had the Hollywood wands, Druids gathered around the oak, and it means knower of the oak. I'm just pointing it out. The Hollywood thing is kind of tied into Musk pretty strongly.
Yeah, and that makes sense. I like to think that, like, on this podcast a lot, it's not just like trying to predict stuff necessarily as much as like naming the various ways that things could go based on like information that they present, which is, like a lot of like these magician type people, they like to like set themselves up for, success in various ways, I guess. So just because like you might predict something and it doesn't go exactly true, it might mean because it became too known to everybody, so they went a different way.
Yeah, I've
But
considered that. I've considered a few times that they may have made changes or perhaps maybe toned down events because of the scrutiny. I mean, we're watching too
yeah, and
closely.
look, IPS, Infinite Plane Society, like it did get mentioned in fucking Rolling Stone, so like there's some assholes out there listening, I'm sure. Like, it's not that hard to like have people listening to things and like picking up. If you're like a marketing type of person, that's kind of like your job, is to like go around and listen to people and what they're saying and thinking all that kind of shit. So it's not like that far fetched to say that. I mean, we know that there's at least Kelly fucking Wheel or whatever her name is listening, but I'm sure there's other people. Who knows?
I'm pretty sure also it's very easy now to use speech to text and have it aggregated, search for keywords, and
Right, right, right,
absolutely.
right. Yeah,
And I think YouTube probably has
absolutely.
like YouTube has one snowflake designated to the IPS.
Definitely, definitely. That is true. I've been bringing some people in from my work and shit. There's some youngins that are interested in this kind of stuff, so I've been pointing them to your new channel here. So hopefully
Cool.
they're
Well,
listening.
I see
We'll
like
see.
TikTok and all these sites are doing what YouTube used to do. All kinds of random ideas get out there, and it's like it's kind of an infodemic there, but it's short form, and there's not a lot of depth, in 3 minutes, but it's a good way to
Yeah,
lead into
yeah, yeah.
something.
10-second clips. Right, for sure. But mostly I was calling in because you brought up the Trump thing, and I'm on to something, I think, possibly. Um, so the NFT card, like, it was just too stupid. It was too dumb. Like, there had to be more to it, and like, I think there might be, but I might be reading into it too much. But the T on his little suit, we all assume that it's Trump. Like, the T stands for Trump right away. But now I'm looking at some of my books here, and I see that the T could also be, there's some like symbol, sigil, whatever, that's shaped like a cross but without the top, and it's called a Tau cross. So anyway, so I refer to my dictionary here real quick, and this ties like right into like Donnie Darkind or whatever, the guy that's blowing up on Twitter with all his
Yes,
anti-Trump
yes,
stuff.
yes. Donnie Darkind.
I'm gonna post this later. Yeah, I'm gonna post this on Twitter later because he's probably gonna love it. But it kind of plays into what he's talking about. I'll read it real quick here. It's just a short little paragraph definition. It says the Greek letter TA, word sacred to the Atlanteans, which already that probably plays into some people's theories about Trump, the Atlanteans. It was used as a cross in the early days of Christian persecution to avoid identification, later adopted sometimes by the Franciscans. Sometimes its upper line is amputated. It indicates a true sacrifice on the part of the wearer. So Trump's like our sacrifice, Jesus Christ, who has renounced even his own salvation in order to devote himself permanently to the transformation of hell. So that's the definition for Tau in this little dictionary I have here. But I also came across it in my little Golden Dawn book, where it was shown as some symbol that they
Golden
use in
Dawn,
some ceremony.
as in like golden-haired
Right, as in
Donald Trump.
Crowley. Yeah, well, that too, but also pre-OTO, Crowley was in the Golden Dawn tradition, and that's where I first saw it, and then it led me to go look up some more stuff. But anyway, that's going to play right into everything that all these anti-Trump. I mean, I'm surprised like Q-Tars didn't pick up on this also. Like the T doesn't have to mean Trump; it could be something else. But I just found it interesting.
Okay,
I'm
okay. I think you're definitely onto something here. I'm gonna look into this a bit. It's the 19th letter of the Greek alphabet. I think you're onto something, and of course, he's being lambasted for these things. Funnily enough,
right, and
I mean,
yeah, go ahead.
okay, the image of him where he's got like the cowboy duster. Um,
Yeah.
or even the one with the superhero suit. Okay, those are like lifted out of Walmart catalogs, and they put Trump's face on it. Like it's not even original art, funnily enough.
Right, right. And that's the whole thing is that like I just don't understand how. So I guess it's also the Hebrew letter, like the last one, and so like Christian people tie it into the Alpha and the Omega. So
Well, we've all seen the
I'm gonna
Tau
post it
serpent.
out there.
The whenever you see the snake on the cross, it's actually on the Tau. It's not on a cross like a crucifix. It's the T.
Oh, interesting. Yes. Okay. That I kind of like while I've been looking at this book today, I did see something about that, but I haven't looked into it further. But yeah, I just saw this all today, so that's why I'm bringing it up. It's just like it was just so dumb that it's just there had to be more to it, kind of thing. That maybe it does stand for Trump, the T, but it could be this Tau cross, TAU, Tau
Yeah,
cross,
it's
and
reminding me
the whole
of.
thing about sacrifice. Yeah.
Yes,
Go ahead.
it's giving me all kinds of WHO vibes, and then of course Trump. You knew I was a snake when you took me in. There's
Yeah, yeah,
something
yeah.
there.
He loves saying that little. Yeah, for sure. But anyway, just some food for thought there. That's all I got.
Cool.
So I'll talk to you guys later.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate the information. Have a great
Yep.
night. All right, everyone, that's lickety split. Interesting rabbit trail there. And yeah, on this channel, we're not in the business of predicting doomsdays, although we are using predictive programming as a model to see where things are going. We read the stitching on the fastball. We're pretty much seers at this point. We really are. Like, we pretty much do know what's going to happen ahead of time. Look, I even called out in pretty much specificity what was going to happen to Kanye West. And I called it out back in January. Kevin Mooring says, if you have to constantly make new channels to get your message out, then you have an OP Merry Christmas. Hey, look, if you aren't able to find me, just get on the text alerts. And if you're not able to find me, I'll find you through the text alert system or newsletter. Just make yourself, go over to infiniteplane.media and get on the free newsletter. Just make an account there. It takes 2 minutes. And I send out notifications, free. Also, Telegram. We're on Telegram as well. All right, interesting symbol there. And was it Manly P. Hall who said that when the language of symbolism is revealed, a great veil will fall from the eyes of man, or the minds of men? And it's true. We do have an esoteric and an exoteric aspect to the world. Religions are all comprised of an inner and an outer circle. It's the same with the media, which has supplanted religion. You don't know everything about the stories they report. You're given a version, and you're not told how much the media is actually in the role of producer. How much of this supposed journalism is reality TV? Commenter says we're blowing up, 44 watching, and I see 64 in the chat there. Now that's 64 in the video chat room. We have probably another 10 or 15 over on Odyssey. And if you leave comments on Odyssey, I will go over there. I will check in. And it also looks like we have about 23 listening on the audio. But you know what? It's playing a repeat. So those 23 people are about to be plugged in. Okay, there we go. So I think we could put the number closer to 100. And before the censorship agenda really kicked in, we had 400 or 500 a night. And at one point, over 1,000, 1,200. And that's when we start to attract a lot of attention, I think, from certain agencies. By the way, the petition to stop YouTube from assisting in trademark theft has reached over 200 signatures. I'll put a link in the chat right now. Again, this is part of our mobbing up tactic to get YouTube to own up to the fact that for the last 4 years, they have given away my trademarks to the stalker known as MGTV. 221 have signed so far. If you haven't received your press pass, just send me a message on Ko-Fi. I'll send out a second one, or I'll track it. But I know a number of those went out yesterday. Hillman Avenger says predictive and concurrent programming is the illusion being presented to create illusion, belief, and manifestation in the normal sphere. Yeah, absolutely. You know what they're doing with the entertainment is they're making you hyper suggestible. I was thinking about this today, how when you're watching a movie, especially if it's a really good movie, or you're binge watching on Netflix, doing research or something, during the period of time that you're watching it, you have a suspension of disbelief. Like when you're watching a cartoon, or a commercial. Like, yeah, you know it's fake, but you're not telling yourself it's fake. You're temporarily suspending disbelief for the purpose of enjoying it or processing the relevant parts. Like it's one of these things we just do without even thinking. And I think with the concurrent programming and a lot of the entertainment, I think in the same way, they put us in a state of suspension of disbelief, opening the Overton window a little more, meaning presenting something extraordinary, like a school shooting, where the FBI have to stop the shooter and they're held back by a warrant or something, like the FBI TV show I just mentioned a little while ago. Then the next day they have the shooting happen in real life. I think what it does is it literally sets the stage. Now they're ready to accept something that was kind of unbelievable. This is also why we've been inundated with outer space fiction, space video games. Most video games are just flying through space, orbiting balls, and shooting rocks. The rest of the games, you're on the ground, Grand Theft Auto, or first-person shooter. And this is all to set us up to find certain things believable, or to present us with scenarios that they can convince us are likely if they don't intervene on our behalf. That's why every science fiction movie starts with, after global warming destroyed the world, this is what happened. It's always the same, always post-reset. Okay, let me continue through some of these headlines. NASA reveals when you can see Santa's sleigh this Christmas. Now, I want to point out that I'm not going to say it might have been Santa if I see a light in the sky on Christmas. But that's when you would expect him, right? You would expect a red light in the sky on Christmas Eve. Now, if I see a red light in the sky and I take a picture of it and I post it online, am I being rational, reasonable, and logical if I say, yeah, it could be a plane, but it might be Santa? I would say that what I have done is I have introduced into the realm of possibility something supernatural or unreal, or something that hasn't been proven to exist. Reality is that which exists. Planes exist. Why would I include as a possibility something that hasn't been proven to exist? That crossing of the lines between the supernatural and the realm of possibilities is a non sequitur fallacy. It's like you shouldn't be introducing it. I make this point with the Bigfoot thing. If you go into the woods and you hear a bear, you're going to say you heard a bear. But if somebody put in your head, oh yeah, there's a lot of Sasquatches in those woods, then you hear something and you might say, I thought I heard a bear, but it could have been a Sasquatch. It's the power of suggestibility and the non sequitur fallacy of introducing something into the mix that doesn't belong there, that doesn't logically follow. Just because you see a red light on Christmas Eve doesn't mean that you might have seen Santa or that Santa even exists. It's not evidence in favor of the existence of Santa. And the evidence for Santa is just as flimsy as the evidence for a transiting ISS. It's all hearsay, belief by consensus, and I guess you'll call it, this admitting something that hasn't been proven to exist into the realm of possibilities. Like you might see a plane, you might see a light in the sky, but does it necessarily mean it's the ISS? And I think that the correlation with the app is likely a false correlation. I mean, look, I don't believe it's up there. I'm not a believer in Santa. I'd rather know for fact. But, there are people looking. And there is a Santa app. Actually, I think they're just using the ISS app. Let me see what exactly they're doing. NASA reveals when you can see Santa's sleigh. And how messed up is this? Talk about blurring the distinction between real and fake. And here's another important distinction here. There are many people who believe in Santa, mostly children. Nobody knows Santa. There's an important distinction here. I mean, a lot of people believe in the ISS, but how many actual knowers of the ISS are there? Well, none. There's a few actors and there's a lot of dupes. Although we're open to evidence, how to spot Santa's sleigh this Christmas according to NASA. It will be visible to the naked eye if you know where to look. Okay, Saturday. No, we already passed that date. Okay, Wednesday the 21st at 5:36 a.m. Well, you can download the app, record it if you can, and then present it to me. And I would like to see a screen cap of your app so I can see that it matches. If it's 10 minutes off, I'm sorry. 17,000 miles per hour, 10 minutes, yeah, it's 2,000 miles away. Thanks to the callers. Appreciate calls as always. It's always great to crowdsource information. And that's the reason for blowing this up. We don't need numbers for the sake of numbers. We're not trying to win over the captive audience of the cult of the monoliths propaganda outlet. We're not trying to break. I mean, look, a lot of people are spellbound. A lot of people don't have any incentive to care. I'm not interested in the apathetic or the cognitively dissonant who are comfortable with that. I'm more interested in the people who can see. And I think what we're doing with this approach is something that's going to last well into the future because the news is never going to change. It is what it is. There is a world stage dominant point of view. The victor writes history. Well, history is written day by day. The conquerors write history. The conquerors write the fake news. It's the same thing. Just a record of fake news becomes history. And that's why this channel, this platform, we're not limited to any one particular topic because there's so many areas. We had this concept for an ongoing journalistic expedition, just calling it Finding the Edge, because there are many edges worth exploring. And, it's not necessarily a literal thing. And this concept of the Earth's shape or NASA fakery, to me, it's more about, do we live in an open or a closed system? And I think that the world stage, like I said at the very beginning, we were born into quarantine, a mental quarantine. And it has slightly started to break open here and there, and you can see the infodemic is the result. Hillman Avenger says, we're in Plato's cave. Should we attempt to redecorate it or look for an exit? Right. And I kind of think that's kind of the case here. Is I want to find all those who wandered out of their personal Plato's caves. You get out of your matrix pod, gather all the others who've gotten out of their matrix pods, and then kind of form our own clique. Look at it from an outside perspective, and then pull our intel together. And we've been doing this consistently for a few years. It's a multi-million piece puzzle, and we have hundreds of sets of eyes and ears keeping us apprised of the bigger picture. Knockout Bear says, I was impressed by planetarium shows too when I was 5. Yeah, I used to go to the planetarium, and it is an impressive show. Balls in space. And look, the moon thing. Serious question. Is the moon a sphere? Because this Artemis mission seemed like the sole intention was to go around the moon to make sure we all see it as a sphere. And then we're shown the back side of it. Because you'll know the moon is tidally locked, has a synchronous orbit. We never see the other side. Pink Floyd, dark side of the moon. There is no dark side. It's the side that's facing the sun, presumably. But my point being, they show us the backside, but I'm saying that the backside they show us is pretty much just CGI. I'm not impressed by what they've shown us at all. And I'm not convinced that the moon is in fact a sphere. I'm not convinced it's even landable as an object. I don't think it's a big rock. All the evidence would kind of suggest that we're looking at a big chunk of wood. I mean, isn't that true? The spacemen came down and they brought with them moon rocks that turned out to be petrified wood. I bring that up quite a lot, by the way, and a lot of the moon landing believers don't appreciate it. Like, how can you say the moon's made of wood just because the moon rocks are made of wood? Maybe, and they have to make something up. They have to fill in the blanks. But moon landing believers are moon landing believers and not moon landing knowers. Very important point there. By the way, if you go to twitter.com/realtimosman, you can get press passes there. There's a new function there if you're a member. I'm not even a blue check, but if you're on Twitter and you set it up as a business account or a shop account, you can put some items there, and I have a press pass there. It makes it easy to find. Again, Real Tim Osman on Twitter. Press pass is $5. You will be unlockdownable, which will be very important when they do the high altitude nuke. Joined by Pingu, says good morning. Thank you very much for joining. And if you haven't signed the petition, please do. Okay, take a look at this. I've talked about this many times, but other people post this on Twitter and other places. It's worth remembering. Alex Smith and Joe Theismann, both Washington quarterbacks, suffered the exact same gruesome leg injury on November the 18th, exactly 33 years apart. November 18th, 1985, Theismann suffered a compound fracture of the tibia and fibula during a sack by a linebacker. 33 years later to the day, Joe Theismann was in the audience watching as Alex Smith suffered compound fracture, fibula, tibia. Again, same exact injury, and what's more, the scores were the same. The yard line was the same. It was completely a repeat. We've delved into that and a few others, and I do think I've extrapolated some possible meaning to it. Let me play a clip here. This is Tom Cruise jumping out of a helicopter. You'll see a lot of, recently there's been a lot of video of Tom Cruise falling from the sky. It's just a reoccurring theme, as I pretty much said would be the case.
Here we are over stunning South Africa, and we're filming Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning Part 20.
Now, of course, he's hard to understand. He's got some kind of mouthpiece in. Looks fake, but then again, I apply the fakeability test. And of course, screenshots can look fake, but the video, no, it's real, but I don't know if they can fake on this level. Would they have to? I don't think so. But I don't want to rule it out. Again, we didn't know about crisis actors till post-2012, and the deepfake technology was only recently declassified. Knockout Bear says, we can see deep space, but not the dark side. Well, we can see the other side, but it's not as cratered. Like, I'm thinking, there are rocks bashing up the face of the moon. They're not hitting the Earth, though. They're like just hitting the face that we see, but they didn't hit the other side. It just seems kind of strange. It's like, wouldn't they have hit the Earth? What happened in Vegas? We were told it was the largest mass murder in U.S. history, October 1st, 2017, at a country music concert near the Mandalay. But when you take a closer look, it doesn't add up. I have a video from James Fetzer. I've been following a lot of his work, and I study his work as well. He has a pretty good article on how to spot a false flag. I've spoken with him about his book about the faked moon landing, and this is a pretty good example, I think, of what's typical within this conspiracy research community. Is people will debunk something, and they might not go any further than that particular thing, and it matters. Like, for example, if you debunk the Littleton shooting, but you don't connect it to all the other fake shootings, you kind of miss the point. Debunking the moon landing without debunking the space program itself or the space station kind of misses the point. But I'm going to reach out to him, and hopefully we can talk about the space station, because his book on deconstructing the moon landing is absolutely excellent. And I just think that the same level of scrutiny applied to the moon landing when applied to any other aspect of fake space will yield the same result. You'll realize it's fake. Tyrone McCloskey says Fetzer thinks JFK was real. I looked at some of the JFK stuff again recently. This is where I think the QAnoners have just kind of lost the plot. They've been waiting for JFK to show up, and now we find out the CIA killed JFK, or at least that's what's been said. I think the JFK assassination was a Kubrick production, who, by the way, happened to have a screening of Dr. Strangelove on the day of the JFK assassination. You'll notice that Kubrick films and the release dates always happen to correspond to some kind of Kennedy death, or the name is brought up, like Apollo 11, 716, Kennedy Spaceport, Eyes Wide Shut, released on 716. A lot of correlations, I think. Of course, pretty sure the Kennedy assassination was just a psyop like all the others. And the reason why they had to do it, or one of the reasons I think, is because there's probably a few agendas attached to it. But this is the time, it's almost like a coup. Like when they shot Kennedy, or apparently did, it's almost like that's when a lot of this mass mind control really took off, because it seems like people accepted the premise that to question the news is to be a conspiracy theorist. You know, the whole Warren Commission thing. And that's when I think they pushed the burden of proof onto the questioners. That was the big inversion. I've heard some wild conspiracy theories about JFK. Some think that his death was staged, and then he had another role as president as Jimmy Carter. And I have seen some pretty convincing side-by-sides there. How did the syringe get its name? You may have heard us talking about this recently. The word syringe is derived from a Greek word, syrinx, meaning pan flute. Again, pan, god of panic, pandemic. Very interesting. Panic comes from the name of the Greek god Pan, who supposedly caused humans to flee in unreasoning fear. Pan flute, pan syringe, syrinx, people fleeing in fear? I would say so. Quarantining. The only thing we're missing from the picture are the nymphs, but that's where I think the dancing nurses fill in. Interesting little bit of subtext there. And I pointed out Pan back in 2020 because it seemed like many of the headlines right when the pandemic was declared, it was pandemonium, panic, chaos. Okay, I think I've covered pretty much most of what we wanted to cover here. Seems like the media got tired of Ye, or the public did. They moved on from Ye to Trump, well, Musk, and now it's going to go into Trump next. These are all, if you ask me, these are all just rodeo clowns on the world stage. I mean, it is a clown show, and that's not a bad thing. You know, for all the negativity associated with the media and the news and all that, the truth of it is, the more we dig, the more we find out the bad stuff is more or less simulated. You know, mind war, psy war is the rule, not the exception, and I fail to see why that's a bad thing. You know, if it's more fake than real when it comes to the bad stuff, it should be good news, but they're always willing to shoot the messenger. Like, I wouldn't be surprised at some point if they have the literal death penalty for people who don't believe in the fake deaths. Anyway, this has been great. This is Infinite Gang, Neo Mode Gucci Flip. I'm going to turn it back over to the 24/7. Thanks callers, thanks chatters, and if you want the archives, I'll send them out via the newsletter later tonight.
Infinite plane, infinite plane, infinite plane, infinite plane, doing my thing, do my thing, do my thing, do my thing, infinite plane, yeah. I live on an infinite plane, I live on an infinite plane. They telling me different things, that's supposed to be pulling strings, but I know they playing the games. Since I found out today, I live on an infinite plane. I ain't playing no games, I'm on a different plane. I live on an infinite plane, yeah. I know the news is fake, they're trying to choose my fate. I know the views is fake, they pushing the global stage. Fake news on the radio wave, all the hoax, the whole world is a stage. Bloody double like I'm Saddam Hussein, doing my thing. Don't want the fame, just trying to make change, they took out my page. But I'm infinite gang, infinite plane, playing no games. Infinite gang, playing no games. Infinite plane, I'm on an infinite plane.
All right, happy solstice, everyone. It's 12/21/2022. It is 10:09 p.m., and this is a paean to Pope Elon by One-Eyed Jack and the Shells. He was supposed to take us to Mars, but instead he just took over Twitter. Everything seems to be watered down from what I was expecting it to be. War on the deep state is now just war on liberals as usual. It's just so much hyperbole. We're drunk off of it, and our expectations are too high. Things are way more boring than they are on TV. And, speaking of just the never-ending onslaught of news and propaganda, specifically bad news, I've been doom scrolling for research purposes so intensely for the last couple of years now that my very expensive mouse, the actual wheel on it, the scrolling wheel came off. I actually wore the doom scrolling wheel off my mouse. That's how deep we are into this stuff. I have a list of things to talk about tonight. The main thing that I've come across as of late, as I've really contemplated the role of the space program and how it's not really just about what's up there, which they're faking, but it's about world view. Not the globe, but in a broader sense, worldview warfare. And as such, I think it encompasses more than just this periodic fireworks show with their flying, burning phalluses. I'm suggesting that NASA is part of the broader mind war. And I've been thinking about, the encroaching storyline. There's going to be some kind of war between these nations, and it's going to even encompass outer space, like Star Wars, Reagan, space wars. And now I'm thinking outer space is fake, but the war is real. It's happening in cyberspace, and it's a war over the space between your ears. It's mind space wars. And what's more, not only is there a war on our minds and to occupy that all space in your mind, this is why they co-opt everything. They co-opt all the good memes, they try to get in front of things. It's because they want, when I say they, it's the monolithic media trying to get everybody on the same sheet. But what's more, it's occurred to me as of late that what we're seeing right now is not an attempt to create a mental quarantine using the internet and media. The mental quarantine was already there, and it was an intrinsic part of media, and that's begun to crack. And that's what they're pushing back against. This infodemic that they're trying to handle is really, if you ask me, again, it's damage control because the system was already there. We've already been in mind virus quarantine. That's why you've never heard about a lot of things that they don't want you to know about. We don't have the security clearance to know about actors on TV faking reality for political purposes. All right, let me go through some comments. This is the longest night of the year. Shortest day, longest night, winter solstice. Big day on the pagan calendar. And speaking of, because we're now aware of these things, we should call them out in advance. New Year's is a celebration